In the shadows of every city, behind every closed door, there are stories too disturbing to be forgotten. Stories of deception, betrayal, murder. Tonight, on Stories of Crime, we uncover another chilling case that shocked the world and left investigators searching for answers. So dim the lights, put on your headphones and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of the human mind. This is Stories of Crime.
The Grell Mystery. Welcome, dear listeners, to the very first chapter hook of our journey into the Grell Mystery. In the world of storytelling, especially within the captivating realm of audio books, the opening moments are absolutely paramount. Think of it as a literary equivalent of a first impression, that crucial window where you, the discerning listener, decide if this tale will be the one to truly capture your imagination and hold it fast. Our goal with this inaugural chapter is precisely that, to grab your attention with an unshakable grip, to immediately immerse you in a world where the unexpected has brutally shattered the mundane. And what better way to achieve this than with a shocking, taxing murder of an American millionaire right in the heart of London, a crime that rips through the veneer of civility and leaves a gaping wound in its wake. This isn't just about presenting a plot point. It's about crafting an experience. It's about igniting that spark of curiosity, that primal human urge to understand why and how, to piece together fragments of a shattered reality. When we speak of a hook, we're talking about an irresistible force, a narrative gravitational pull that doesn't just invite you into the story, but compels you to stay, to listen with bated breath, to speculate, and to anticipate every twist and turn. For the Grell Mystery, that hook is designed to be sharp, sudden, and deeply unsettling, a dark promise of intrigue and danger that will echo throughout the entire narrative. So, how do we construct such an effective opening? We'll delve into three critical components that weave together to form this compelling initial encounter: the gruesome discovery itself, the immediate introduction of a profound mystery, and the meticulous setting of a suspenseful, almost palpable tone. These elements aren't merely stylistic choices. They are foundational pillars upon which all great mystery narratives are built, and they serve to engage your intellect, your emotions, and your inherent desire for resolution. Let us begin with the first, and perhaps most immediate impact, the gruesome discovery. When we speak of a gruesome discovery in storytelling, we're not necessarily advocating for gratuitous violence or overly graphic descriptions, although in some genres that might be appropriate. Instead, we're referring to the profound emotional and psychological impact of encountering something deeply unnatural, something that evokes a sense of shock, horror, or profound unease. It's the abrupt, jarring confrontation with death or violation that immediately tells the listener something is terribly wrong here. For the Grell Mystery, this moment is designed to be visceral, to imprint itself on your mind's eye through the narrative's carefully chosen words. Consider, for a moment, the scene, the venerable, seemingly impenetrable walls of a London residence, a bastion of wealth and influence, suddenly breached by the grim spatter of violent death. Imagine the mundane setting of quiet morning, perhaps the expectation of a typical day, brutally interrupted by a sight that no one could have anticipated. It's still an unexpected intrusion of chaos into order, of brutality into peace. The gruesome aspect often lies not just in the sight itself, but in the context, the incongruity, and the immediate implications for the characters involved and, by extension, for you, the listener. It's the stark contrast between expectation and reality, between life and its sudden, violent cessation. It's about presenting a tableau that forces an immediate, powerful reaction, making it impossible to simply shrug and move on. Think of countless real-world storytelling examples. Consider the opening of Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, where the show scene, iconic as it is, derives much of its gruesome impact not just from the act itself, but from its suddenness, its violation of a private, vulnerable moment, and the immediate, terrifying finality of Marion Crane's fate. Or cast your mind back to the very first Sherlock Holmes novel, A Study in Scarlet, where Dr. Watson encounters the body of Enoch Drebber in a desolate house, with no visible wounds, only a baffling word scrawled in blood on the wall. The gruesomeness there isn't solely the body. It's the mystery of the body's condition and the inexplicable detail left behind. These moments are etched into our cultural memory because they provoke an immediate, powerful, and lasting sense of dread and curiosity. The impact is instant, leaving no room for gentle easing into the story. You are thrown headfirst into the abyss. From a psychological perspective, why does a gruesome discovery resonate so profoundly? Humans possess an inherent, almost primal, fascination with death and violence, often coupled with a deep-seated revulsion. This duality creates a powerful emotional hook. When confronted with the aftermath of a violent act, our brains immediately jump to survival instincts, triggering a cascade of questions. Am I safe? What happened here? Who is responsible? Could this happen to me? It's a disruption of our perceived order, a stark reminder of our own mortality and vulnerability. This shock value is not merely cheap theatrics. It serves to immediately elevate the stakes, making the listener intensely aware that the world of the story is one where life is fragile and danger is very real. It taps into our curiosity about the forbidden, the dark underbelly of human nature, and our innate desire for justice or, at the very least, understanding and closure. It makes us empathetic, even if momentarily horrified, to the victim and the discoverer, rooting us firmly in the narrative. So, how do we practically apply this understanding to writing an effective hook for an little book like the Grell mystery? Firstly, focus on the moment of discovery. Who finds the body? What are their immediate sensory perceptions? Is it a peculiar smell that first alerts them? A chilling silence where there should be sound? Or a horrifying visual detail glimpsed in an unexpected place? Describe their internal reaction, the sudden jolt of adrenaline, the creeping dread, the disbelief that warps reality. Secondly, use vivid but judicious descriptions. You don't need to paint every gory detail often. What is implied or partially obscured can be far more powerful and unsettling than an explicit rendering. A single, telling detail, a half-eaten meal on a table beside a lifeless body, a delicate teacup overturned, or a single drop of blood on an otherwise pristine surface can speak volumes about the violence that occurred and the life that was abruptly ended. Finally, ensure the gruesome nature of the discovery directly serves the larger mystery. It should raise more questions than it answers, providing the initial puzzle piece that is simultaneously shocking and oddly perplexing, compelling the listener to seek explanations. It's about setting a scene that screams anomaly, a departure from the expected that demands investigation. This brings us seamlessly to our second crucial element, introducing the mystery element itself. A discovery, no matter how gruesome, is merely a tragedy if it doesn't immediately pose questions that demand answers. The transition from a shocking death to a captivating mystery lies in the deliberate introduction of elements that defy easy explanation, that contradict expectations, or that simply leave an unnerving void of information. For the murder of our American millionaire in London, the mystery isn't just that he's dead. It's how he died, why he died, and the confounding circumstances surrounding his demise. It's about presenting a puzzle from the very first moment, not just a fact. What makes a death a true mystery? It's the absence of a clear motive, perhaps, or the presence of a seemingly impossible crime. It could be the lack of a weapon where one should be, or the discovery of a clue that seems to belong to an entirely different scenario. Maybe it's the victim's identity itself, or their recent actions, that suddenly seems to shimmer with hidden meaning. In the Grell mystery, we want to immediately highlight those aspects that make this particular death profoundly inexplicable. Was the room sealed from the inside? Were there no signs of forced entry? Is there a peculiar object left at the scene that makes no logical sense? These are the questions that begin to form the intricate web of the narrative, drawing you into this investigative process before the first detective has even uttered a word. It's about feeding intellectual hunger. Again, consider real-world examples from storytelling. Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None famously introduces its mystery by having 10 strangers invited to an isolated island, only for them to start dying one by one, with no visible killer. The mystery isn't just who the killer is, but how this is happening, and why they were all brought together. The very setup is a mystery. Or think of the intricate clues left by the Zodiac killer in real life, the ciphers, the taunting letters, each a piece of a macabre puzzle designed to confuse and terrorize. The mystery element is strongest when it presents a challenge to the established order, when the known rules of reality seem to have been bent or broken, demanding an extraordinary intellect to unravel it. It's about creating an immediate narrative tension between what is observed and what is understood. From a psychological standpoint, the introduction of a mystery is incredibly important because the human brain is hardwired for problem solving and pattern recognition. We inherently dislike ambiguity and strive for closure. When a mystery is presented, it creates a cognitive dissonance, a gap between what we perceive and what we can explain, that our minds instinctively try to resolve. This isn't just intellectual curiosity. It's a fundamental aspect of how we process the world. A well-crafted mystery opening triggers this impulse, transforming the listener from a passive observer into an active participant, unconsciously or consciously trying to piece together the clues alongside the characters. It engages our critical thinking skills, our deductive reasoning, and our capacity for speculation, making the story intensely interactive and personal. We become invested not just in the fate of the characters, but in the solution to the puzzle itself. So, how do we practically apply this to the opening of the Grell mystery? Firstly, present contradictory information early on. Show the body in a state or location that doesn't align with the obvious cause of death, or introduce a detail that seems utterly out of place. Secondly, emphasize the initial confusion and bewilderment of the characters who discover the crime. The lack of immediate answers mirrors the listener's own developing questions, creating a shared experience of uncertainty. Thirdly, hint a broader conspiracy or deeper, darker context without revealing too much. A single cryptic note, a missing item of significance, or an unusual visitor reported recently can all serve to widen the scope of the mystery beyond the immediate victim. The goal is to establish that this is not a simple crime, but one with layers, hidden motives, and perhaps far-reaching implications. It's about drawing a question mark involved in the bullying. Finally, we arrive at our third crucial component, setting a suspenseful tone. Suspense is the very lifeblood of a mystery, the unseen current that pulls the listener forward, creating that intense feeling of anticipation and apprehension about what will happen next. It's not just about what is revealed, but about what is withheld, what is hinted at, and the pervasive sense that dangerous revelation looms just beyond the immediate horizon. For the Grell mystery, the suspense needs to be palpable from the moment the millionaire's body is discovered, creating an atmosphere that makes the air crackle with unspoken threats and unanswered questions. How is suspense created? It's a delicate interplay of narrative elements. It can be achieved through foreboding descriptions of the setting, where shadows seem to hold secrets and silence is heavy with insane possibilities. It can manifest into the emotional states of the characters, their unease, their fear, their growing paranoia. It's also in the pacing, the careful control of information, doling out details in tantalizing fragments rather than a deluge. An unsettling sound, a fleeting glimpse of something unexplained, or the growing realization that the killer might still be nearby or even observing. These are the tools of suspense. It's that constant feeling that something terrible could happen, or that an even more terrifying truth is about to be unearthed. It's the tightening knot in the stomach, the quickening pulse, the involuntary leaning closer to the speaker. Consider classic examples of suspense. David Du Maurier's Rebecca masterfully builds suspense not through jump scares, but through the pervasive, oppressive presence of the deceased Rebecca, the psychological torment inflicted on the new Mrs. De Winter, and the constant feeling that the grand estate of Manderley holds dark secrets. There is no immediate threat, but an ever-present sense of dread. Similarly, in many of Patricia Highsmith's novels, the suspense comes from the psychological tension, the fear of exposure, and the moral ambiguity of our protagonists. Even a seemingly innocuous detail, like a lingering gaze or slight hesitation in dialogue, can be imbued with a chilling quality when framed within a suspenseful narrative. The magic is in making the listener feel the tension, not just observe it psychologically. Suspense is incredibly effective because it taps into our innate fight or flight response. Even when we are in a safe environment, it creates a controlled form of anxiety, a heightened state of alert where our senses are sharpened, and our minds are hyper-focused on the narrative. This emotional engagement makes the story far more immersive and memorable. The anticipation of what's to come, the fear of the unknown, and the desire for resolution become powerful motivators, compelling us to continue listening. It's a skillful manipulation of uncertainty, keeping the listener on edge, constantly guessing, and deeply invested in the outcome. It allows us to experience a thrill, a managed dread, that can be exhilarating without being genuinely threatening, fulfilling our primal human need for excitement and challenge within a safe context. So, for the practical application in the Grell mystery, how do we ensure a powerful, suspenseful tone from the outset? Firstly, use atmospheric descriptions that lean into unease. Describe the chill in the air, the way shadows lengthen and distort, the oppressive silence, or perhaps a strange, unsettling sound that is heard just before or after the discovery. Secondly, portray the characters' emotional reactions with depth and nuance. Show their fear, their bewilderment, their growing paranoia. Let their internal turmoil ripple outwards, affecting the scene with a sense of dread. Thirdly, employ subtle foreshadowing. Hint at past events or future dangers without explicitly stating them. A casual remark about the millionaire's secretive nature, a mention of an ominous warning he'd received, or a fleeting observation of an unfamiliar figure in the vicinity could all contribute to a growing sense of foreboding. Finally, vary the pacing of your narration. Slow down when describing moments of intense observation or mounting tension, allowing the details to sink in, and quicken it during moments of sudden sharp action. The goal is to make the opening of the Grell mystery not just an account of a crime, but an immersive, tension-filled experience that leaves the listener utterly gripped. In summary, dear listeners, the hook of the Grell mystery is meticulously designed to achieve maximum impact. By confronting you immediately with the gruesome discovery of an American millionaire's murder in London, we aim to shock and provoke an immediate emotional response. This isn't just a simple test. It's a meticulously crafted mystery, replete with baffling circumstances that challenge your intellect and demand explanation, immediately engaging your problem-solving faculties. And wrapping these elements together is a pervasive sense of suspense, an atmospheric tension that ensures you are not just hearing a story, but experiencing a chilling, unfolding drama. These three pillars, the gruesome discovery, the immediate mystery, and the suspenseful tone, work in concert to create an opening that is both unforgettable and utterly compelling, setting the stage for the intricate web of intrigue that is about to unfurl. This isn't merely the beginning of a book. It's the invitation to an adventure, a dark journey into the heart of a puzzle that promises to test your every deduction. Are you ready to step into the shadows and uncover the truth behind the Grell mystery? Prepare yourselves, for the investigation has only just begun, and the secrets of London's elite are far more sinister than you could ever imagine. In the next chapter, we will delve deeper into the immediate aftermath of this shocking discovery, introducing the individuals tasked with unraveling this complex, deadly enigma. Intro. Welcome, dear listener, to the captivating world of the Grell mystery. As we embark on this intricate journey together, our path will lead us through the labyrinthine streets of Edwardian London, a city brimming with both ghastly grandeur and hidden shadows. This introduction is not merely a formality. It is an invitation to immerse ourselves fully in the atmosphere, the period, and the exceptional mind that will guide us through the darkness. Our core concept for this chapter, indeed for this entire narrative, is the careful, deliberate establishment of this vibrant yet often murky setting, and the profound introduction of our protagonist, Detective Inspector Foyle. Why is this so crucial, you might ask? Because to truly appreciate the genius of the deduction, the horror of the crime, and the brilliance of the solution. We must first understand the world in which these events unfold, and the caliber of the individual tasked with uncovering the truth. We are not just observing. We are preparing to participate, to think alongside our detective, and to feel the very pulse of London at the turn of the century. Let us first paint a vivid picture of the London that awaits us. Imagine, it you well, the ubiquitous, almost sentient presence of the atmospheric London fog. This is not merely a meteorological phenomenon. In the world of the Grell mystery, it is a character unto itself, an omnipresent veil that both obscures and reveals. Picture the swirling tendrils of grey and ochre, thick with the scent of coal smoke and damp air, muffling the cacophony of the city into a ghostly whisper. Horse-drawn cabs emerged from the gloom like spectres, their lamps casting weak, haloed glows that struggled to pierce the heavy shroud. The grand facades of Parliament and Westminster Abbey, usually so imposing, become ethereal silhouettes, hinting at permanence in these and ever-shifting blankets. This fog clings to everything, seeping into alleyways, obscuring faces, and blurring the sharp edges of reality. It transforms the familiar into the mysterious, making every shadow a potential hiding place, every distant sound a source of unease. The very air seems pregnant with untold secrets, and the city itself breathes a deep, secretive sigh. To illustrate just how vital such atmospheric elements are in storytelling, consider the countless narratives where fog isn't just weather, but an active participant in the plot. Think of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes stories, where the super fogs of London frequently serve as both a literal and metaphorical curtain for crime, enabling villains to vanish, or providing the perfect cover for clandestine meetings. One might recall the Bruce Buddington plans, where the dense fog played a crucial role in concealing the theft of vital documents, making the city a conspiratorial accomplice. Or picture the chilling opening scenes of Bram Stoker's Dracula, where the spectral ship arrives shrouded in an unnatural mist, bringing with it an ancient terror that the fog seems to guard. In these instances, the fog heightens suspense, creates opportunities for deception, and often reflects the protagonist's unclouded understanding of the unfolding events, forcing them to rely on senses beyond sight. It's a classic literary device, powerful and endlessly effective psychologically. Why does this pervasive fog matter so deeply to us as listeners? It taps into a primal human instinct, the fear of the unknown, of what lies just beyond our perception. When our primary sense of sight is diminished, our other senses become hyper-aware. We listen more intently to the creak of horses, the distant cry of a street vendor, the creak of a closing gate. Our imagination fills in the blanks, often with things far more unsettling than reality. The fog generates a profound sense of isolation, even within a bustling metropolis, making the immediate surroundings feel intensely personal and potentially dangerous. It creates a claustrophobic effect, drawing our focus inward and priming us for a narrative where appearances are deceiving, where truth is obscured, and where danger might emerge from any interaction. It symbolizes the very essence of mystery, something hidden, something waiting to be revealed, then just out of reach, forcing us to engage our intellect and intuition more deeply. It prepares our minds for the intellectual challenge ahead, assuring us that we will need to peer through the metaphorical mist to uncover the truth. So, what are the practical application steps for you, the listener, as you navigate this forbidden world with us. As the narrative unfolds, I encourage you to close your eyes for a moment to truly feel the chill, the dampness, the muted sounds that such an atmosphere would invoke. Imagine yourself walking those very streets, your breath misting in the cold air, straining to discern shapes and sounds. Pay attention to every detail that manages to pierce this atmospheric veil, a sudden flash of light, a distinct voice, a particular scent. Consider what the fog hides and what it reveals by its very presence. Let your mind wander into the obscure spaces, question what might be lacking there. By actively engaging your imagination in this way, you will not merely be hearing a story. You will be experiencing it, allowing the setting to become a tangible, living backdrop for their unfolding drama, making the subsequent events far more impactful and immediate. Now, let us turn our attention to the man who will lead us through this captivating labyrinth, Detective Inspector Foyle. His reputation, though perhaps not one for flamboyant theatrics, is one of quiet, unwavering brilliance. He is known not for grand pronouncements, but for meticulous observation, an unparalleled logical mind, and an uncanny ability to connect seemingly disparate threads of evidence into a coherent, undeniable tapestry of truths. Foyle is the kind of detective whose arrival in a crime scene is met with a collective sigh of relief for his colleagues, a man whose presence signals that, no matter how perplexing the case, justice will ultimately prevail. He is not easily swayed by superficial appearances or popular conjecture. Instead, he delves beneath the surface, questioning every assumption, scrutinizing every detail, and trusting only in the cold, hard facts. His method is patient, methodical, and profoundly intelligent, making him a formidable opponent for any criminal and an utterly trustworthy guide for us. He is a quiet force, the astute observer, the one who sees the patterns in chaos and hears the truth in silence. To contextualize Foyle's standing, consider the pantheon of celebrated fictional detectives whose reputations precede them. Think of Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot, with his little graces, whose fame was built not on brawn, but on the sheer force of his intellect and his relentless pursuit of psychological truth. Or perhaps Inspector Maybrick, George Simon's creation, known for its deep empathy and understanding of the human condition, allowing him to enter the minds of criminals and victims alike. In a more contemporary vein, consider the quiet intensity of detectives like Aaron Dalglish from P.D. James novels, whose poetic sensibility often masks a razor-sharp investigative mind. These characters, much like Foyle, do not rely on brute force or sensationalism. Their power lies in their perception, their discipline, and their unshakable commitment to logic and justice. Their reputation is a testament to their unique cognitive abilities, setting them apart and imbuing their investigations with a sense of methodical inevitability, a reassuring certainty that an answer will be found. Psychologically speaking, what those forces get after reputation matters so immensely to us as listeners. It establishes an immediate sense of trust and confidence. In a world full of confusion, deceit, and moral ambiguity, we crave a figure who can bring order to chaos, who can illuminate the darkest corners of human nature and reveal the truth. Foyle represents that beacon of intellectual rigor and unwavering commitment. His reputation reassures us that we are in capable hands, that no matter how convoluted the mystery becomes, he will ultimately unravel it. This fosters a comfortable sense of anticipation rather than anxiety, allowing us to fully engage with the intricacies of the plot without being overwhelmed. It also subtly invites us to participate in the intellectual challenge, to observe with his eyes, to deduce with his mind, creating a shared experience of investigation rather than mere passive listening. We know that if foil is on the case, every clue, every statement, every seemingly insignificant detail will be scrutinized and understood, leaving no stone unturned in the pursuit of understanding. With this in mind, what are the practical application steps for you, the listener, as you follow Foyle's methodical process? I encourage you to cultivate a similar analytical mindset. Don't simply accept initial appearances or the obvious explanations. Instead, question everything, just as Foyle would. Listen for contradictions, for omissions, for the subtle nuances in dialogue or description. Try to connect the seemingly unrelated pieces of information as they emerge. Form your own theories, but be prepared to adjust them as new evidence comes to light. Much like a seasoned detective, consider what Foyle would observe, what questions he would ask, and what conclusions he might draw. By actively engaging your own critical thinking skills, you will find yourself deeply embedded in the investigation, transforming your listening experience into an interactive journey of discovery, a partnership with our brilliant protagonist. Finally, let's consider the scope of this journey. We are embarking on a substantial intellectual undertaking, a captivating narrative that spans a magnificent 267 minutes. This is not a fleeting diversion but a deeply immersive experience, a richly woven tapestry of events, characters, and revelations. This specific duration signifies that the Grell mystery is a complex, multi-layered enigma, far removed from a simple, straightforward whodunit. It is an exploration that allows ample time for intricate plot development, for the careful cultivation of atmosphere, for the gradual unveiling of compelling character arcs, and for a multitude of unexpected twists and turns. It promises a narrative rich in detail, brimming with red herrings, steeped in the nuanced social fabric of Edwardian London. Each minute is precious, contributing to the grand design, building suspense, deepening understanding, and propelling us towards a truly satisfying resolution. To provide a real-world storytelling example of how such extended scope enriches a narrative, think of the comprehensive nature of a meticulously researched historical documentary series or a serialized true crime podcast that unravels a complex cold case over multiple, extended episodes. These formats don't rush the story. Instead, they slowly build context, introduce peripheral characters, explore tangents, and delve into the psychological underpinnings of these events. Consider a title like The Lord of the Rings, with a sheer volume of content allows for an unparalleled depth of world building, character development, and intricate political and emotional subplots that would be impossible in a shorter format. The length itself becomes a promise over rich, unhurried exploration, allowing the story to breathe and mature, ensuring that every element is given its due weight and impact. It's an assurance that we will not merely scratch the surface, but plunge into the very depths of the mystery, said Wordplay. Why does knowing the precise scope of this 267-minute journey matter? It sets your expectations immediately. It signals that this will be a slow burn, an unhurried unfolding that demands patience and sustained attention, but promises immense rewards. It cultivates a sense of anticipation for profound intellectual engagement, rather than a quick thrill. This commitment to length reassures you that the narrative will be thoroughly explored, that every question will eventually find its answer, and that no character or plot point will be left undeveloped. It creates a powerful sense of adventure, an invitation to invest yourself fully in the story, knowing that your dedication will be rewarded with a deeply satisfying and comprehensively resolved mystery. The precision of the 267 minutes suggests a carefully crafted experience, where every moment is intended to contribute to the overall grandeur and intricacy of the tale. Therefore, the practical application stats for you, the dedicated listener, when approaching a journey of this magnitude, are quite simple yet profound. Prepare for true immersion. Find a comfortable space where you can allow yourself to be fully absorbed, free from distractions. Listen intently, knowing that no detail, however small, is extraneous. Every element contributes to the larger puzzle. Embrace the gradual unveiling of the truth, the subtle shifts in suspicion, and the deepening understanding of the character's motivations. Treat this not just as an audiobook, but as an unfolding investigation in which you are a silent but crucial partner. Allow the story to unfold at its own pace, trusting that the extended runtime is a gift, providing the necessary space for a truly rich and unforgettable experience. In summary, as we prepare to step into the Grell mystery, we do so with a clear understanding of our foundations. We are entering an Edwardian London shrouded in a palpable, mysterious fog, a setting that will challenge our perceptions and deepen our senses. We are placing our trust in the capable hands of Detective Inspector Foyle, whose quiet brilliance and unwavering deduction promise to guide us through even the darkest corners of human treachery. And we are committing to a substantial 267-minute journey, an epic of intrigue that assures a deeply rewarding and meticulously crafted narrative experience. With these elements firmly established, we are now ready. The stage is set, the fog is rolling, and the mystery awaits. Let us now turn the page and allow the very first threads of the Grell mystery to begin to unravel. Chapter 1: The Discovery. Welcome, dear listener, to the very first chapter of our unfolding mystery, the Grell mystery. In this opening segment, Chapter 1, aptly titled The Discovery, we plunge at first into the pivotal moment that ignites our entire narrative, the initial, shocking discovery of Robert Grell's body in the quiet, hallowed confines of his personal study. It's a moment that rips through the veneer of everyday life, shattering the peace of a seemingly ordinary morning and irrevocably altering the lives of everyone connected to the grand estate of Blackwood Manor. Imagine, if you will, the serene hush of a crisp autumn morning. The sun, still a hesitant guest, was just beginning to cast long, pale cinders of light across the manicured lawns of Blackwood Manor, promising a day much like any other. Birds were chirping their routine symphony. A gentle breeze rustled through the ancient oak trees, and a faint, comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee was beginning to waft from the kitchen. Inside, the household was stirring with its familiar rhythm, the soft tread of servants, the distant clatter of crockery, the low murmur of morning preparations. Robert Grell, a man of considerable influence and even more considerable reclusiveness, was known to be an early riser. His mornings typically spent immersed in his extensive library or poring over documents in his study, a sanctuary of leather-bound books and polished mahogany. This morning, however, that familiar routine would take a dark, unexpected turn. The individual whose fate it was to make this grim discovery was none other than Mrs. Gable, the venerable housekeeper, a woman whose tenure at Blackwood Manor spanned decades and whose very being was a testament to order and decorum. Her day began, as it always did, with a meticulous inspection of the ground floor, ensuring everything was exactly as it should be. It was just past 7:30 when she approached Mr. Grell's study, a room usually left undisturbed until a later hour, or at least until the master had formally emerged. But this morning, a faint, disquieting silence emanated from behind its heavy oak door. There was no rustle of papers, no gentle creak of a chair, none of the subtle indicators that Mr. Grell was engaged in his usual intellectual pursuits. A prickle of unease, initially dismissed as mere fancy, began to trace its way up her spine. With a deferential knock, which received no answer, she hesitated for a moment, her brow furrowing with a nascent concern. Then, with a quiet sigh, she pushed the door inward, expecting to find the room empty. Perhaps Mr. Grell having decided on an unusually great constitutional in the balance. What she found instead would forever be etched into the darkest corners of her memory, a tableau of horror that would haunt her very Blackwood Manor for weeks, if not months, to come. The scene that greeted Mrs. Gable was one of chilling stillness, an almost theatrical tableau of tragedy. Robert Grell was there, seated upright at his grand, ornate desk, his head resting heavily upon a stack of ancient looking letters, his usually immaculate silver hair disheveled, catching the nascent morning light in an eerie halo. His spectacles, one lens cracked, lay askew beside his right hand, which was curved loosely, as if he had simply drifted off to sleep. Yet, the unnatural rigidities of his posture, the disturbing pallor of his skin, and the unsettling stillness that permeated the very air around him, spoke not of slumber, but of something far more final. There was no visible struggle, no overturned furniture, no obvious signs of a violent confrontation. The room, in its superficial arrangement, was largely undisturbed, a testament to the quiet, almost gentle manner of his peasant, or perhaps the swiftness of his demise. A half-empty teacup, still steaming faintly, sat precariously close to the edge of the desk, its delicate porcelain belying the grim reality unfolding just inches away. A quill lay beside an open inkwell, its tip still wet, as if mid-sentence a thought had been abruptly, eternally interrupted. The faint, sweet scent of pipe tobacco, a familiar aroma that usually signified Mr. Grell's soulful presence, mingled now with a subtle, metallic tang, a smell that, once identified, is never forgotten. The silence in the room was absolute, a heavy, suffocating blanket that seemed to absorb all sound, all light, all life. It was a silence so profound it felt like a screen in itself. To truly grasp the gravity of this moment, let us consider a real-world storytelling example. Think of the opening scenes in classic detective novels, such as Agatha Christie's The Murder of Roger Ackroyd or Arthur Conan Doyle's A Study in Scarlet. In these stories, the discovery of the bodies is often recounted not just as a factual event, but as a carefully constructed sensory experience. Christie might describe the precise position of a fallen vase or the unusual neatness of a victim's clothes, hinting at something beyond the obvious. There was much focus on the unsettling stillness, the coldness of a hand, or the peculiar arrangement of everyday objects that suddenly take on sinister significance. The power of these descriptions lies in their ability to draw the reader into the immediate environment, to make them feel as though they are standing alongside the discoverer, absorbing every chilling detail. We're not just told a body was found. We are shown the specific circumstances, the minute particulars that begin to form the very first threads of our investigative tapestry. From a psychological perspective, why does this detailed description of the crime scene matter so profoundly? It is, quite simply, the genesis of the entire mystery. It establishes the central enigma. The way Robert Grell is found, apparently at peace, yet unmistakably deceased, immediately raises more questions than answers. It forces us, the observers, to confront the discrepancy between appearance and reality. The lack of overt violence makes the death all the more unsettling. Was it natural, or something more sinister cleverly concealed? This initial image profoundly impacts every character who encounters it, from the immediate discoverer Mrs. Cable, whose world crumbles in that instant, to the eventual investigators, who will scrutinize every dust particle and every ray of light. For the narrative itself, this meticulous rendering of the scene sets the tone. It's not just a death. It's this particular death, in this particular setting, with these particular details. It generates immediate suspense and dictates the parameters of the initial investigation. Psychologically, humans are drawn to puzzles and contradictions, and a seemingly peaceful death under suspicious circumstances is the ultimate contradiction. It compels us to seek resolution, to impose order on the chaos, to uncover the hidden truth beneath the surface. So, as a practical application for you, our discerning listener, how can you engage with these details more deeply? As you continue through the Grell mystery, I encourage you to become an active participant. Consider what you would notice if you were standing in that study. What elements strike you as out of place, or conversely, really normal? Pay close attention to the small, seemingly insignificant descriptions, the tickle, the grill, the subtle scents. These are not merely decorative flourishes. They are breadcrumbs, carefully placed by the narrative to guide your own deductions. Ask yourself, what does the undisturbed nature of the room suggest? Does it imply a sudden, peaceful passing, or a meticulously planned crime designed to appear peaceful? Begin to formulate your own hypotheses, even if they shift with each new piece of information. This isn't just a story to passively absorb. It's an invitation to engage your own inner detective. Now, let us turn our attention to the immediate aftermath of this chilling discovery, the raw, unadulterated panic that ripped through the usually placid household of Black Mare. Mrs. Gibble, a woman renowned for her composure, found her carefully constructed world collapsing around her. The silent horror she had witnessed in the study collapsed into a visceral scream, a sound so primal, so unexpected, that it pierced the morning quiet like a shattered pane of glass. It wasn't a deliberate cry for help, but an involuntary eruption of pure terror, a sound that spoke volumes of the unspeakable sight she had just beheld. The teacup she had been carrying, intended for Mr. Grell's usual morning Earl Grey slipped from her trembling fingers, crashing to the polished floorboards and scattering shards of delicate porcelain across the threshold. A stacked, audible punctuation marked the dawning tragedy. Her initial reaction was not movement, not action, but a frozen paralysis, her breath catching in her throat, her eyes wide with a terror that seemed to hold her captive. That piercing scream, that unexpected crush, served as an immediate, brutal alarm, dragging the other residents of Blackwood Manor from their routines. The cook, Mrs. Higginsey, busy knitting dough in the kitchen, dropped her roll in pain with a dull thud, her hands instinctively flying to her mouth. John, the young gardener, pausing McFlip on the rose bush outside, froze, his shears clattering to the ground as the sound echoed unnaturally across the estate. Seeing it, the initial bewilderment transformed into a flurry of frantic activity. Footsteps thundered down the grand staircase as the younger housemates, startled from their chores, emerged, their faces aged with confusion and dawning fear. Hushed whispers, laced with disbelief, quickly escalated into agitated cries as Mrs. Cabell, finally breaking free of her paralysis, stumbled backwards from the study door, her face ashen, her words choked and indistinct. He's gone. Oh, dear Lord, Mr. Grell, he's gone. This was not just an announcement of death. It was a collapse of order, the shattering of the predictable, the sudden, terrifying realization that their secure world, their comfortable employment, and indeed their very lives were about to be irrevocably changed. The immediate consensus was a chaotic blend of horror, disbelief, and a desperate need for confirmation, even as their own eyes were refusing to believe. To illustrate this household upheaval, consider a real-world storytelling example. Think of the pandemonium that erupts in a submarine drama when an unexpected breach occurs, or the frantic, disoriented cries in a bustling market square after a sudden, shouting event. In such scenarios, the narrative often focuses not just on the event itself, but on the contagious nature of fear and uncertainty. Individual characters react in distinct ways, some freeze, some run, some attempt to take charge, however inadequately. The chaos isn't just background noise. It's a critical element that highlights the fragility of human composure and the immediate, powerful impact of trauma. We see the established hierarchy and routines dissolve under the weight of unforeseen tragedy. This collective breakdown often leads to initial misinterpretations, conflicting accounts, and a general sense of disarray that further complicates the emerging mystery. Psychologically speaking, why is this introduction of household panic so crucial to our story? It vividly portrays a raw, unfiltered human response to sudden trauma. The fight-or-flight mechanism kicks in, often leading to irrational actions, impaired judgment, and a desperate scramble for meaning in an utterly meaningless situation. This collective disarray serves several important functions. Firstly, it amplifies the sharp value of the discovery. The quiet, contained horror of Mrs. Cabell's initial encounter explodes into a widespread, palpable fear that permeates the entire estate. Secondly, it introduces a layer of psychological complexity. How do individuals cope with such a profound shock? Some will succumb to hysteria, others might retreat into denial, and a few may try to impose order, however feebly. These varied reactions will undoubtedly influence their testimonies, their memories, and their future actions. providing rich ground for our investigation. Moreover, from a procedural standpoint, this initial panic often leads to inadvertent contamination of the crime scene, or the accidental alteration of crucial details. Details might be overlooked, statements might be muddled by emotion, and the initial, pristine state of the scene could be irrevocably compromised by well-meaning but panicked intervention. It underscores how fragile early evidence can be. For you, the astute listener, the practical application here is to recognize the powerful influence of emotion on observation and memory. As the story progresses and the characters recount their experiences or offer their initial impressions, ask yourself, how might their shock, fear, or grief have colored their perception of the events? Are their accounts entirely reliable, or are they filtered through the lens of trauma? This isn't to say they are intentionally misleading, but rather that the human mind, under extreme stress, can distort or selectively remember details. Understanding this psychological reality will help you critically evaluate the emerging testimonies and discern between factual accuracy and emotionally charged recollection, a critical skill for any armchair detective. Finally, the inevitable next step in this unfolding drama, the call to the authorities. Amidst the soaring chaos and escalating panic, a singular, urgent need began to assert itself. The imperative to contact the outside world, to bring in those equipped to handle such a monumental tragedy. It was Mr. Henderson, the aged and usually rather meek butler, who, after a moment of profound hesitation and a palpable internal struggle, managed to regain some semblance of control. His hands trembled noticeably as he reached for the old-fashioned telephone in the drawing room. His mind racing to call the correct number for the local constabulary, a number he had rarely, if ever, have close to use. His voice, usually so composed and modulated, was now a thin, reedy whisper, barely audible above the rising murmur of distressed staff. He struggled to articulate the horror, to find the right words to convey the grim reality that Robert Grell, the very pillar of Blackwood Manor, lay dead in his study. He spoke of a terrible accident, then corrected himself to an incident, his trouble reflecting the household's inability to fully process the word murder. The dispatcher on the other end, accustomed to a calm and irrational voice, struggled to piece together the fragmented, chopped-up sentences, patiently guiding Mr. Henderson through the necessary questions, each one an agonizing demand for clarity in a moment of absolute confusion. The waiting period that followed was an eternity of heightened tension. The house, moments ago a vibrant center of activity, now felt like a mausoleum, every shadow seeming to deepen, every sound amplified to an unbearable degree. The staff huddled together, a mixture of fearful whispers and tearful gasps. No one dared re-enter the study, the scene of the tragedy, as if its very door now guarded a malevolent presence. There was a collective, unspoken fear of disturbing the scene further, of somehow disrespecting the deceased, or worse, inadvertently compromising the truth. This was no longer just their home. It was a crime scene, an unknown entity that had to be handled with an unfamiliar, fearful deference. The impending arrival of the police brought with it a complete cocktail of emotions. Relief that professional help was on its way, but also a creeping sense of dread. Their private tragedy was about to become a public spectacle, their personal grief subjected to the cold, clinical scrutiny of the law. The feeling of invasion, though necessary, was palpable. This anticipation of uniformed officers and flashing lights an ominous harbinger of the investigations to come. For real-world storytelling example of this vital step, think of police procedurals, whether in literature or on screen. The 911 call audio equivalent report to authorities is a recurrent motif. It's very clear communication. Instead, it's often punctuated by panic, background noise, and the sheer difficulty of articulating a traumatic event. The struggle of a caller to convey critical information, the dispatcher's calm, methodical questioning, and the immediate deployment of resources all serve to demonstrate the official commencement of a formal investigation. These scenes highlight the transition from private calamity to public inquiry, setting in motion the machinery of justice. It's the moment the outside world, in its official capacity, becomes aware of this internal tragedy, marking the point of no return for all involved psychologically. What is the significance of this act of calling the authorities? It represents a critical shift in agency and responsibility. The overwhelming burden of the event is transferred from the traumatized individuals to an external, objective force. For the household, it's an admission of helplessness, a cry for external validation and intervention. It marks the formal opening of the case, transforming a personal tragedy into a legal matter. This act also signals the loss of control for the inhabitants of Blackwood Manor. Their home, their sanctuary, will soon be thoroughly scrutinized, its secrets laid bare, its routines disrupted by the presence of investigators. There's an inherent psychological tension in this transition. The relief of knowing how this coming is often accompanied by the anxiety of scrutiny, the fear of judgment, and the profound discomfort of having one's private world invaded. The act of waiting, paused between the initial shock and the formal investigation, creates a unique psychological crucible where fear, anticipation, and a desperate hope for resolution mingle. As a practical application for you, the engaged listener, consider the critical nature of these initial communications. How accurately is a situation being reported? What might be omitted, either intentionally or unintentionally, due to shock or a desire to protect certain sensibilities? The very first words spoken to the authorities often lay the groundwork for the entire investigation, establishing the initial narrative and guiding the early stages of police inquiry. Pay attention to not just what is said, but how it is said, and by whom, who takes charge, whose words carry weight. These initial details, however seemingly trivial, will form the bedrock upon which the entire edifice of the Grell mystery will be built, influencing every subsequent discovery and every eventual theory. And so, dear listener, we conclude our first chapter, The Discovery. We have witnessed the chilling tableau of Robert Grell's lifeless form in his study, a scene of quiet horror that belies the deeper, darker truth. We have felt the ripple of panic that spread like wildfire through Blackwood Manor, turning a routine morning into an unforgettable nightmare. And we have heard the hesitant, fear-laden words that reach out from the manor's isolation, summoning the forces of law and order. The stage is now set. The mystery has officially begun. The questions linger, heavy in the air. Was it an accident, or was it something far more sinister? Who would wish Robert Grell, and why? These are the questions that will drive us forward. In our next chapter, The Arrival, we will delve into the methodical, often unsettling process of the official investigation as the police descend upon Blackwood Manor, bringing with them a new wave of scrutiny, suspicion, and the relentless pursuit of truth. Join us then, as the formal hunt for answers truly begins. Chapter 2: The Golden Heart. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 2 of the Grell mystery, a chapter we've aptly titled The Golden Heart. As we delve deeper into the enigmatic life and sudden demise of Arthur Grell, we must inevitably turn our attention to the one aspect of his existence that dominated almost everything else, his immense wealth. In the grand tapestry of human drama, and especially within the intricate puzzles of mystery, money so often serves as the central thread, the compelling motive, the very source of conflict and aspiration. Was Arthur Grell's fortune a shield that ultimately failed to protect him, a glittering prize that made him a target, or perhaps, in some twisted way, a tool he wielded that led to his whole undoing? Understanding the sheer scale of his riches and the intricate web it spun around him is not merely an interesting footnote. It is, in fact, the bedrock upon which our entire investigation into his potential motives, and indeed the motives of those around him, must be built. Let us begin by laying the groundwork, by truly establishing the scope and nature of Grell's immense wealth, and in doing so, we begin to uncover the potential motives that swirl about his untimely end. For what is a man, especially a man like Arthur Grell, without his legacy, his power, his influence, all of which were inextricably linked to his extraordinary financial empire? Did his wealth invite envy, foster loyalty, or breed resentment? These are the crucial questions we must ponder. Our journey starts with a deep dive into Grell's background, an exploration of how he amassed such a formidable fortune. Arthur Grell wasn't born into the old money of landed gentry or inherited a vast industrial empire. No, his story was one of audacious ambition and relentless pursuit, a classic rags-to-riches narrative, albeit one tinged with a certain ruthless pragmatism. He began, not with a silver spoon, but with a keen intellect and an unyielding drive that propelled him from rather humble, almost unremarkable origins in a small industrial town, where his father toiled in the local steel mill, to the pinnacle of financial success. His initial foray into the world of commerce was in the commodities market, a notoriously volatile arena where fortunes are made and lost with bewildering speed. Grell, however, possessed an uncanny knack for anticipating market shifts, an almost preternatural intuition that allowed him to make shrewd, often contrarian, investments that paid off handsomely. He wasn't afraid to take calculated risks, to bet big when others hesitated, and his early successes quickly compounded. From commodities, he diversified, moving into venture capital, backing nascent technology companies long before they became household names, and later into strategic real estate acquisitions that transformed rundown urban landscapes into blooming commercial hubs. His ascent was meteoric, marked by a tireless work ethic, an almost monastic dedication to his financial pursuits, and a singular focus that often left little room for personal relationships or frivolous expenditures. He built his empire brick by painstaking brick, through shrewd negotiations, often uncompromising decisions, and a reputation for being a man who always got what he wanted, irrespective of the obstacles. Consider, for a moment, the compelling real-world example of someone like Andrew Carnegie, the steel magnate, or even a contemporary figure like Elon Musk. Carnegie started as a telegrapher, building his empire through sheer force of will, innovation, and an unwavering belief in the industrial future. Musk, though from a more comfortable background, has consistently pushed boundaries, betting everything on ventures that others deemed impossible or absurd. These individuals, much like Grell, were not just rich. They were creators of wealth, architects of their own destinies. Their fortunes were not static entities, but rather dynamic extensions of their personalities, their visions, their very beings. Grell's wealth, therefore, was not merely a number in a bank account. It was a testament to his tenacity, his strategic genius, and perhaps his unrelenting grip on control. Psychologically, why does a character's financial background matter so profoundly in a narrative, especially a mystery? Because it provides a crucial lens through which we can understand their core values, their fears, and their motivations. A person who builds their wealth from the ground up often carries a deep-seated pride in their accomplishments, a fiercely protective instinct over their assets, and perhaps a subtle paranoia about losing it all, having experienced scarcity firsthand. This self-made man often views the world through a transactional prism, where effort equals reward, and failure is a personal affront. They might struggle to trust others, particularly those who haven't earned their place, and they can be fiercely independent, even isolated. Their identity becomes inextricably intertwined with their financial success, making any threat to that success a direct threat to their sense of self. Conversely, someone born into wealth might exhibit a different set of psychological traits, perhaps a sense of entitlement, a detachment from the harsh realities of earning a living, or even a desire to escape the shadow of their ancestors' achievements. For Grell, his self-made status suggests a personality driven by ambition, meticulous planning, and an almost obsessive need for control, traits that become incredibly significant when we begin to unravel the threads of his untimely end. What does it mean for a man who spent his entire life building something, to have it, and perhaps his life, abruptly taken away? For you, our astute listener, in applying this knowledge, I encourage you to look beyond the superficial sheen of wealth in any story, or indeed, in understanding individuals in your own life. When you encounter a character of means, ask yourself, how did they acquire it? Was it earned through grit and sacrifice, inherited with the weight of expectation, or perhaps obtained through less scrupulous means? The origin story of their wealth often reveals more about the true character, their vulnerabilities, and their potential interactions with the world than any mere description of their current affluence could. It helps you anticipate their reactions, understand their biases, and identify their deepest insecurities. For Grell, knowing he forged his own empire tells us he was not a man to be trifled with, and certainly not one to relinquish control easily. This understanding helps us appreciate the scale of any motive that might have sought to disrupt his meticulously constructed world. Now, let's turn our attention to his recent financial moves. In the weeks leading up to his death, Arthur Grell had been unusually active, making a series of financial maneuvers that, in hindsight, appear both perplexing and deeply significant. Our initial investigations, piecing together fragments from his personal ledger, bank statements, and the discreet observations of his financial advisors reveal a pattern of behavior quite uncharacteristic of the usually cautious and long-term focused magnate. There were several large, indeed colossal, withdrawals from his primary investment accounts, not for typical luxury purchases or philanthropic donations, but for purposes that remain shrouded in mystery. These sums weren't simply transferred to another of his numerous holdings. They seemed to vanish into a carefully constructed financial labyrinth, leading to offshore entities and shell corporations designed to obscure the ultimate destination of the funds. Simultaneously, there were sudden, aggressive liquidations of long-held blue-chip assets that have formed the stable backbone of his portfolio for decades. These weren't strategic rebalances. They were abrupt divestments, almost as if he were preparing for some seismic shift, either personally or financially. He also purchased several obscure and rather peculiar items through private auctions, artifacts of questionable provenance, rare manuscripts, and even a remote, undeveloped tract of land in a forgotten corner of the globe. These acquisitions seem to defy any logical investment strategy or personal passion previously known to his inner circle. Imagine a scenario so much like something out of a classic suspense novel, where a renowned character, known for his meticulous eye for authentication and his predictable acquisition patterns, suddenly begins purchasing forgeries or lesser known works at exorbitant prices, all while secretly selling off his most prized, genuine masterpieces. Or perhaps a business titan, famed for his strategic brilliance, starts making erratic, high-risk investments in obscure ventures that promise outlandish returns, liquidating the secure, profitable assets to do so. In both instances, such radical deviations from the established financial behavior signal either a dramatic change in circumstances, a desperate gamble, a calculated deception, or a clandestine project that demands secrecy and immediate liquidity. Grell's actions were precisely these kinds of red flags, a stark departure from the conservative, measured approach that had characterized his financial dealings for decades. The secrecy surrounding these transactions was equally striking. He bypassed his usual team of financial analysts and lawyers, opting instead for a limited number of highly specialized, often discreet intermediaries. From a psychological standpoint, what do sudden and unusual financial shifts typically signal? They are very arbitrary. Such actions often betray a profound internal or external pressure. It could be the frantic preparation for an impending crisis, an attempt to hide assets from a perceived threat, perhaps even a premonition of personal danger. It might indicate a clandestine project requiring immense capital and absolute secrecy, a grand scheme that Grell wished to execute without scrutiny, or tragically, it could be a sign of a desperate individual, perhaps compromised or blackmailed, forced to make moves against his own vast financial interests. The rapid liquidation of stable assets, combined with the channeling of funds into untraceable pathways, suggests a desire for either extreme anonymity or strategic move to sever ties with his publicly known financial identity. It tells us Grell was operating under a new, powerful, and likely secret imperative. Was he preparing to disappear? Was he building a new life somewhere else? Was he funding something illegal or immensely dangerous? Or was he simply trying to protect his wealth from someone specific? The very act of attempting to obscure the money trail speaks volumes about the nature of his intentions, suggesting that Whatever he was doing, he wanted it hidden, not just from the public eye, but from specific, interested parties. As a practical application for you, the listener, consider this a critical lesson in the detective world, both in fiction and in real-life analysis. When presented with a mystery, always follow the money. Scrutinize any financial irregularities. Look for deviations from established patterns, sudden changes in behavior, unusual beneficiaries, or transactions designed for maximum opacity. These anomalies are not merely coincidences. They are often breadcrumbs leading directly to the heart of the truth. Who benefits from these moves? Who loses? Whose financial stability is suddenly impacted? Understanding Grell's recent financial machinations is paramount, as they hint a hidden agenda, a secret enterprise, or a looming threat that might just hold the key to who wanted him silenced. These were not the actions of a man content with his empire. They were the actions of a man on the precipice of something momentous, something that ultimately proved fatal. Finally, we must turn our attention to the human element, specifically to the constellation of greedy acquaintances that orbited Arthur Grell. It is a harsh truth that immense wealth, while it can open doors and grant influence, also attracts a distinct breed of individuals who view it not as a testament to hard work or ingenuity, but as a resource to be exploited, a means to their own ends. Grell, for all his shrewdness, was not immune to this parasitic dynamic. Our preliminary investigations have already begun to identify a number of individuals whose lives were inextricably linked to Grell's fortune, and whose motives might have been tainted by a potent mix of entitlement, desperation, and covetousness. There was, for instance, his estranged nephew, a man riddled with gambling debts and a string of failed ventures, who believed himself the rightful heir to a portion of Grell's empire, despite a palpable lack of effort or talent on his own part. Then there was his junior business partner, a brilliant but financially overextended man whose always keen investments were teetering on the brink of collapse, and who desperately needed Grell's capital to stave off personal ruin. Add to this a former lover, accustomed to a life of extravagant luxury funded entirely by Grell, now facing the harsh reality of its sudden cessation, and a coterie of ambitious rivals and disgruntled former employees, each with their own perceived grievances and financial claims against him. Each of these individuals, and the likely many more we have yet to fully uncover, stood to gain significantly from Grell's debts, either through inheritance, the liquidation of his assets, or the removal of an inconvenient obstacle to their own ambitions. Let me offer a classic storytelling example. Think of the sprawling family dramas often depicted in works by authors like Charles Dickens or the modern television sagas such as Succession. In these narratives, the patriarch's immense wealth creates a volatile ecosystem of dependents, hangers-on, and ambitious relatives, all vying for a piece of the pie. You have the indolent son, forever expecting the bailout. The manipulative daughter-in-law, keen to secure her position. The loyal but secretly resentful heir, who feels undervalued after years of dedicated service. Their lives are defined by their proximity to power and wealth, and their own financial precarity often drives them to extreme measures. The inheritance, or even just the expectation of it, transforms these individuals into a potential rogues gallery, each with a plausible, if morally reprehensible motive, secondly, greed is one of humanity's most primal and corrupting forces. It can warp perceptions, erode loyalty, and extinguish empathy, leading individuals to commit acts they might otherwise consider unthinkable. When combined with a sense of entitlement, the belief that one deserves another's wealth, whether through familial connection, past sacrifice, or simply proximity, it becomes even more virulent. Desperation, born from impending financial ruin, can push individuals past their moral boundaries, making them see murder as the only viable solution to their woes. Envy, a corrosive emotion, can fester into deep resentment towards the wealthy, especially when combined with a belief that the victim obtained their fortune unfairly or at someone else's expense. The psychology of those surrounding Grell is a complex interplay of these dark motivations. These individuals were not merely acquaintances. They were potentially predators, their sights set on its golden hoard. Their proximity to Grell meant they had access, opportunity, and, most critically, a powerful, self-serving reason to see him eliminated. Understanding the financial struggles and aspirations of each potential suspect allows us to map out the landscape of their desperation and their potential willingness to resort to extreme measures. For you, our diligent listener, the practical application here is to always consider the financial web connecting a victim to those in their orbit. When evaluating potential suspects, go beyond obvious animosities. Ask yourself, who stands to gain the most financially from this person's demise? Who faces financial ruin if this person continues to live, or if their wealth is diverted elsewhere? Whose lifestyle is directly dependent on the victim's largesse? Look for subtle shifts in their own financial circumstances, sudden deaths, or new extravagant purchases that defy their known income. The answers to these questions often illuminate the darkest corners of human motivation and provide vital clues in unraveling the mystery. For Grell, his wealth was not merely a possession. It was a potent catalyst, drawing in those who coveted it, and perhaps ultimately orchestrating his own downfall. In summary, Arthur Grell's immense wealth is not just a backdrop to this mystery. It is central to understanding his character, his final actions, and the myriad motives that surround his death. His incredible journey from humble beginnings to financial titan shaped his formidable personality and his fiercely guarded control. His recent, uncharacteristic financial maneuvers hint at a secret agenda of a looming threat, creating a complex puzzle that demands our full attention. And finally, the greedy acquaintances, drawn like moths to his golden hoard, each present a compelling reason, rooted in financial desperation or entitlement, to have wished him ill. As we close this chapter, we recognize that Grell's fortune, far from being a simple asset, was a volatile force, creating powerful currents of desire and resentment that ultimately converged in a tragic, fatal outcome. With this understanding of the financial landscape now firmly established, we are better equipped to navigate the subsequent twists and turns of our investigation, ready to confront the immediate aftermath of his death and begin the arduous process of piecing together the Grell mystery. In our next chapter, we will turn our attention to the immediate scene of the crime, examining the initial findings and the first bewildered reactions to the revelation of Arthur Grell's demise. Chapter 3: Enter Inspector Foy. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 3 of the Grell mystery, a pivotal moment in our unfolding narrative. aptly titled Enter Inspector Foil. Here, the fog of uncertainty begins to dissipate as a figure of quiet authority steps onto the scene, bringing with him the promise of order and methodical investigation. Our core concept for today's deep dive is precisely this. Foil takes charge of the crime scene. Imagine, if you will, the scene we left behind. The shop, the local constabulary perhaps, grappling with the enormity of the situation. This is the initial flurry of activity giving way to a more subdued, yet still uncertain atmosphere. Then, into this tableau steps Inspector Foil. His arrival isn't marked by a dramatic flourish or a grand pronouncement. Instead, it's a measured, almost understated entrance that nonetheless immediately shifts the dynamic, like a steady hand guiding the ship through turbulent waters. He embodies the principle that true leadership often manifests not in volume, but in precision, presence, and an unwavering commitment to process. It's about more than just being present. It's about commanding the space with competence and purpose, transforming a scene of tragedy into a meticulously managed environment for discovery. Have you ever noticed how the arrival of a truly competent individual can subtly, yet powerfully, reorient an entire group? That is precisely the effect Inspector Foil has. Let's delve deeper into the key points that illustrate this remarkable transformation, starting with the very first, showing Foil's meticulous examination. When Inspector Foil enters the study where the late Mr. Grell lies, he doesn't rush. He pauses just inside the threshold, his gaze sweeping the room with an almost preternatural calm. His eyes are not merely looking, they are seeing. He observes the ambient light filtering through the heavy drapes, noting how it falls on the Persian rug and the antique mahogany dust. He takes in the faint, almost metallic tang in the air, mingling with the scent of aged paper and leather-bound books. His movements are economical. His body language contains a deep respect for the gravity of the situation and, crucially, for the integrity of the scene itself. It takes an initial, full measure of the room, as if imprinting every detail onto his memory before even taking a step further inside. This initial survey is comprehensive, encompassing everything from the ceiling moldings to the patterns on the floor, from the dusty collection of curables on a side table to the arrangement of papers on the desk. He's building a mental map, a three-dimensional blueprint of the environment, before any closer inspection. He notices the small, almost imperceptible displacement of a decorative cushion on the armchair, the way a loose thread from the rug has caught on the heel of the victim's shoe, the particular angle of a fallen pen beside the desk. Nothing is too insignificant for this initial, overarching scrutiny. He's not searching for specific clues yet. He's absorbing the entirety of the moment, allowing the scene to speak to him in its own silent language. For a real-world storytelling example of this meticulousness, think of the way a master detective like Hercule Poirot might step into a room. He wouldn't immediately pounce on the body. Instead, he might adjust a crooked picture frame, smooth a rumpled tablecloth, or subtly shift an out-of-place ornament. These seemingly trivial actions aren't mere quirks. They are part of his process of absorbing the entire atmosphere, the order and method of the room, before the disruption. Or consider a master chess player. Before making their first move, they don't just look at their own pieces. They survey the entire board, assessing every possible permutation, every opponent's piece, every vulnerability and strength. Foyle operates with the same comprehensive, anticipatory reason psychologically. Why does this level of meticulous examination matter so profoundly? Firstly, it establishes the inspector's professional credibility from the outset. It communicates to everyone present, and to us, the listeners, that this individual is not just another official. He is an expert, someone who understands the sacredness of a crime scene. It reassures us that the investigation will be thorough, precise, and systematic. Secondly, it highlights the importance of observation itself, a fundamental skill often overlooked in our fast-paced world. It teaches us that true understanding comes not from quick judgments, but from patient, holistic absorption of information. It sets a benchmark for the entire investigation, implying that no detail, however small, will be dismissed without consideration. It also subtly builds an expectation of discovery, creating intrigue as we wonder what Foyle's sharp eyes will uncover. This deliberate pace also serves a crucial psychological function. It slows down the chaotic energy often present at such scenes, replacing it with a focused, almost meditative intensity that encourages others to follow suit. So, how can we apply this practical application in our own lives, perhaps outside the realm of criminal investigation? Think about starting a new project or entering a new environment. Instead of immediately diving into tasks, take a moment. Observe everything. What are the unspoken rules? Who are the key players? What are the subtle dynamics at play? What resources are available? And what are the potential obstacles? When you're faced with a complex problem, resist the urge to jump to an immediate solution. Instead, take a step back. Examine all the facets, all the variables, all the influences, no matter how minor they seem. Practice seeing rather than merely looking. Perhaps even take a mental photograph, as Foyle does, allowing yourself to register the full picture before dissecting its components. This deliberate approach can prevent hasty errors and lead to more insightful and effective solutions in any domain. Now, let us move to our second key point: how Foyle establishes his authority over the local police. This is a masterclass in leadership. Foyle doesn't need to shout or pull rank. His authority emanates from his demeanor, his knowledge, and his quiet competence. Upon his arrival, he is greeted by Sergeant Miller, a capable but perhaps less experienced local officer, who is eager to provide a summary of the situation. Foyle listens intently, allowing Miller to speak, but his questions are pointed, precise. Sergeant, has anyone else been in this room since the discovery, beyond yourself and the doctor? Are the windows and doors secure? And have they been checked for any signs of forced entry? Has a perimeter been established? His tone is calm, almost conversational, yet each question carries the weight of protocol and extensive experience. He doesn't dismiss Miller's efforts, rather, he subtly guides and elevates them. He might issue a direction, such as Sergeant, I'd like you to ensure a detailed log is kept of everyone entering or exiting the house from this moment. No exceptions. It's an instruction that is clear, firm, and leaves no room for ambiguity. Yet it's delivered without a hint of condescension. It's not undermining Miller. It's deputizing him, involving him in a higher standard of procedure. This immediate establishment of clear roles and responsibilities cuts through any lingering disorganization and replaces it with a structured approach. The local officers, perhaps initially overwhelmed, visibly straighten, their actions becoming more purposeful under this direction. They recognize the presence of a leader who knows exactly what needs to be done. For real-world storytelling example, think of a seasoned conductor stepping onto the podium before an orchestra. The musicians are already in place, warmed up, perhaps even playing a little. But when the conductor raises the baton, the chatter ceases, the string notes fall silent. There's an immediate, palpable shift in focus and energy, not because of a loud command, but because of the conductor's presence, their experience, and the implied understanding of the intricate work ahead. Or consider a high-stakes emergency room, where a senior trauma surgeon arrives. They don't need to bellow commands. Their calm, decisive instructions, born of years of practice, are immediately heeded by nurses and junior doctors alike. Their very presence brings order to potential chaos, simply by virtue of their demonstrated expertise and control. Psychologically, what does this understated establishment of authority resonate so powerfully? It speaks to our innate desire for competent leadership in times of crisis. When uncertainty reigns, a clear, confident voice provides immense psychological relief. Full support builds trust, not fear. The local officers don't feel chastised. They feel guided and supported by someone who clearly knows more. This psychological dynamic is crucial in any collaborative environment. It shows that authority is not merely a badge or title. It is earned through demonstrated capability, clear communication, and a calm, decisive demeanor. It allows for the efficient flow of information and the effective delegation of tasks, minimizing errors and maximizing productivity. Furthermore, it subtly prepares the audience for flawless leadership throughout the entire mystery, cementing him as the central, guiding intelligence. It demonstrates that respect is commanded through action, not simply demanded through position. How can we practically apply this in our own professional or personal interactions? If you find yourself in a leadership position or need to take charge of a situation, consider Forrest's method. Instead of asserting dominance, demonstrate competence. Listen actively to those around you, then offer clear, concise instructions. Ask intelligent questions that show you understood the situation. Delegate tasks with a sense of purpose and trust. Maintain a calm and a steady demeanor, especially when others are stressed. Remember that true authority often whispers rather than shouts. When you speak, speak with clarity and conviction, backing your words with your actions and your demonstrated understanding. This approach not only gets results but also fosters a respectful and productive environment, empowering others rather than diminishing them. Finally, let us explore our third crucial element, false identification of their initial physical clues. As Foyle conducts his close examination of the study, his eyes are like finely tuned instruments, sifting through the ordinary to spot the anomalous. He kneels beside Mr. Grell's body, his expression unreadable, observing the precise position of the victim. He notes the way the light catches a faint, almost invisible scuff mark on the polished wooden floor near the armchair, a mark that doesn't seem to belong to the usual wear and tear of the room. His gaze moves to the victim's outstretched hand, noting a subtle, unusual discoloration around the fingernails, a detail that might be missed by a less experienced eye. He observes that the grand antique grandfather clock in the corner is chiming the hour correctly, but its pendulum seems to have been stopped and restarted recently, almost imperceptibly out of sync with its usual rhythm. On the desk, Amongst the scattered papers and writing implements, he spots a small, exquisitely carved wooden bird lying on its side. It's an object of obvious sentimental value, yet its nativity is something one would leave unattended amongst business documents, and its position seems to suggest it was either dropped or placed there hastily. These are not grand, dramatic clues. There are subtle inconsistencies, tiny deviations from the expected, that immediately flag themselves to foil strained perception as potential keys to unlocking the mystery. He doesn't jump to conclusions, but each observation is mentally filed, connected to a nascent hypothesis. He sees the ordinary and recognizes the extraordinary within it. For a compelling real-world storytelling example, consider the classic detective trope where the character notices a faint scent of almonds, immediately signaling the presence of cyanide, or observes that the victim is holding a flower not indigenous to the region, prompting questions about their recent movements. Or think of an art restorer examining a centuries-old painting. They don't just see the brushstrokes, they notice the minute cracks in the varnish, the faint underdrawing visible through layers of paint, the specific pigments used that might indicate a particular period of forgery. These are the small, often overlooked details that tell a larger, hidden story psychologically. Why are these initial physical clues so vital to a narrative, and indeed to any real-world investigation? These clues are the lifeblood of a mystery. They provide the concrete starting points, the factual anchors that prevent the investigation from becoming purely speculative. They immediately raise questions. Who made the scuff mark? What a discoloration! Why was the clock tampered with? Where did this wooden bird come from, and why is it here? Each clue is a background, leading the investigator down a potential path. For the audience, these initial findings create immediate intrigue. They give us something tangible to latch onto, encouraging us to speculate alongside Foyle, to become armchair detectives ourselves. It also demonstrates the critical importance of empirical evidence, reminding us that objective facts are the bedrock upon which sound conclusions are built. It showcases the detective's ability to differentiate between mere objects and objects of evidentiary value, transforming the mundane into the meaningful. In terms of practical application first, the listeners, this principle is incredibly valuable. How often do we skim over details in our daily lives, missing crucial information that could help us solve a problem or understand a situation better? When you're facing a challenge at work, or even trying to understand a complex personal issue, don't just accept the surface-level explanation. Look for subtle inconsistencies, the things that seem slightly out of place, the small deviations from the norm. Pay attention to the scuff marks on your data, the discoloration in a report, or the misplaced object in a conversation. These often hold the key to deeper insights. Learn to cultivate an analytical eye, moving beyond what is immediately obvious to seek out the nuanced signals that reveal the true nature of a situation. Before forming an opinion, collect as much objective, factual data as you can, paying close attention to anomalies. So, as we bring this chapter to a close, we witness the transformative power of Inspector Foyle's arrival. We've seen him establish his presence through meticulous observation, command authority not through force, but through competence, and lay the very first critical foundations of the investigation by identifying those initial, telling physical clues. The scene of confusion has given way to one of disciplined inquiry, thanks to the quiet expertise of this remarkable man. The stage is now set, dear listener, for the next phase of our mystery. With Foyle firmly in control, the focus will soon shift from initial assessment to deeper investigation, perhaps involving forensic analysis, the interviewing of witnesses, and the beginning of a long, intricate process of piecing together the truth behind Mr. Grell's untimely demise. What further secrets will this methodical approach uncover? Join us in our next chapter as we delve deeper into the Grell mystery. Chapter 4: The Missing Bride. Welcome back, listeners, to the Grell mystery. And as we delve into Chapter 4, prepare yourselves, because the intricate tapestry we've been weaving takes an unexpected, indeed, a quite sudden turn. This chapter isn't just a pivot. It's an earthquake at the very foundation of our story, centered around one deeply unsettling realization. Lord Grell's fiancée, the beautiful and seemingly demure Lady Aline, is nowhere to be found. Can you imagine the scene? The anticipation of a joyous wedding day, the guests arriving, the air thick with excitement and the scent of celebratory flowers, only for it all to dissolve into a chilling void. This profound discovery forms a very core concept of our current exploration. It's the moment where the festive atmosphere curdles into dread, where the questions begin to multiply faster than answers can be conceived. From a narrative perspective, this is a masterstroke in crafting suspense. Symbolic, the narrative tension isn't merely introduced. It explodes onto the scene, irrevocably altering the stakes. Up until this point, we might have been contemplating minor intrigues, perhaps a family feud over inheritance, or a clandestine love affair. But now, we're faced with something far more sinister, far more urgent. A person, a central figure in what should have been a celebration of union, has simply vanished. How does such a vacuum instantly redefine an entire story? It transforms a potential drawing room drama into a full-blown mystery, a race against time, where every ticking second amplifies the fear of the unknown. The psychological impact on the characters left behind, particularly Lord Grell, is immense, catapulting them from a state of hopeful anticipation into profound anxiety and confusion. This core revelation compels us, the audience, to evaluate everything we thought we knew, every character interaction, every minor detail that preceded this disappearance. It forces us into the role of a detective alongside the characters, scrutinizing every piece of information, no matter how small, for clues that might illuminate the path to Lady Aline. This is the moment the mystery in the Grell mystery truly begins its relentless, captivating unraveling. The initial quiet palm observation, the polite chatter, the clinking of champagne glasses, all instantly silenced by the dawning, horrifying truth of an antechamber, a perfectly laid out gown, and a missing woman. It's a abrupt shattering of expectation, the sudden substitution of joy with a cold, gnawing fear that grips everyone present. Now, let's turn our attention to the key points that define this pivotal chapter, starting with the very person at the heart of this enigma, Lady Aline herself. Who is Lady Aline, this bride who never made it to the altar? Before her disappearance, she was presented as the epitome of grace and societal expectation, a young woman from a respectable, albeit slightly less affluent, family, chosen by Lord Grell for her beauty, her quiet, and her impeccable manners. She was, to all outward appearances, the perfect match for a man of Grell's stature, poise, elegance, and seemingly without a hint of scandal or deep-seated conflict in her past. We are led to believe she possessed a gentle disposition, perhaps a touch reserved, but utterly devoted to Grell and eagerly anticipating their life together. Her family, the Martins, were well regarded, if not immensely powerful, and their alliance with the Grell estate was seen as a mutually beneficial strengthening of ties within their social circles. She was not a firebrand or an outspoken revolutionary. She was seemingly a woman perfectly content to fulfill her role as a future Lady Grell, someone who always knew her place and executed her duties with quiet efficiency. Her interests, from what little we gleaned, tended towards the traditional needlework, classical music, and the cultivation of exotic orchids, all fitting for a lady of her perceived station. She carried herself with an air of delicate poise, rarely drawing undue attention, yet always present, always observant, considered, for a moment, the literary character of Laura Palmer from the iconic television series Twin Peaks. Before her body is discovered wrapped in plastic, Laura is painted as a quintessential good girl, the homecoming queen, loved by all. Yet, as the series progresses, layers of her secret life are peeled back, revealing a much darker, more complex individual beneath a pristine surface. Similarly, with Lady Eileen, her introduction, even as a seemingly simple, elegant fiancée, is crucial. If she were merely a fleeting, undeveloped character, her disappearance would hold far less emotional weight. Instead, the author, even subtly, provides just enough information for us to register her as a significant individual, a person with hopes and a future, making her absence all the more poignant and mysterious. It creates a baseline of perception that can later be challenged and subverted. From a psychological perspective, establishing Lady Eileen as a character of some depth, even if that depth is initially perceived as conventional or understated, is paramount. It ensures that her disappearance isn't just a plot device. It's a personal tragedy. We, the audience, need to feel a connection, however nascent, to her fate. This humanizes the mystery. Without this foundational understanding of who she is, or at least who she appears to be, the ensuing investigation becomes purely intellectual, a puzzle to be solved, rather than a narrative imbued with genuine human stakes. Our empathy is engaged, and with empathy comes a deeper investment in uncovering the truth. Furthermore, a seemingly uncomplicated nature allows for maximum impact when inconsistencies or darker truths inevitably surface. The contrast between her public persona and any potential secrets she harbors creates a fertile ground for suspicion and intrigue. It asks us, the audience, to question appearances and delve beyond the superficial. We are invited to ponder if her quality was genuine serenity or carefully constructed facade, hiding unspoken anxieties or even illicit desires. For authors and storytellers listening, the practical application here is invaluable. Never underestimate the power of a well-sketched character, even one who exits the narrative early or mysteriously. Even a few carefully chosen details, a favorite flower, a particular book she's enjoyed, a subtle habit like always fiddling with a pearl necklace can imbue a character with enough life that the absence reverberates powerfully. So, don't just doubt her importance to other characters, particularly to Grell. Did she have a peculiar way of smiling that only Grell truly understood? Did she hum a specific, slightly melancholic tune when she was deep in thought? These small, Seemingly insignificant details build a composite picture that makes her more than just a name, transforming her into a presence whose sudden absence creates an immediate, palpable void. Think about how other characters react to her. Their grief, their confusion, their anger, these are all reflections of her impact, making her a more fully realized individual in the minds of the audience. The meticulous detail in describing her initial presence is what makes her subsequent absence so jarring and effective. Moving on. The second critical point of this chapter is the sudden highlighting of her disappearance. It isn't a gradual fade, nor is it a quiet departure. It is a dramatic, unsettling voice discovered on the very day of her wedding. Imagine the sequence of events, the bustle and preparations in the bridal suite, the bridesmaids fluttering about with last-minute adjustments to their dresses, perhaps a nervous maid of honor trying to locate her, expecting to see her in her stunning gown. Instead, they find her rooms empty, her wedding dress laid out on the bed, still pristine and unworn, like a silent testament to a ceremony that will not occur. The initial thought, of course, might be a misunderstanding, a moment of pre-wedding jitters, a brief walk in the garden to compose herself before the momentous occasion. But as minutes stretch into an hour, and an hour into frantic searches of every room, every hallway, every nook and cranny of the sprawling estate, the dreadful realization dawns. The absence becomes undeniable. The silence in her room screams louder than any shout. A carefully planned schedule disintegrates into panicked chaos as the news, initially whispered, then openly gasped, spreads through the assembled guests. The joy anticipated by all quickly devolves into a desperate search, a growing sense of alarm rippling through the assembled guests and staff. This isn't just a missing person. It's a missing bride, an unthinkable disruption to one of society's most sacred rituals, a profound breach of decorum and expectation. Consider the classic mystery Gone by Gillian Flynn, or even elements of a classic true mystery where a person vanishes from a seemingly impossible situation. In Gone Girl, Amy Down's disappearance on her 5th wedding anniversary is not just a plot point. It's the catalyst that unravels an entire marriage and exposes layers of deceit. The shock value of her sudden, unexplained absence is central to the narrative script. Similarly, in the Grell mystery, the fact that Lady Eileen disappears from a presumably secure and highly populated environment, a grand estate, on her wedding day intensifies the intrigue. It immediately raises questions of how, why, and by whom. Was it an inside job? Did she leave of her own volition? The sheer audacity and timing of the act amplify the mystery tenfold, making it a truly captivating puzzle. The sheer public humiliation and scandal of such an event will also add layers of pressure to the search, further complicating motives and reactions. From a psychological perspective, a sudden disappearance evokes a primal fear, the fear of the unknown, of loss without closure. It creates immense suspense because the fate of the missing person is entirely ambiguous. Is she alive? Is she harmed? Has she run away? Each possibility carries its own unique psychological weight, not just for the characters in the story, but for us, the audience. This ambiguity fuels our engagement, compelling us to seek answers, to fill the void with theories and speculation. The suddenness also creates an emotional vacuum for the characters left behind, plunging them into grief, confusion, and often guilt. Lord Grell, in particular, would be racked by a complex cocktail of emotions, worry for Eileen's safety, embarrassment over the public spectacle, and perhaps an annoying sense of responsibility or even betrayal. This emotional turmoil is contagious. It draws us deeper into the character's plight, making the mystery feel more visceral and immediate. The unexpected nature of it overshadows routine and expectation, highlighting the fragility of life and plans, and forcing everyone to confront a reality they never anticipated. For aspiring writers, the practical application of highlighting a sudden disappearance lies in conveying its immediate, chaotic impact. Don't simply state that she is gone. Show the reactions. Describe the frantic searches, the growing alarm on the faces of the staff as they search frantically, the hushed whispers among the increasingly uneasy guests, the desperate pleas of Lord Grell as he struggles to comprehend the incomprehensible. Use sensory details. The frantic ringing of a bell for servants, the sound of footsteps humming up and down hallways, the desolate silence of her empty room contrasted with the vibrant preparations that still remain untouched in other parts of the house. Pacing is crucial here. Start with a slow, creeping unease, a few worried glances, gradually escalating into full-blown panic and disarray. This immersive approach allows the listener to experience the disorienting shock alongside the characters, making the disappearance feel incredibly real and immediate, rather than just a narrative device. Emphasize the broken expectations, the uneaten breakfast laid out for the bride, the untouched bouquet of lilies, the open hymnal on the altar awaiting its reader. These small, poignant details underscore the abruptness of the void, driving home the magnitude of the loss and the sudden turn of events. Finally, we arrive at the third crucial aspect of this chapter, framing Lady Eileen as either a primary suspect or an innocent victim. This is the cornerstone of any compelling mystery, the ambiguity that keeps us guessing and re-evaluating every piece of evidence. Is she a damsel in distress, abducted against the world, perhaps by a jealous rival, a scorned lover, or someone seeking to harm, reassure, or conversely? Is she a puppet master, having orchestrated her own disappearance for reasons yet unknown, perhaps to escape the marriage, to flee a secret past, or even for some nefarious purpose? The very act of her vanishing makes her both the object of our concern and simultaneously a potential agent of her own destiny, perhaps even a perpetrator. The fact that she could be both at once is what makes the mystery so utterly compelling. Think about classic detective fiction, from Agatha Christie's intricate plots to modern thrillers. Often, the person who disappears or is found dead is revealed to have a hidden life, one that complicates the status as a Puritan. In stories like Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier, the shadow of the first Mrs. De Winter Rebecca looms large, and as details of her life emerge, the lines between victim and manipulated force become incredibly blurred. Or consider the classic The Lady Vanishes by Alfred Hitchcock, where the missing person might not even exist, or might be part of a larger, more complex international conspiracy, making her disappearance a critical part of a deliberate deception. Lady Eileen's situation offers a similar delicious dilemma. Is she the innocent lamb led to slaughter, or the cunning fox who has slipped away, leaving a trail of confusion and misdirection in her wake? Could her serene exterior have masked a fierce, independent spirit desperate to escape societal constraints? Or was she genuinely caught in a web spun by someone else, making her a pawn in a greater game? Secondly, the dual framing of suspect versus victim preys on our inherent human need to categorize and assign motive. When someone vanishes, our minds immediately search for explanations. If she's a victim, we empathize, we fear for her, and we direct our suspicion outwards towards potential villains. If she's a suspect, our empathy might diminish, replaced by a morbid curiosity, even a sense of betrayal. This ambiguity forces us to confront our own biases and assumptions. Are we more inclined to believe a seemingly gentle woman is a victim? What if her quiet demeanor was a mask for something entirely different? This moral ambiguity is incredibly powerful in storytelling, as it forces the audience to engage more deeply, to weigh conflicting evidence, and to question their initial judgments. It highlights the deceptive nature of our appearances and the complexity of human motivation. The tension between these two possibilities creates a constant undercurrent of doubt, ensuring that no theory is ever fully dismissed until the truth is unequivocally revealed. It forces us to actively participate in the detective work, constantly shifting our gaze between sympathy and suspicion, questioning ourselves as much as the characters. For writers, the practical application of creating this ambiguity is multifaceted. Firstly, placid of doubt. Perhaps a fleeting glimpse of Eileen in a clandestine conversation just days before the wedding, or a seemingly innocent remark she made about new beginnings that now takes on a far more ominous meaning. It reveals conflicting testimony from characters who knew her. One friend might attest to her unwavering devotion to Grell, while another might recall a moment of profound sadness or a cryptic comment about feeling trapped by her circumstances, all making her too obviously good or too obviously nefarious from the outset. Instead, present a mosaic of impressions, some suggesting innocence, others hinting at hidden depths or darker intentions. You might even reveal, through subtle flashback or character dialogue, that she had a secret admirer with a possessive streak, or a secret enemy from an earlier, undisclosed period of her life, or even a past set of family secrets that she was desperately struggling to conceal. This strip of information, some reinforcing the victim narrative, others bolstering the suspect theory, keeps the audience perpetually on edge, constantly shifting their allegiance and theories. It's about crafting a narrative where the audience finds themselves torn, unsure whether to root for a safe return or to suspect her direct involvement in her own disappearance. This balance is key to a truly gripping mystery. Could it be that her quiet nature was not mere shyness, but a guardedness born of secrets? Was her devotion to Grell genuinely heartfelt, or a calculated means to an end? These are the kinds of questions that foster rich, engaging storytelling, pulling the listener deeper into the web of intrigue. So, as we conclude our deep dive into Chapter 4, we are left with a profoundly altered landscape for the Grell mystery. The joyous anticipation of a wedding has evaporated, replaced by the chilling reality of our amazing bride. We've introduced Lady Eileen, not just as a name, but as a person whose quiet demeanor belied her pivotal role. We've highlighted the shocking suddenness of her disappearance, a word that has shattered the tranquilities of the Grell estate and propelled us into a desperate search for answers. And crucially, we've laid the groundwork for the central tension of any great mystery. Is Lady Eileen an innocent victim of a heinous crime? Or is she, in some unexpected twist, the architect of her own vanishing act, perhaps even a key player in a larger, more intricate scheme. This ambiguity isn't merely a trick. It's the very engine that will drive our investigation forward, demanding that we question every assumption, scrutinize every detail, and distrust every seemingly straightforward explanation. The search for Lady Ellen is no longer just about finding her. It's about unraveling the truth of who she truly was, and what complex forces led to her vanishing from her own wedding day, leaving behind only questions and a profound, aching silence. Our journey into the Grell mystery has just begun in earnest, and the path ahead is shrouded in questions, suspicions, and the tantalizing promise of revelations yet to come. In the next chapter, we will begin the arduous task of piecing together the events of that fateful morning, examining the immediate aftermath, and delving into the desperate, chaotic beginnings of the search for the missing bride. Prepare yourselves, for the threads of this mystery are about to become even more tangled, and the truth, perhaps, far stranger than any fiction. Chapter 5: The Stabbing Clue. Welcome back, listeners, to the Grell mystery. As we delve deeper into the intricate web of deceit and bets surrounding the unfortunate Mr. Alistair Grell, we transition now from the immediate shock of discovery and the initial profiling of the victim to a crucial, often silent witness, the murder weapon itself. In Chapter 5, aptly titled The Stabbing Clue, our focus narrows with intense precision onto the titular instrument that ended a life, an object that, upon closer inspection, promises to unravel secrets far beyond the confines of the Grell manor. Our core concept for this chapter, the very heartbeat of our investigation, revolves around analyzing the peculiar weapon used in the murder. Have you ever considered how much a single object, particularly one used in such a definitive act, can truly tell us? It isn't merely the instrument of death. It is a relic, imbued with its own history, its own story, and often its own connection to the perpetrator. In the realm of criminal investigation, the weapon is a tangible link, a silent messenger, and its careful examination can often provide the most direct path to understanding not just the how but also the who and, perhaps most importantly, the why. A murder weapon isn't inert. It vibrates with information for those astute enough to discern its subtle whispers. It carries fingerprints, traces of DNA, yes, but it also carries the indelible signature of its origin, its purpose, and its journey before it ever came into contact with its final victim. This is precisely why we must dissect every facet of this peculiar find. Our journey through this chapter will unfold in 3 critical stages, each building upon the last to construct a comprehensive understanding of this pivotal clue. First, we will embark upon a detailed examination of the foreign endeavor itself, scrutinizing its physical attributes with an almost obsessive eye. What makes it so unusual? What immediately sets it apart from conventional weaponry? Secondly, once we have a clearer picture of its distinctiveness, we will endeavor to trace the weapon's origins, embarking on a historical and geographical quest to pinpoint where such an item might have come from. And finally, recognizing the limits of general knowledge, we will explore the indispensable step of consulting an antiquities expert, bringing specialized knowledge to bear upon our enigma. Let us begin with our first crucial step, a meticulous examination of the foreign dagger. Imagine, if you will, the scene the victim Mr. Grell discovered, and nestled ominously within his chest, not a common kitchen knife, not a hunting blade, but something altogether different. What makes a weapon peculiar? Is it its size, its material, its design, or perhaps something even more ephemeral, a sudden aura it possesses? In Mr. Grell's case, the dagger immediately distinguished itself. It wasn't utilitarian. It seemed almost ceremonial. Its blade was sharp, almost obsidian-like, edged with intricate, swollen patterns that seemed to shift in the light. Unlike any steel commonly found in a European household, the hilt was fashioned from a dense, familiar wood, inlaid with small, iridescent pieces of shell or perhaps polished bone, forming symbols that were alien to Western iconography. It possessed a delicate, yet deadly curvature, unlike the straight, purposeful lines of most conventional blades. To give you a real-world storytelling example of how such a unique atom can pivot an entire investigation, consider the famous fictional case where a detective found a victim killed not with a firearm or a common bladed weapon, but with an ancient, intricately carved throttle spearhead. The police initially searched for local culprits, but the spearhead immediately screamed firm. Forensic analysis revealed that the spearhead was crafted from a specific volcanic glass found only on a remote Pacific island chain, and its unique lashing technique pointed to a particular isolated tribe. This single detail shifted the entire focus of the investigation, drawing in anthropologists, historians, and eventually leading detectives to a seemingly innocuous museum heist that had occurred months prior, involving artifacts from that very island. The perpetrator wasn't a random local criminal, but a disgruntled former curator with a deep personal connection to the stolen artifacts, using a weapon that was both symbolic and devastatingly effective. The weapon itself became the primary character in the unfolding drama, guiding every subsequent step of the inquiry. From a psychological perspective, why does such a peculiar or foreign weapon matter so profoundly? Because it shatters our preconceptions. When we encounter something utterly out of place, it immediately triggers a cascade of questions. It introduces an element of the unknown, forcing us to expand our mental map of possibilities. It challenges the assumption that the crime is a simple, local affair. A common weapon, while equally deadly, often confines our thinking to familiar motives and perpetrators. But a foreign dagger? It whispers of distant lands, of different cultures, of specialized knowledge, perhaps even of an exotic motive unknown to the everyday criminal. It creates intrigue, a deep-seated curiosity that drives us to delve deeper. It's a puzzle piece that doesn't seem to fit the current picture, compelling us to search for an entirely new picture where it does belong. This psychological shift from the familiar to the unfamiliar is precisely what allows investigators to break free from potential tunnel vision and consider broader, more unconventional theories. It fuels both fear and fascination, drawing us deeper into the mystery. For you, our attentive listener, the practical application steps in recognizing and valuing such details are clear. When observing any scene, real or fictional, develop an eye for anomalies. What stands out? What doesn't seem to belong? Ask yourself, what are its unique characteristics? Is it the material, wood, metal, stone, bone, and its unusual composition? Are there distinct markings, symbols, etchings, engravings that hint at a different origin or purpose? Consider its craftsmanship. Does it look mass-produced or handcrafted with intricate, specialized skill? Does it appear ceremonial or purely functional? How does it differ from common objects? By honing this observational skill, you begin to see beyond the surface, recognizing that the most seemingly minor oddities can, in fact, be the most significant clues, the threads that unravel the entire tapestry of a mystery. It's about questioning the obvious and embracing the unusual. Moving now to our second critical stage, tracing the weapon's origins. Once we have meticulously documented the peculiar features of the dagger, the next logical step is to discover where such an object might have come from. This isn't just about identifying a country. It's about uncovering its entire lineage, its provenance. Every object has a history, a journey it undertakes before it reaches its final destination. And in the case of a murder weapon, the journey can be fraught with crucial revelations. What cultural context gave rise to such a design? What materials were available in that region? What artisan skills were employed? These questions are the key to unlocking the weapon's story. Let's crown this with another compelling storytelling example. Imagine an ancient Egyptian funerary dagger, perhaps looted from 2 centuries ago, resurfacing at a crime scene in modern-day London. Through painstaking research, involving art historians and archaeologists, the dagger is identified not only as an inapplicable ancient Egyptian but specifically attributed to a particular dynasty due to its unique alloy of copper and gold, and its distinctive hilt decorated with scarab beetles. Further research reveals that a similar dagger, part of a pair, was documented in the journals of a 19th century explorer who excavated a specific site. The explorer's descendants, it turns out, were notorious collectors, and their collection, though largely dispersed, still has gaps. The investigation then pivots from merely identifying the dagger to tracing its convoluted path through the black market, through various private collections, perhaps even through a shadowy smuggling ring, before it ended up in the hands of the perpetrator. This journey, pieced together from auction records, historical documents, and expert testimony, eventually leads to the true motive, a deadly dispute over the authenticity and ownership of the second, missing dagger, revealing a killer driven by greed and historical obsession. The weapon's origin, in this case, became a map, directing the investigators through time and across continents to the heart of the crime. Psychologically speaking, why is tracing origins so utterly compelling, so crucial to our understanding? Because it provides context. It transforms a mere object into a historical artifact, a cultural ambassador, and often a direct link to a perpetrator's background, connections, or obsessions. It satisfies our inherent human curiosity about where things come from and how they got here. Every object, in a sense, is a witness to its own past, and by understanding that past, we begin to understand its relevance to the present crime. Tracing an origin isn't just about geographical identification. It's about uncovering the motivations that might lead someone to possess, cherish, or even specifically choose such an unusual item. Did they inherit it? Did they buy it? Did they steal it? Did they craft it? Each answer opens up a new avenue for investigation, a deeper dive into the perpetrator's world. It moves this investigation beyond a sterile crime scene report to a rich narrative of interconnected events and individual histories. It connects the dots not just across the room, but across oceans and centuries. For the practical application in your own engagement with mysteries, facing origins involves a methodical approach. Start with broad categorizations and then narrow down. What region of the world does its style suggest? Is it Asian, African, Middle Eastern, Oceanic? Are there specific cultural motifs or symbols that point to a particular ethnicity or historical period? This often involves cross-referencing visual clues with non-historical art, weaponry, or ceremonial objects. Pay attention to the materials. Are they indigenous to a specific geographical area? Look for any marks that might suggest a maker, a date, or an official stamp. Research auction halls, historical collections, ethnographic museums, and academic papers that might document similar items. For the listener, this means understanding that deeper dive into history, geography, and culture is not a digression, but often the most direct road to solving the puzzle. Every object has a story, and often that story is the key. This leads us organically to our third and often indispensable step: consulting an antiquity expert. While our own observations and initial research can give significant clues, there comes a point where specialized knowledge becomes paramount. The nuances of ancient craftsmanship, the subtle variations in cultural iconography, the specific metallurgy of historical weapons, these are domains for true experts. An antiquities expert is not merely a historian. They are often part detectives themselves, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of artifacts that allows them to identify, date, and contextualize objects with astonishing precision. Let's illustrate this with a vivid storytelling example. Imagine the police, having done their best, present the unusual dagger to Dr. Harry Soren, a reclusive but world-renowned expert in ancient Southeast Asian weaponry. Dr. Thorn, with his thick spectacles perched on his nose, takes the dagger into his hands. He doesn't need a manual. He simply feels the balance, examines the grain of the familiar wood, runs a gloved finger over the intricate etchings. With a knowing nod, he proclaims a charis, specifically a Buddhist charis from the early 18th century, likely originating from Sulawesi. Notice the distinctive black pattern, the waves in the blade. It's not just decorative, it's symbolic, often indicating power, spiritual significance. And these inlays, he gestures to with iridescent shell. They are rare mother of pearl, masterfully cut and set. This isn't merely a weapon. It's an heirloom, possibly even a sacred object, traditionally passed down through generations. A specific family might recognize this particular part, the metallic pattern within the blade. This piece is documented in several obscure academic texts, and one similar, though not identical, resides in a private collection owned by a rather eccentric noble family known for their historical ties to the spice trade and indeed to Southeast Asia. Upper, those insights, delivered with a calm assurance, immediately provide a wealth of precise information, opening up entirely new avenues of inquiry: family histories, ancient feuds, colonial connections, and the potential theft from a specific collection, all stemming from his deep expertise. His knowledge transforms speculation into informed fact, narrowing down the search dramatically, psychologically. Why does an expert's input resonate so powerfully and become so crucial? Because it provides validation and authority. Our other observations and theories, while insightful, might remain speculative without the corroboration of an expert. Their specialized knowledge transforms ambiguous details into definitive facts, bringing certainty to an otherwise uncertain process. It builds trust not only in the investigative process itself but also in the broader pursuit of truths. When an expert speaks, they bring with them years, often decades, of focused study and experience, allowing them to see patterns and make connections that are invisible to the uninitiated. It highlights the indispensable value of interdisciplinary approaches to problem solving, recognizing that no single individual possesses all the answers. Moreover, it satisfies our deep human desire for understanding and resolution, providing a clear path forward when we might otherwise be lost in a maze of possibilities. An expert isn't just a source of information. They are often the key that unlocks the next door in the mystery. For you, the practical application steps for leveraging expert knowledge are straightforward but essential. First, identify the right expert. Is it an archaeologist for ancient artifacts, a metallurgist for blade composition, an art historian for specific designs, or an ethnographer of a cultural context? Sometimes you need a combination. Second, prepare your questions clearly and concisely. Provide the expert with all available data, high-resolution photographs, measurements, the context of discovery, and any initial research you've already conducted. Be respectful of their time and knowledge. Most importantly, listen carefully to their insights. Understand not just what they say, but why they say it. Be open to having your initial theories changed or completely overturned by their superior knowledge. Recognize that experts might also point out the limitations of their expertise, indicating where further consultation might be needed. For the listener, this reinforces the idea that even the most brilliant minds benefit from collaboration, and that humility in the face of specialized knowledge is a sign of true wisdom. So, as we bring our detailed analysis of the stabbing clue to a close, what have we gained? We've transformed a simple, if gruesome, object into a rich tapestry of historical, cultural, and criminal information. By meticulously examining the foreign data, we've learned to appreciate the power of peculiar details, how they shatter assumptions and open new investigative pathways. By attempting to trace its origins, we understood that every object has a narrative, a journey that can directly inform the motive and identity of a perpetrator. And by recognizing the invaluable role of an antiquities expert, we've highlighted how specialized knowledge can bring clarity and direction to even the most perplexing aspects of mystery. The dagger, initially a silent witness, has now begun to speak volumes, its foreign symbols and ancient craftsmanship hinting at connections far beyond the quiet English countryside. The implications for the Grell mystery are profound. This isn't a local crime, a domestic dispute gone wrong. These weapons suggest a broader, perhaps international scope. It hints at a perpetrator with access to, or knowledge of, rare artifacts. Someone connected to a world of collecting, trading, or perhaps even illicit dealings. The investigation now veers dramatically from the immediate vicinity of the crime scene to potentially global networks, to obscure historical records, and to individuals with very specific interests. The victim, Alistair Grell, may have been tangled in something far more intricate and dangerous than anyone initially suspected. In our next chapter, we will take these revelations and begin to apply them, delving into the world of antiquities, collecting in the dark underbelly of artifact trade. We will follow the trail that this peculiar dagger has laid out for us, hoping to uncover not just its true provenance, but the identity of the person who wielded it with such deadly intent. Until then, keep your minds open, your eyes keen, and remember that sometimes the most peculiar clue is the one that shines the brightest light on the truth. Chapter 6: Certain Secrets. Welcome back, dear listener, to the Grell mystery. We've delved into the unsettling atmosphere of the estate, examined the initial crime scene, and perhaps even started to form some early suspicions. Now, in this pivotal Chapter 6, titled Certain Secrets, we turn our attention inwards, focusing on those often overlooked yet incredibly perceptive witnesses, the household staff. This is where the true fabric of their estate's daily life, its rhythms, and its hidden tensions will begin to unravel. Our core concept for this chapter, and indeed a crucial element in any investigation, is the meticulous art of interpreting the household staff for inconsistencies. Why is this so vital? You might ask. Well, imagine for a moment the sprawling tapestry of daily life within a grand house. Who observes the threads being woven, the frayed edges, the subtle shifts in pattern, better than those who are present for every meal, every conversation, every late-night departure and early morning arrival? The staff are the silent observers, the ears in every room, the eyes that catch fleeting glances and unguarded moments. They possess a unique vantage point, seeing both the public facade and the private realities of the household members. Therefore, finding discrepancies in their accounts isn't merely about catching a lie. It's about identifying nervousness, revealing concealed truths, uncovering forgotten details, or perhaps most tellingly, pinpointing deliberate obfuscation and inconsistency in acts as a tiny ripple in an otherwise calm pond, signaling that something lies beneath the surface, something that demands closer inspection. Our journey through the servants' quarters begins with a focus on interviewing the butler, then expands to uncover hidden animosities among the staff, and finally culminates in the crucial search for a missing key. Each of these elements serves as a vital piece of the intricate puzzle we are piecing together. First, let us consider the interview with the butler. In a traditional grand house, the butler is more than just a servant. He is the orchestrator of the domestic sphere, the keeper of routines, and often the most composed and seemingly unflappable member of the staff. His testimony typically provides a foundational timeline and a baseline understanding of the household's operations. Think of it as establishing the rhythm against which all other individual notes will be played. To give you a storytelling example, consider the classic mystery of the Grell estate. Our butler, perhaps a man named Higgins, presents himself with impeccable posture and a voice of calm authority. He recounts Lord Grell's final evening with meticulous detail, the precise time dinner was served, the specific vintage of wine poured, Lord Grell's usual after-dinner routine, and Higgins' own actions before retiring. He confirmed the doors were locked, the windows secured. He gives no hint of trouble, no suggestion of anything out of the ordinary. That, when asked about the placement of a particular antique snuff box, which was always on Lord Grell's study desk, Higgins might hesitate, or perhaps recall it being in a slightly different spot. or even deny seeing it at all that evening. This seemingly minor detail, a flicker of uncertainty in an otherwise perfect narrative, can be the first crack in the facade. Perhaps the snuff box was moved because it contained something important, or perhaps its absence from its usual spot indicates an interruption to Lord Grell's routine, an interruption Higgins might be trying to smooth over. From a psychological perspective, why does interviewing the butler, and specifically looking for these subtle inconsistencies, matter so much? People in positions of responsibility, like a butler, are conditioned to maintain order, discretion, and an aura of control. They are often fiercely protective of the household's reputation, and by extension, their own competence and standing. This can lead them to omit details that might seem unfavorable, or to present a narrative that aligns with their perceived duty to uphold the household's flawless image. Their very composure can be a carefully constructed shield. When an inconsistency does emerge, it is therefore highly significant. It might indicate genuine forgetfulness, an attempt to protect someone, perhaps even themselves, or a subtle manipulation of the truths. These discrepancies are often harder to detect because they are cloaked in an otherwise credible and detailed account. Thus, the detective must listen not just for what is said, but for the timing, the intonation, the momentary pause, and the things that are conspicuously not said. It requires a deep understanding of human behavior under pressure. For our listeners, what are the practical application steps you might take in a similar situation, whether fictional or perhaps even in understanding complex real-world dynamics? Firstly, always begin with open-ended questions to encourage a free flow of information, allowing the individual to establish their own narrative first. Ask about routines, the victim's habits, and the events leading up to the incident. Secondly, meticulously cross-reference their account with known facts or other testimonies, even seemingly minor ones. Did the butler mention Lord Grell reading in the library when another staff member saw him making a phone call in the drawing room? Thirdly, pay close attention to non-verbal cues. A sudden shift in eye contact, a nervous fidget, an alteration in breathing patterns, or an overly rehearsed tone. Finally, subtly probe into their personal feelings towards the victim or other staff members. Sometimes, a seemingly unrelated question about a minor domestic dispute can reveal underlying tensions that impact their recollection of events. Now, let us move to our second key point: uncovering hidden animosities among the staff. The domestic environment, despite its outward appearance of order, can often be a pressure cooker of unspoken resentments, professional jealousies, personal slights, and even forbidden romantic entanglements. These animosities, simmering beneath the surface, can provide powerful motives for malicious sabotage or even the most drastic actions. Consider a storytelling example from the annals of Grell Estate. Perhaps the head housemaid Eleanor, a woman who has served the family for 2 decades, resents the recent promotion of a younger, more ambitious under housemaid Clara, who seems to have an unnatural talent for charming the matriarch. Eleanor might quietly spread rumors about Clara's lack of experience, or subtly sabotage her work. Or perhaps the chauffeur Robert has developed a secret, illicit affair with one of the family members, leading to whispered arguments and veiled threats. Then there's the long-serving gardener, a quiet man who has tended their estate for years, feeling increasingly overlooked for the younger, more boisterous footman, whose attention to the family is always rewarded. During interviews, Eleanor might with a seemingly innocent side, remarked that Clara has a terrible temper, you know, especially when things don't go away. Or she might accidentally mention sitting Clara near the victim's study at an unusual hour, with a look that suggested something wasn't right. This small, seemingly innocuous comment, delivered with a hint of malice or faint concern, can be far more revealing than any direct accusation. Psychologically speaking, why are these hidden animosities so crucial to uncover? People are naturally reluctant to openly admit to petty grievances, professional jealousies, or personal hatreds, especially in a formal investigative setting. They fear repercussions, want to avoid appearing petty, or simply wish to distance themselves from any suggestion of complicity. However, these powerful emotions often find indirect ways to surface. A dismissive tone when speaking of a colleague, an overly eager deflection of blame, an exaggerated sigh, or the accidental revelation of a minor fault in another staff member cannot be tells. The desire for justice, or perhaps just a potent human drive for gossip and airing grievances, can sometimes make staff members more open to revealing truths about others, even if they wouldn't directly incriminate themselves. The astute investigator understands that these underlying emotional currents are often the hidden drivers of actions. What practical application steps can we derive from this understanding? Firstly, it is absolutely paramount to interview staff members separately. This prevents collusion, minimizes the risk of intimidation, and allows individuals to speak more freely without the watchful eyes of their colleagues. Secondly, ask indirect questions about relationships within the house or any challenges in working together. Instead of asking, "Do you hate anyone here?" try were there ever any disagreements among the staff that caused tension. Thirdly, listen intently for those subtle changes in tone, shifts in body language, or prolonged pauses when specific individuals are mentioned. An abrupt change of subject, or an overly verbose defense of another person, can also be red flags. Finally, consider creating an environment where staff feel they can speak off the record or express concerns confidentially. Sometimes, a promise of anonymity can unlock a torrent of vital information that would otherwise remain hidden. These layers of personal dynamics often provide the motive that complements the opportunity. Our third and final key point for this chapter is the critical task of finding the missing key. In the world of the Grell mystery, a physical object like a key, particularly one that grants access to a restricted area, a locked drawer, or a safe, is far more than just a piece of metal. It is a concrete piece of evidence that implies unauthorized entry, a planned event, or a deliberate cover-up. Its absence speaks volumes, suggesting a breach in security or a deviation from established routine. Let's construct a vivid storytelling example. Lord Grell was known for his meticulously organized study, always locked when he wasn't present. The keys, a distinctive brass one with a unique engraving, was usually kept on a small hook beside the mantelpiece, known only to Lord Grell and perhaps his trusted butler Higgins. But now, after the incident, the key is gone. It's not on the hook, not in Lord Grell's pockets, not among its personal effects. Its disappearance creates a tangible void, a stark question mark. Who knew its usual hiding spot? Who had an opportunity to take it? Was this stolen to gain access before the crime? Or was it used, then hidden by the perpetrator in a panicked attempt to obscure their involvement? Perhaps the key wasn't to the study itself, but to a specific locked diary or strong box within the study, containing documents or secrets that someone desperately wanted to access or destroy. The very act of the key going missing points to a deliberate intent, an intent to gain access, to hide something, or perhaps even to mislead the investigation. From a psychological perspective, this act of removing or hiding the key strongly suggests premeditation or a frantic, desperate attempt at concealment. It's not an accident. It's an action designed to control access or obliterate tracks. The person who took it understands its significance and is actively trying to manipulate the narrative or prevent their actions from being discovered. The absence of such a key creates an immediate and palpable sense of unease and suspicion. It focuses the investigative gaze directly on those who would have the motive, the opportunity, and the knowledge to acquire and utilize such a critical object. It shifts the focus from a random act to a calculated one, narrowing the field of suspects considerably. What practical application steps would an investigator take in this scenario? Firstly, establish with absolute certainty what key is missing and precisely what it unlocks. Is it for the study, a private bedroom, a safe, a particular cabinet? The specificity matters immensely. Secondly, conduct thorough, separate interviews with all staff members about its usual location, who had access to it, and if anyone saw it recently or noticed its absence before the incident. Their recollections, however minor, could provide a crucial lead. Thirdly, undertake a painstaking, methodical search of the entire premises, not just obvious places. Think like a panicked culprit. Where might someone hastily hide a key they no longer needed but couldn't simply throw away? Under a loose floorboard, behind a piece of furniture, in a forgotten drawer in a rarely used room. Fourthly, consider alternative explanations. Was the key genuinely lost years ago and this is just a coincidence? Was it a decoy, meant to draw attention away from the real means of entry? Or was it intentionally used to frame someone else? Finally, meticulously trace the last known movements of the key, cross-referencing this information with the alibis and activities of everyone in the house. The timeline of the key's disappearance could be just as important as the timeline of the crime itself. As we bring this chapter to a close, remember that the smallest inconsistency, the most subtly expressed animosity, or the absence of a seemingly trivial object like a key, can be the very threads that begin to unravel an entire mystery. The world of the household staff, often dismissed as mere background players, is, in fact, a vibrant, complex ecosystem teeming with untold stories, hidden resentments, and crucial observations. By patiently and meticulously interrogating these certain secrets, we've opened up entirely new avenues of inquiry. We've moved beyond the static crime scene to the dynamic human drama unfolding within the walls of Grell estate. These interviews have, no doubt, raised more questions than answers, revealing layers of human complexity that will require us to dig even deeper. In our next chapter, prepare to follow this new lead as we begin to confront the suspects identified through these initial inquiries. The web of intrigue is tightening, and the truth, dear listener, is just beginning to emerge from the shadows. Chapter 7 of the Transatlantic Telegram. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 7 of the Grell Mystery, a chapter that truly turns our understanding of the case on its head. expanding the canvas of our investigation from the foggy streets of London to the bustling metropolises across the vast Atlantic. Until now, our focus has largely been contained within the familiar boundaries of European intrigue, a world of local garages and known associations. But what happens when a message arrives that shatters these geographical constraints, pulling us right from a distant continent directly into the heart of our perplexing enigma? Our core concept for today, the very axis upon which this chapter pivots, is the arrival of a truly mysterious message from America. Imagine the scene. The detectives, perhaps Superintendent Davis and Inspector Finch, poring over documents, interviewing witnesses for the fifth time. A sense of mounting frustration settling all over them like a persistent fog. The initial burst of energy that follows a high-profile murder has begun to wane, replaced by the grind of relentless, often unrewarding, investigative work. They've charted Grell's no movements, delved into his European business dealings, scrutinized his personal life, and yet, a crucial piece, a vital link, remains stubbornly elusive. The air is thick with the smell of stale coffee and unanswered questions. Then, quite unexpectedly, a messenger arrives, perhaps a junior constable, holding a crisp envelope. It's a telegram, a relic of an age where speed was measured by the telegraph wire, where every word carried weight, and silence could be deafening. The very act of receiving a telegram from America in an era before instant communication was commonplace immediately signals something of immense importance, something that transcends the ordinary. It speaks of urgency, of a need to bypass slower channels, perhaps even a desperate cry or a calculated warning. This isn't just a piece of paper. It's a portal, opening a new, unexpected dimension to the Grell murder. It forces our investigators, and indeed us, to reconsider everything we thought we knew, to abandon our comfortably confined theories and embrace the possibility of a much larger, more intricate conspiracy. How does this single, terse communication, spanning thousands of miles of ocean, instantaneously transform a seemingly domestic British murder into an international mystery? It does so by introducing an entirely new cast of potential characters and motives, hinting at a secret life Grell led far beyond the shores of England. Let us now delve into the key points of this pivotal chapter, beginning with the crucial act of decoding this transatlantic message. Our first key point is the intricate process of decoding the telegraph itself. Picture the scene. The envelope is torn open, and a single sheet of paper, perhaps yellowed slightly by its journey or stark white with fresh urgency, is presented. The message itself is almost certainly terse, as telegrams were charged by the word, forcing senders to strip away pleasantries and focus purely on essential information. It might be riddled with abbreviations, coded phrases, or even deliberately obscure language intended for someone who already possessed a certain context. This initial reading would likely be met with confusion. A string of seemingly disparate words, a date that doesn't immediately fit, a name that doesn't appear in Grell's no Rolodex of contacts. It's a puzzle, isn't it? A jumble of letters and numbers that seems to mock the investigators with its veiled meaning. Consider a real-world storytelling example. Think of the famous Enigma machine during World War II. The raw intercepts were just meaningless jumbles of letters. but the code breakers at politely part. Those jumbles have the key to predicting enemy movements, saving countless lives. The process wasn't just about decryption algorithms. It was about context, about understanding the enemy's operational patterns, their jargon, their way of thinking. Similarly, in classic detective fiction, a seemingly innocuous shopping list or a cryptic note found tucked into a book often turns out to contain a hidden meaning, decipherable only when the detective connects it to other seemingly unrelated pieces of evidence. It's the art of finding the signal amidst the noise. Psychologically, why does this act of decoding matter so profoundly? It taps into our innate human desire for order, for pattern recognition. Our brains are wired to make sense of chaos, to find connections where none are immediately apparent. The thrill of discovery, that sudden know-how moment when a fragmented piece of information clicks into place, is incredibly powerful. It's an intellectual victory. Conversely, there's also the profound anxiety of potentially misinterpreting crucial details, of overlooking a subtle nuance that could unravel the entire case. The fear of missing something, of misreading the intent behind the words, is a heavy burden, highlighting the pressure on the investigators to be absolutely meticulous. What if the sender intended for the message to be understood in one way, but it's interpreted entirely differently? The stakes are incredibly high. For our investigators, the practical application steps are clear. First, meticulous attention to detail is paramount. Every word, every comma, every unusual turn of phrase must be scrutinized. No detail is too small to be dismissed as irrelevant. Second, cross-referencing is vital. Does a name in the telegram appear anywhere else in Grell's papers? Does a date correspond with a known event in his past? Perhaps a business deal or dispute. Third, persistent analysis is key. If the meaning isn't immediately clear, the message must be revisited repeatedly, approached from different angles, perhaps even read aloud to see if a sonic pattern emerges. Fourth, we must consider the sender's perspective. Who sent this, and what do they want? Is it a warning, a demand, a piece of information, or something else entirely? Finally, they must look for patterns, for common threads that might link these cryptic words to other aspects of Grell's life. This isn't just about reading. It's about understanding the unspoken language beneath the surface. For truly diligent detective, every scrap of communication is a potential key, waiting for the right lock. This leads us directly to our second key point, the revelation of Grell's secret stateside enemies. Once the telegram is deciphered, its content isn't merely a vague threat. It points directly to individuals or even organizations in America who harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Grell. The words might name names, or refer to specific incidents, implying a history of conflict that our European investigators were previously entirely unaware of. Suddenly, the local suspects, the disgruntled employees, the jilted lovers, the rival businessmen in London, all take on a new, perhaps lesser significance. The thought explodes. Consider a real-world storytelling example. Think of a mob boss, like in The Godfather, who tries to move his operations into a new city or country. He might lead his starting fresh, but his past rivalries, his old enemies, inevitably follow him, or even precede him. These actions in one territory create ripples that eventually reach distant shores, or, in a classic espionage novel, a defector might believe they've escaped their past, only for a coded message or a shadowy figure to emerge from their former life, reminding them that some deaths are never truly forgotten. It's about the long arm of justice, or perhaps injustice, psychologically. Why is this revelation so impactful? It underscores the universal truth that actions have consequences, often far-reaching and long-lasting. Grudges, resentments, and desires for revenge can fester for years, crossing continents and generations. It also highlights the idea that people, especially those involved in high-stakes dealings like Grell, often lead compartmentalized lives that present one facade to their immediate world while maintaining entirely different, often clandestine, relationships and conflicts elsewhere. The human capacity for holding on to resentment, for nursing a grievance over time, is truly formidable, capable of driving individuals to extreme measures even from a distance. It challenges our assumption that a person's world is neatly contained within their immediate environment, forcing us to consider the hidden currents and unseen forces at play. We learn that a person's history can be a complex tapestry, woven with threads from many different lands. The practical application steps for our investigators now shift dramatically. First, they must immediately expand their investigation beyond the familiar European borders. This requires international liaison, reaching out to American authorities, perhaps the nascent FBI or local police departments in the cities mentioned in the telegram. Second, they must delve deeply into Grell's entire professional and personal history, specifically focusing on his activities in America. Who did he conduct business with her? Did he have any romantic entanglements, any disputes, legal battles, or financial improprieties? Third, they must meticulously trace the individuals or organizations named in the telegram. What are their backgrounds? What is their relationship with Grell, past and present? Fourth, they need to establish the motive. What could have driven these individuals to potentially orchestrate or be involved in Grell's murder from so far away? Was it money, revenge for past betrayal, a power struggle, or something more obscure? This is no longer just about who wanted Grell dead. It's about where and when he made those enemies, and how powerful they truly were. Our third crucial point, following the decoding and the identification of potential American adversaries, is connecting the message to the murder timeline. Once the investigators have a sense of who might be involved from across the Atlantic, the next logical step is to integrate this new information into the existing chronology of Grell's final days and beyond. Does the telegram contain specific dates that predate the murder, perhaps acting as a need-not warning or a prophecy of impending doom? Or does it refer to events that occur after Grell's death, hinting at power vacuum or a scramble for assets in the aftermath? Imagine a real-world storytelling example, an anonymous tip, perhaps a letter sent to the police, detailing a threat against a prominent figure. It might have been dismissed as the rantings of a crank at the time, but after the figure is murdered, that seemingly irrelevant tip takes on monumental significance. The date of its sending, the details it contains, suddenly become crucial pieces of the puzzle, aligning perfectly or strikingly imperfectly with known events. Or consider a will, written years before, containing clauses that only make sense in the context of a murder, revealing long-held intentions of years. Every piece of information, no matter how small, must be plotted onto a master timeline. Psychologically, This act of chronological reconstruction is fundamental to solving any mystery. The human mind seeks cause and effect, a logical progression of events. We want to understand not just what happened, but why it happened and when. The realization that a small, overlooked detail, like a date in a telegram, could have been a flashing red light ignore, or a subtle foreshadowing, can be both frustrating and incredibly illuminating. It highlights the power of hindsight, but also the detective's compulsion to meticulously piece together the narrative to create a coherent story from fragmented clues. It's about understanding that seemingly isolated incidents can, when viewed through the lens of a complete timeline, reveal a devastating chain of events. We're looking for the moment the fuse was lit, and how long it took for the powder keg to explode. For the practical application in the investigation, this means revisiting every piece of evidence with fresh eyes. First, a comprehensive timeline of Grell's life must be constructed, particularly focusing on his known interactions and travels in America. Second, the specific references to past events or implied future actions within the telegram must be meticulously mapped onto this timeline. Does the telegram mention a deal that went sour on a particular date? Does that date align with Grell's non-travel business records? Third, investigators must identify any discrepancies or contradictions. If the telegram speaks of an event on a date when Grell was demonstrably somewhere else, that discrepancy itself becomes a vital clue, perhaps indicating misinformation or a hidden profit. Fourth, the telegram must be used as a new entry point in the investigation. It's a fresh lens through which all prior evidence, from witness statements to forensic findings, must be reevaluated. Thus, a seemingly innocuous comment from a local suspect now take on new meaning in light of Grell's American adversaries. Thus, a particular piece of financial documentation now seem to connect to transatlantic dealings. The telegram doesn't just add new information. It recontextualizes all information. So, as we bring this chapter to a close, we can see the profound impact of a single, cryptic message spanning thousands of miles. The transatlantic telegram is far more than just another piece of evidence. It's a seismic shift in the Grell mystery. It elevates the case from a seemingly provincial affair to one with international implications, suggesting that Grell's past, far from being confined to the familiar landscapes of Europe, stretched its tendrils deep into the American continent, entangling him with powerful and dangerous adversaries. This message doesn't provide all the answers, far from it. In fact, it raises a myriad of new questions. Who sent it? What is their current motive? How deeply were they involved in Grell's murder? And what other secrets lie buried across the ocean, waiting to be unearthed? This newfound direction compels our investigators to abandon their comfortable assumptions and embark on a far more expensive and perilous journey, one that promises to reveal the true complexity of Grell's life and the dark forces that ultimately led to his demise. The investigation has moved beyond the drawing rooms and back alleys of London. It now demands a global perspective. The next chapter, dear listeners, will undoubtedly take us on an intriguing expedition as we follow the threads of this enigmatic message across the vast expanse of the Atlantic, delving deeper into Grell's hidden American life and the secrets that finally caught up with him. Prepare yourselves for the journey that's just truly begun. Chapter 8: The Disguised Gentleman. Welcome, Dear listeners, to Chapter 8 of the Grell mystery, aptly titled The Disguised Gentleman. Up until this point, our journey has largely centered inward, meticulously examining the scene of the crime, scrutinizing the intimate details of the household, and delving into the intricate relationships within the Grell family. We've explored the secrets held within those hallowed walls, the unspoken tensions, and those subtle dynamics that often escape casual observation. But now, as the shadows lengthen and the plot thickens, our focus must inexorably shift. We must turn our gaze outward, beyond the confines of the Grell residence, and into the bustling, indifferent labyrinths of the city streets. Our core concept for this chapter, the very bedrock upon which we shall build our investigation, revolves around the crucial report of a strange, elusive figure seen leaving the house in the immediate aftermath of the tragic event. This is where the world beyond the front door begins to intersect with the private tragedy within. Why is this so profoundly significant? You might ask, because while the interior of the house may reveal motives and opportunities, this external world often holds the key to the perpetrator's identity and their escape. It's a moment when the private heart spills into the public eye, even if only fleetingly, through the eyes of an unwitting observer. These external observations, often dismissed as mere happenstance or unreliable gossip, can frequently provide a critical, unbiased perspective that an investigation desperately needs. Think of it as the ripple effect from a stone dropped into a pond. The immediate splash is the crime, but the concentric circles spreading outwards are the clues left in their external environment. It's a curious paradox of detective work that sometimes the most mundane, the most seemingly unimportant witness, can hold the most reliable and objective information. Unlike a family member or someone with a vested interest, an external observer, a passerby, a delivery person, or even, as we shall soon discuss, a street sweep often lacks the emotional entanglement or the preconceived notions that can color an account. They simply observe, without personal bias or a narrative to protect. And when that observation points to a figure in disguise, it speaks volumes, doesn't it? It tells us of intentional concealment or a deliberate attempt to evade identification, suggesting a perpetrator who is not only cunning but perhaps also known, or at least fears being known, to those within the household. What does such a disguise imply about their preparation, their knowledge of the house's routine, their very intentions? It elevates the act from a spontaneous outburst to a calculated, premeditated endeavor, and that, my friends, changes everything. Now, let us delve into the specific avenues of investigation that spring forth from this initial sighting. Our journey into the external world begins with three critical points, each a thread in the complex tapestry of truth. Our first key point, deceptively simple yet profoundly important, is to interview the street sweep. Why? You might wonder. A street sweep. Of all the potential witnesses in a busy urban setting, why focus on someone so seemingly peripheral to the grand affairs of the city? The answer lies in their unique vantage point and their ingrained routine. A street sweep, by the very nature of their profession, is a sentinel of the streets. They are present at specific, often early hours, methodically traversing their assigned routes. Their gaze is trained on the ground, on the discarded ephemera of daily life, and yet they are also acutely aware of the lighter movements, the unusual sights, the subtle deviations for the norm in their particular stretch of pavement. They are the unnoticed observers, the quiet custodians of the public thoroughfare, and precisely because they are often overlooked, their observations can be untainted and incredibly sharp. The challenge, of course, lies in this interview itself. How do you approach someone who might feel unimportant, perhaps even intimidated by an official inquiry? Building rapport is paramount. You must approach them with genuine respect, acknowledging the role and expressing sincere interest in their unique perspective. A simple, "Excuse me, I wonder if you might be able to help us with something incredibly important. Your eyes see things others miss," can go a long way. What specific questions would we pose to our street sweep? We wouldn't just ask, "Did you see anything strange?" That's too broad. Instead, we'd narrow it down. On the morning of the date of crime, specifically between time frame, when you were sweeping near the Grell residence, did you notice anyone leaving the house? Perhaps someone you don't usually see in that neighborhood, or someone dressed unusually. We'd inquire about their direction of travel, their gait, their general demeanor. Did they seem hurried, furtive, or merely nonchalant? Did they carry anything? Every detail, no matter how small, becomes a potential puzzle piece. Consider, for a moment, a classic piece of storytelling. In a particularly baffling case I once encountered, a seasoned detective was stumped until he remembered a local news vendor, old Mr. Henderson, who had faithfully parked his papers on the very corner where the victim's last known movements occurred. Mr. Henderson, with his rheumy eyes and perpetually gruff exterior, seemed an unlikely fount of information. Yet, when approached with deference and patience, he revealed that he had seen a man, not just a man, but the man paused for an unusually long moment, adjusted his hat in a peculiar way, and then crossed the street against the morning traffic, something Mr. Henderson described as most unlike a gentleman. This seemingly trivial detail, this unusual hat adjustment, became the initial link, later corroborated by another witness, to a distinct nervous habit of the actual perpetrator. It wasn't the man's face Mr. Henderson remembered, but the almost involuntary fist emotion that spoke volumes. From a psychological perspective, why does interviewing such individuals matter so profoundly? First, say, it helps us overcome what is known as confirmation bias, the tendency to seek out and interpret information in a way that confirms our pre-existing beliefs or hypotheses. We often assume that the most credible witnesses will be those of a certain social standing or intellectual prowess, overlooking the fact that observation is not exclusive to any particular class or profession. Secondly, it speaks to the subtleties of memory recall. For someone like a street sweep, the memory isn't likely to be burdened by the trauma or shock associated with the crime itself. Their observation was perhaps a casual, unreturned fact of their day. Open-ended questions, delivered without leading suggestions, are crucial here to help them genuinely reconstruct the memory, rather than inadvertently guiding them towards a desired answer. We want the truth, not our interpretation of it. Finally, there's that element of social dynamics. By treating every potential witness with equal respect, regardless of their station, we foster an environment where they feel valued, heard, and therefore more willing to share potentially critical information they might otherwise deem insignificant or hold back due to perceived social barriers. Practically speaking, how can we apply this? When faced with any situation requiring information, Train yourself to identify those overlooked individuals in the periphery, whose habitually present, yet very modest. The cleaner, the security guard, the late-night worker, the early-morning dog walker. Secondly, master the art of proper building. A genuine smile, direct eye contact, and an honest, respectful tone are powerful tools. Start by acknowledging the contribution, no matter how small you think it might be. Thirdly, learn to formulate questions that are open-ended, inviting description rather than a simple yes or no. Instead of "Did you wear a dark coat?" try "Could you describe its clothing?" And finally, always cross-reference. One account is a lead. Multiple corroborating accounts begin to form a reliable picture. Our second key point pivots to reconstructing the suspect's physical profile. Once we have the street sweeps account, however fragmented it might be, our task is to begin sketching the composite. This isn't about creating a perfect portrait immediately. It's about building a foundational image from the observed details. What did our street sweep notice? Was the figure tall or short? Thin or heavy-set? Did they walk with a distinctive gait, a limp, a shuffle, a quick stride? And crucially, what about the disguise itself? The Grell mystery suggests a disguised gentleman. What did this disguise consist of? A wide-brimmed hat pulled low, a voluminous cloak, or a specific style of overcoat, a scarf obscuring the lower face, perhaps gloves. These aren't just fashion accessories. They are tools of concealment. The very act of disguise tells us so much. It signals premeditation, a clear intent to avoid identification. It implies that the perpetrator might be known to someone within the Grell household, or at least fears being recognized. What kind of person goes to such lengths? Someone with something significant to hide, certainly. We would meticulously list every descriptive fragment. Average height, perhaps 5'9", wore a dark, heavy Inverness cape, hat with a broad brim pulled down low, obscuring the upper face, gloves on hands, walked with a slightly stiff right leg. Each fragment is vital. To illustrate this, imagine a forensic artist working not from a direct witness sketch, but from a series of verbal descriptions. The artist doesn't see the face, but they are told narrow chin, deep-set eyes, prominent nose. Similarly, we are given broad shoulders, quick gait, dark, expensive-looking fabric. It's like assembling a jigsaw puzzle with many missing pieces, relying on the shapes and the colors of the available ones to infer what the complete image might look like. In one famous historical case, a criminal was identified years after his crime, not by his face, which was disfigured, but by his peculiar habit of parting at his left earlobe when nervous, and the distinctive gold signet ring he always wore on his right hand, details provided by multiple, unconnected witnesses who never saw his full face, only glimpses. Psychotically, this process is fascinating. Human perception is incredibly fallible, especially under conditions of brief exposure or stress. Our brains often fill in gaps, making assumptions. This is why leading questions are so dangerous. We want the witness to recall what truly stood out to them, not what they think they should have seen. People tend to remember the unusual, the aberrant, rather than the mundane. A person in a perfectly ordinary suit might be forgotten, but a person in a cape and a low-brimmed hat, particularly if it's not a common sight, will imprint more strongly on the memory. Furthermore, the Gestalt principle of psychology that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts is highly relevant here. Each individual detail, on its own, might seem insignificant, but when pieced together, the combined observations can form a coherent, albeit incomplete, image that begins to resonate with familiarity or provide a starting point for further inquiry. It's about building a narrative from disparate fragments. For practical application, when you're trying to describe someone or something, focus on objective, measurable details first. Instead of "he looked sneaky," try he kept glancing over his shoulder. Focus on clothing, accessories, unique physical traits, mannerisms, and speech patterns if applicable. Triangulate descriptions from multiple sources if they exist. Where do they overlap, and where do they diverge? Understanding the inherent limitations of eyewitness memory means adjusting our expectations and not dismissing a witness simply because their account isn't perfectly comprehensive. Sometimes, knowing what a person wasn't can be as helpful as knowing what they were. For instance, if a witness states it definitely wasn't Paul, that immediately narrows the field of potential suspects. Our third and final key point for this chapter involves tracking the suspect's escape route. Once we have a general direction of travel from our street sweep, the clock starts ticking. The trail of a perpetrator grows colder with every passing minute, every turn of the street. This requires immediate, systematic action. The initial direction is paramount. Did the disguised gentleman head north, south, east, or west from the Grell residence? Did they turn down a particular alleyway, disappear into the main thoroughfare, or perhaps hail a waiting carriage? The next step is to follow that initial path, systematically canvassing the area for secondary witnesses or any other clues. In the era of the Grell mystery, we wouldn't have CCTV cameras, but we would have other forms of surveillance, both human and mechanical. Think of the shopkeepers opening their doors, the lamplighters on their rounds, the cab drivers waiting for fares, the early morning delivery boys, or even other street sweeps on adjacent routes. Each of these individuals could have caught a fleeting glimpse of our disguised figure. Did anyone report a cab being held suspiciously early? Was there a discarded item that could offer a clue, a dropped glove, a torn piece of fabric, a muddy footprint leading away from the pavement? The very speed of the perpetrator's escape, or their apparent leisurely pace, can also be telling. Did they seem desperate to vanish, or were they confidently strolling, blending into the awakening city? Let's conjure a storytelling example. Imagine a detective, having received the street sweep's initial tip, immediately dispatched his constables. They fan out along the reported escape route. One constable notices a particularly deep and fresh set of shoe prints in a patch of soft earth just off the main road, leading into an alleyway that dead ends near a stable. The stable boy, roused from his slumber, recalls an unfamiliar, close carriage having left precisely at that time, driven by a man whose face he couldn't quite discern, but whose distinctive, high-colored coat caught his eye. The carriage's wheels would have left a unique track in the soft mud, a detail that a astute detective could then follow, or at least identify a specific type of vehicle. This is investigative tracking, not a high-speed chase, but a meticulous, patient reconstruction of a journey. From a psychological standpoint, understanding the perpetrator's likely escape route can offer profound insights into their state of mind and their knowledge. Why did they choose that particular route? Was it the quickest path to safety? Did it lead to a prearranged rendezvous point? Did it allow them to blend into the city's early morning routines, using the anonymity of the crowd as a shield? Or did it reveal a detailed, intimate knowledge of this area, suggesting they were local or had scouted the location extensively? The choice of route can reflect their level of planning, their familiarity with the locale, and even their confidence or desperation. It's about thinking like the suspect. If I were in their shoes, having just committed this act, how would I disappear most effectively and swiftly? The human element of an escape is always present. Even the most careful perpetrator, under the immense pressure of their deed, will leave subtle, almost imperceptible signs of quickened pace, a furtive glance, a slight deviation from a normal path. For practical application, begin by visualizing the entire environment. What are the potential escape options from the crime scene? Are there main roads, side streets, alleys, public transport routes, or even waterways? Systematically canvass each potential path. Identify choke points or natural observation spots along the route, intersections, busy corners, shops that might have been opening. Engage with anyone who might have been present, even for a brief moment. And finally, truly put yourself in the mindset of the suspect. What would their priorities be? Evasion, speed, anonymity. The decisions, even subconscious ones, about their escape route are often loaded with information if you know how to read them. In summary, my friends, Chapter 8, The Disguised Gentleman, marks a crucial turning point in our investigation of the Grell mystery. We moved from the interior world of family secrets to the external world of street-level observations. By meticulously interviewing often overlooked witnesses like our hypothetical street sweep, or carefully reconstructing a physical profile from fragmented details, and by systematically tracking the suspect's escape route, we begin to paint a picture not just of what happened, but of who might have committed this heinous act. The mere presence of a disguise signals premeditation and a fear of recognition, deepening the enigma. Each small piece of information gleaned from the external world, though seemingly minor, holds the potential to unlock the entire mystery. This new information shifts our focus dramatically. We are no longer solely concerned with the static details of the crime scene or the internal mechanisms of the family. We are now actively pursuing a shadow, a fleeting figure in the pre-dawn light. And as we gather this threads of external evidence, our next steps will be to weave them together, to understand what this disguised gentleman's presence truly means for identifying our perpetrator, and to finally bring the truth into the unforgiving light of the day. Join me in the next chapter as we piece together these desperate clues and begin to confront the identity hidden beneath the layers of deception. The game, as they say, is afoot. Chapter 9, Tracing the Cab. Welcome back, listeners, to the Grell mystery and to a crucial turning point in our unfolding narrative. We've meticulously examined the scene, gathered initial impressions, and now, with Chapter 9, titled Tracing the Cab, we plunge headfirst into the dynamic pursuit of our elusive suspect. This isn't just about identifying a culprit. It's about understanding the ripple effect of their actions, the faint echoes they leave behind, and how keen mind like force can transform these whispers into a compelling trail. Our core concept for today's chapter is precisely that: Foyle's relentless hunt for the very carriage that whisked our suspect away from the scene. Think about it for a moment. In an era before pervasive surveillance cameras, before the ubiquitous digital footprint, how do you track a person who seemingly vanishes into the labyrinthine streets of a bustling city? The answer often lies in the most common, yet overlooked, modes of transport: the public carriages, the hansom cabs, the very vehicles that blend into the daily tapestry of urban life. This act of tracing the cab is not merely a logistical step. It is the very essence of investigative persistence, an embodiment of the principle that no detail, however mundane, is insignificant when piecing together the puzzle of a crime. It transforms a static scene of discovery into a dynamic chase, injecting urgency and forward momentum into Foyle's methodical inquiry. It represents a pivot from understanding what happened to discovering where the perpetrator went next, shifting the focus from the past to the immediate future of the investigation. Now, let's delve into the key points that define this chapter's critical actions. Each step, though seemingly straightforward, is fraught with potential pitfalls and offers unique insights into the art of detection. Our first vital undertaking is to locate the cab driver. How does one accomplish such a feat in a sprawling metropolis where countless carriages ply their trade day in and day out? It demands a systematic approach, a blend of traditional labor and astute observation. Foyle wouldn't just guess. He would begin by interviewing anyone who might have seen the carriage leave, however fleetingly. Was it a hansom cab, a four-wheeler? Could anyone describe the horse, the driver's attire, or even a distinguishing mark on the vehicle itself? He would canvass the immediate vicinity, talking to shopkeepers, street vendors, and even other cab drivers waiting for fares. It visited delivery stables, the hubs where these working animals and their carriages are housed, maintained, and dispatched. It's a painstaking process, often involving endless doors knocked upon and countless questions posed, but it's absolutely essential. Imagine a scene from a classic detective novel. Our protagonist, perhaps with a junior officer in tow, methodically working his way through a stable-yard thick with the smell of hay and horseflesh, questioning weary grooms and gruff cabmen, each exchange a small step closer to the truth. One brutal stable master might recall a particular driver who returned unusually late, or one whose horse seemed more winded than usual, or perhaps a driver who had a particularly large fare that evening. These seemingly trivial observations become invaluable threads in Foyle's intricate tapestry of evidence. From a psychological perspective, locating the driver is paramount because it closes a critical informational loop. Without a first-hand account from this direct, albeit tangential witness, the suspect's movements post-crime remain entirely speculative. The driver, ideally, is an objective observer, untainted by the immediate crime or personal involvement. Their testimony provides a concrete, human perspective that no amount of physical evidence alone can offer. It allows for it to transform the nebulous they left in a cab into a tangible they were driven by Mr. Thomas Higgins. In cab number 287, this act of identification brings a human element into the cold facts, giving Foyle a potential witness who can provide descriptive details beyond just a destination. It also instills a sense of progress, a feeling that an investigation is actively moving forward, building momentum rather than stagnating at the crime scene. For the listener, it's a moment of anticipation. We know Foyle is on the cusp of a breakthrough, about to acquire a crucial piece of the puzzle. Practically speaking, what can we take away from Foyle's determination? It underscores the immense value of primary source testimony, even from individuals who might seem peripheral to the central event. It teaches us the power of systematic inquiry. Start broad, gather details, and then narrow your focus. Don't be deterred by initial failures. Persistence in pursuing leads, even seemingly cold ones, is often what distinguishes a successful investigation from one that falters. It also highlights the importance of asking open-ended questions initially to elicit as much information as possible before moving to more specific, targeted inquiries. Every person encountered, however insignificant it might seem, holds a piece of the story, and a skilled investigator knows how to coax those pieces into the light. Once the cab driver is located, our second crucial objective becomes to extract the drop-off location. This is often the most challenging part of the interview, as the driver's memory might be hazy, particularly if they transported many fares that day. Foyle wouldn't simply ask, "Where did you drop them off?" He would employ a range of questioning techniques. He might ask for descriptive details. What was the weather like? What time was it? Can you describe the passenger? Did they say anything unusual? Did you notice any landmarks on the way? These contextual prompts help to jog the driver's memory, anchoring the specific fare within a broader narrative of their workday. Perhaps the driver remembers the unusual architectural style of a house, or a peculiar shop front, or even just the general character of a neighborhood that felt distinct from their usual routes. A shrewd investigator might also present a map, asking the driver to trace their route or point to the approximate area. It's an exercise in patiently guiding memory, sifting through the mundane to find a salient detail. Consider the difficulty. A cab driver sees dozens of faces, drives to countless addresses. How do you make this specific fare stand out in their mind? It's often through persistent, gentle prodding, and through the power of association. Psychologically, securing the drop-off location provides the investigation with its next geographical focal point. It transforms a scattered, citywide search into a targeted inquiry within a specific neighborhood or even a particular building. This information offers direction, a tangible next step, and alleviates the paralyzing uncertainty of not knowing where to look next. It creates a sense of imminent progress, a feeling that the pursuit is narrowing, closing in on the suspect. For Foyle, it's the satisfaction of turning a hypothesis into a concrete destination. For the listener, it's the thrill of the chase intensifying. The narrative track, which felt momentarily lost, has been re-established, promising new revelations just around the corner. It also underscores the fascinating, yet often unreliable, nature of human memory, reminding us that information, however vital, often needs to be carefully extracted and corroborated. The driver might remember a distinctive lamppost rather than a house number, or the general ambience of a district rather than a street name, requiring Foyle to synthesize these fragments into a usable whole. In terms of practical application, Foyle's approach demonstrates the importance of meticulous questioning and the value of verification. Never assume that the first answer is the only answer. Always seek corroborating details. It teaches us to be patient, to understand that memory isn't a perfect recording device, and that helping someone recall information often involves providing them with sensory cues and contextual anchors. It also highlights the critical difference between asking leading questions and asking guiding questions. Foyle wouldn't say, "Did you drop them off at the old bakery on Elm Street?" but rather, "Can you describe anything distinctive about the building or street where they alighted?" This nuanced approach respects the integrity of the witness's memory while diligently extracting the necessary information. And finally, our third key point, often the most dramatically satisfying, is the discovery of a discarded item in a cab. This is the classic clue left behind, a tangible link, a physical whisper of the suspect's recent presence. Once the drop-off is established, Foyle, ever thorough, would undoubtedly insist on a meticulous search of the cab itself. People, even the most careful, often leave traces of themselves behind, particularly when under duress or in a hurry. What might be found? Perhaps a crumpled theater ticket from a performance the night before, hinting at the suspect's recreational habits. It could be a distinctive cigar butt, suggesting a specific brand or even a smoking habit. Or perhaps something even more subtle, like a forgotten glove, a small, unusual trinket, or even a torn piece of paper with a few hastily scribbled words. Imagine Foyle carefully running his hand along the upholstery, peering under the seats, his sharp eyes scanning every crevice for anything out of place. This small, seemingly insignificant object can provide a wealth of information, a new dimension to the suspect's profile that goes beyond mere movement. It's the materialization of a ghost, a physical piece of their presence that can now be analyzed, tracked, and used to further their identification. Psychotically, the discovery of such an item adds an entirely new layer of depth to the investigation. It shifts the focus from merely tracking movement to understanding the suspect's identity, their habits, their state of mind, or even their intentions. It introduces a fresh mystery, an additional puzzle piece that might not immediately fit but promises to unlock deeper secrets. For Foyle, it's the thrill of holding a direct, physical link to the perpetrator, something he can examine under a magnifying glass, something that speaks volumes without uttering a single word. It transfers the abstract concept of a suspect into a more concrete individual with specific characteristics. For the listener, it creates a powerful moment of dramatic tension and excitement. We immediately begin to theorize. What does the item mean? Who does it belong to? What new avenues of investigation does it open? It's often the spark that ignites the next phase of the detective's quest, moving beyond simply where did they go, to who are they truly, and why did they do this? From a practical standpoint, this reinforces the paramount importance of meticulous searching and the principle that no item, however small or seemingly trivial, should be dismissed without careful consideration. It teaches us the value of preserving evidence, understanding that even a microscopic fiber or a faint fingerprint can hold immense significance. It also emphasizes the multidisciplinary nature of investigations. A found item might require forensic analysis, historical context, or even consultation with experts in various fields to fully understand its implications. Foyle's careful handling of the item, perhaps facing it into an evidence bag, underscores the respect for the integrity of every clue. So, as we bring this chapter to a close, consider the immense progress Foyle has made. He's moved from a static crime scene to a dynamic pursuit. He has identified a crucial witness, mapped the suspect's escape route, and, most importantly, secured a tangible piece of evidence directly linked to the perpetrator. This journey from the unknown to the known, from speculation to tangible fact, is the very heartbeat of a compelling mystery. We have witnessed Ford's systematic approach, his unwavering persistence, and his keen eye for detail, all coming together to transform fragmented clues into a coherent narrative thread. The path ahead, while still uncertain, is now illuminated by these critical discoveries. What will the discarded item reveal? What new secrets will the drop-off location unlock? The answers, dear listeners, await us in the next thrilling installment of the Grell mystery, as Ford prepares to follow this newfound trail to its logical and perhaps shocking conclusion. Chapter 10: A Tangled Web. Welcome back, dear listener, to the Grell mystery. As we delve deeper into the intricate labyrinth of secrets surrounding Alistair Grell's untimely demise, the path ahead grows increasingly complex, isn't it? If you've ever found yourself caught in the situation where the more answers you got, the more questions arose, then you're intimately familiar with the challenge facing our intrepid investigators right now. We arrive now at Chapter 10, A Tangled Web. This chapter unveils a critical and often frustrating turning point in any serious investigation, the moment when complications arise because multiple suspects, for various reasons, present what turn out to be false alibis. It's not just one person lying, but several, each spinning their own narrative, weaving a dense, almost impenetrable tapestry of half-truths and outright fabrications. Imagine a skilled spider, not content with one web, but rather interlinking several, making it nearly impossible to discern the true paths from the deceptators. This is precisely the scenario unfolding in the Grell case, where every lead seems to branch into two more, each promising clarity, but ultimately delivering more confusion, more doubt. This web of deceit isn't always maliciously spun. Sometimes people lie to protect their reputation, to conceal a minor transgression, or simply out of fear, causing an innocent detail to appear incriminating. But malicious or not, a lie, once introduced, becomes a powerful obscuring agent, making the simple, brutal truth that much harder to grasp. Our first crucial step into this tangled web involves the meticulous cross-examination of Grell's business partner, Mr. Alistair Finch. Finch, as you might recall, was initially perceived as a relatively stable figure within Grell's volatile orbit. He presented himself as collected, professional, perhaps a little too eager to cooperate, but seemingly without anything to hide. The interrogation room, a sterile space often described as designed to extract truth, but equally capable of fostering elaborate deception, held a palpable tension as Detective Harding began questioning Finch. Impeccably direct even under the circumstances, maintained a calm, almost passive demeanor, answering each query with a precise, almost rehearsed cadence. He detailed his whereabouts on the fatal night with an almost photographic memory, a late-night work session at their office, followed by a solitary dinner at a quiet bistro on Elm Street, and then directly home. He even recalled the specific vintage of wine he drank and a minor annoyance with the restaurant's news server. In the world of storytelling, think of those classic detective novels, perhaps a gripping Agatha Christie mystery, where a suspect delivers an alibi that is just a little too perfect. Every detail is accounted for, every minute meticulously placed, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, it's precisely this flawless recitation, this absence of human imperfection, the slight hesitation, the minor correction, that I think I remember that raises an immediate red flag for the seasoned detective. It's like a meticulously painted backdrop in a play. It's beautiful, but under scrutiny, the painted canvas reveals itself as artificial, lacking the depth and spontaneity of reality. From a psychological perspective, this kind of overly detailed, almost rehearsed alibi often matters immensely because it indicates a high cognitive load associated with deception. A truthful person recalling events might pause, might correct themselves, might admit to gaps in their memory. That's a natural process. But someone fabricating a story, especially one intended to be impervious to scrutiny, must consciously construct and maintain every detail. They are not merely recalling, they are performing. This mental exertion often manifests as a lack of spontaneity, an unnatural smoothness in their narrative, or sometimes, paradoxically, an overemphasis on irrelevant details to distract from the core line. The human brain, while powerful, struggles to maintain a consistent, complex line under pressure, especially when external facts begin to challenge its narrative. For you, dear listener, as you dissect complex situations in your own life or follow along with this mystery, the practical application here is to listen not just to what is being said, but to how it is being said. Look for those subtle tales, the overly precise detail in an otherwise minor event, a lack of natural emotion when discussing a serious matter, or an almost too quick response to a challenging question. These aren't definitive proof of guilt, but they are crucial indicators that the statement warrants deeper, more skeptical investigation. As the investigation pressed on, the team began the painstaking process of verifying Finch's seemingly impenetrable alibi. This led us directly to our next crucial point, highlighting the contradictions in statements. The first crack in Finch's carefully constructed facade appeared almost immediately. While he swore he was at the quiet bistro on Elm Street, the bistro's own records and the testimony of its staff painted a different picture. The restaurant was, in fact, closed for a private event that very evening, a detail easily verifiable with a quick phone call. The manager, a jovial woman named Beatrice, remembered the specific closure because it was for her niece's engagement party. Finch's solitary dinner simply couldn't have happened there. This wasn't a minor discrepancy. This was a fundamental impossibility. I claiming to have sailed across the ocean in a bathtub, but the contradictions didn't stop there. Further inquiries revealed that the night security guard at Grell's office building, a taciturn individual named Mr. Henderson, had distinctly recalled seeing Finch leave the premises not long after Grell, around the time Grell was believed to have been murdered, not hours later as Finch had claimed. Henderson also vaguely remembered hearing a raised voice just before Finch exited, though he couldn't discern the words. So, we now had not just a fabricated alibi about his dining location, but also a stark contradiction regarding his departure time from the crime scene vicinity, and a potential argument echoing in the halls. The web was indeed beginning to fray at the edges, revealing the tangled threads beneath. Consider a storytelling example like the groundbreaking television series The Wire, where detectives meticulously cross-referenced phone records, surveillance footage, and the often conflicting accounts of street-level informants and suspects. It was never about one grand confession, but rather about the slow, methodical accumulation of minor discrepancies that, when laid side by side, formed an undeniable pattern of deception. Or imagine a courtroom drama where a seemingly solid witness testimony crumbles under the weight of a single, irrefutable fact from an independent source, a traffic camera photo, a bank transaction record, or a forgotten voicemail. It's the accumulation of these small, seemingly insignificant details that ultimately exposes the grand lie psychologically. These contradictions are incredibly significant because they highlight what we call the liar's paradox. The more lies one tells, the more difficult it becomes to maintain consistency, especially when independent pieces of evidence or other testimonies exist. A truthful account aligns naturally with external reality. A fabricated one, however, must constantly be adjusted and maintained, creating a fragile construct that is prone to collapse when confronted with unyielding facts. The stress of maintaining a false narrative can also lead to further slip-ups, as the liar's cognitive resources are diverted to managing the deception rather than accurately recalling or processing new information. When caught, people often react with defensive aggression or resort to even more elaborate lies, which paradoxically only serves to reveal more about their true involvement or desperation. For the listener, the practical application derived from observing these contradictions is the absolute necessity of independent verification. Never, under any circumstances, take a statement at face value, no matter how convincing or charismatic the source. Always seek corroborating evidence from multiple, unconnected sources. If someone claims to be in two places at once, or if their story doesn't align with verifiable facts, these are not just minor errors. They are critical junctures demanding intense scrutiny. It is often in the minute details, the ones that seem inconsequential, that the threads of deception are most easily unraveled. Pay attention to what isn't being said as much as what is, and note where accounts diverge when they logically should converge. Finally, all these disparate pieces of information, these truthful fragments and deceptive weaves, must be systematically organized to build a coherent timeline of the fatal night. This is an arduous, painstaking process, yet it is arguably the most crucial step in any criminal investigation. Picture a vast whiteboard, covered in sticky notes of various colors, each representing a known event. Grell's last confirmed phone call at 9:17 p.m. The security footage showing Finch leaving the building at 9:45 p.m. The estimated time of death between 9:30 p.m. and 10:00 p.m. A neighbor hearing a muffled shout around 9:40 p.m. Each note is a piece of the puzzle, but when the pieces are not just mislabeled but actively misleading, the picture becomes distorted, filled with frustrating gaps and contradictory overlaps. The goal is to construct the true timeline, reconciling it with the reported timelines from suspects like Finch, and ultimately highlighting the periods of missing time, those crucial windows when the suspects' whereabouts are unaccounted for, or when their alibi collapses, creating a clear window of opportunity for them to have committed the crime. When Finch's alibi regarding the bistro fell apart, a significant portion of his reported timeline for the night became blank. that previously accounted for all now represented a profound vacuum, a period when he could have been anywhere, doing anything, including being at the scene of the crime. Imagine a procedural drama where the detectives are huddled around that very whiteboard, connecting strings between disparate pieces of evidence, a phone record here, a security camera timestamp there, a witness sighting from across the street. Then intense focus as they try to map out a coherent sequence of events, a narrative that doesn't contradict the hard, undeniable facts. The moment a critical piece of information, like the bistro being closed or the security guard's recollection, allows them to place a suspect at or near the scene during the precise window of the murder, that's when the timeline moves from a jumbled mess to a compelling argument for opportunity. From a psychological perspective, human memory, even when truthful, is notoriously fallible. Stress, free existing biases, and the simple passage of time can distort recollections. This inherent unreliability makes distinguishing between genuine memory errors and deliberate deception an even more challenging task for investigators constructing a timeline. However, the power of a sequence, the inherent human desire for narrative and order, is what makes a well-constructed timeline so effective. A timeline riddled with lies, however, becomes disjointed and jarring, signaling deception through its very incoherence. Ultimately, timelines matter because they are the skeletal structure upon which motive and opportunity are hung. They establish when and where crime had occurred and, most importantly, who could have been present. They transform abstract suspicions into concrete possibilities, and concrete possibilities into undeniable facts. So, as you analyze any complex situation, from a personal dilemma to a grand mystery, try to construct a chronological sequence of events. Identify the key occurrences, note their precise timings, and cross-reference them with all available data, especially independently verifiable information. Where are the gaps in knowledge? Where do accounts contradict one another? These are not minor inconveniences. These are the critical points, the knots in the tangled web that demand your focused investigation, the very places where the truth is most likely to be hidden. This chapter, dear listener, has truly plunged us into a tangled web indeed. A labyrinth of conflicting segments and shattered alibis. In it, linear progression of facts we initially hoped for has dissolved into a complex network of half-truths and calculated deceptions. Yet, through the meticulous cross-examination of individuals like Alistair Finch, the painstaking identification of blatant contradictions, and the arduous process of constructing a reliable timeline, our investigators are slowly, methodically, beginning to untangle these threads. The truth is undoubtedly buried deep within this mess, but as we've seen, it's often the diligent pursuit of tiny inconsistencies that illuminates an entire dark landscape. In our next chapter, we will delve into another surprising twist as a new suspect emerges, bringing with him a fresh set of complications and yet another layer of intrigue to the ever-deepening Grell mystery. Join us then as we pull on another thread, hoping to unravel more of this perplexing case. Chapter 11: Lady Ellen's Return. Welcome back, dear listeners, to another riveting exploration of the Grell mystery. In our journey through this intricate web of secrets and suspense, we've arrived at a pivotal moment, a chapter that promises to unravel much of what we've painstakingly pieced together, yet simultaneously to weave new, even more perplexing threads into the narrative. We're delving into Chapter 11, aptly titled Lady Eileen's Return, a title that, on its own, sends a shiver of anticipation down the spine. Our core concept for today, the very heartbeat of this chapter, revolves around a startling and dramatic turn of events. The bride-to-be, Lady Eileen, who vanished so mysteriously and whose disappearance has haunted our investigation, suddenly resurfaces. And what's more, she returns not with a simple explanation, but with a shocking story, a narrative that threatens to upend everything we thought we knew about the Grell affair. Imagine the scene, the harsh expectation. The collector, thus as the missing centerpiece of this mystery, finally steps back into the light. What will she reveal? What horrors has she endured? Or what truths has she unearthed? Her reappearance isn't merely a relief. It's a seismic event that reshapes the entire landscape of the Grell mystery, forcing every character, and indeed every listener, to reevaluate their assumptions, their suspicions, and their understanding of the very fabric of the crime. Her return isn't just a physical presence. It's the reintroduction of a crucial, long-silenced voice, one that now demands to be heard, and whose words promise to either illuminate the darkness or plunge us into an even deeper abyss of uncertainty. Let's unpack this momentous return by first focusing on a critical aspect, Lady Eileen's emotional state upon her reappearance. When Eileen finally makes her dramatic entrance, she is not the serene, poised, and the somewhat fragile figure last seen before her disappearance. Instead, she is a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, a testament to whatever ordeal she has faced. Her hair was meticulously styled, might be disheveled, perhaps clinging to her face in damp strands, suggesting exposure or distress. Her eyes, those windows to the soul, are no longer clear and untroubled. They are wide, perhaps haunted, darting nervously around the room, betraying a deep-seated apprehension or even terror. Her voice, when she first speaks, is not a steady, melodic tone one might expect of a woman of her standing. Instead, it might be hoarse, barely above a whisper, or conversely, it could be sharp and brittle, this with an edge of defiance born from trauma. Perhaps her hands trembled uncontrollably, a physical manifestation of an inner turmoil. Or she might clutch a shawl or her own arms tightly, as if seeking self-comfort or protection from an unseen threat. She might appear pale, almost ethereal, as if drained of life's vitality, or she could exhibit a flushed, feverish look, indicative of a recent fright or strenuous escape. This visible distress isn't merely decorative. It's a profound statement, and immediately signal that whatever she has endured, whatever story she is about to tell, is far from ordinary. It instantly sets a tone of gravity and urgency, commanding the attention of everyone present. Consider, for a moment, a real-world storytelling parallel, such as the famous reappearance of Amy Dawn in Gillian Flynn's novel Gone Girl. When Amy returns, after ostensibly being abducted, her emotional state is meticulously crafted to present a specific facade, one of traumatized victimhood, utterly convincing to the public and law enforcement alike. Yet, beneath the surface, for the discerning reader, there are subtle hints, tiny cracks in the performance that suggest a deeper, more manipulative agenda. Eileen's return, while perhaps not overtly deceptive in the same vein, similarly uses her emotional presentation to immediately frame her narrative and influence the perceptions of those around her. Psychologically speaking, Aline's overt emotional state upon her return is absolutely paramount. It instantly informs the reactions of the other characters and crucially shapes our own initial interpretation of her account. If she appears genuinely terrified and vulnerable, it elicits empathy and a natural inclination to deliver stories as that of a victim. If she seems strangely composed or even defiant, it might raise suspicions, causing us to question her motives and the veracity of her claims. Her nonverbal cues, the way she holds herself, the tremor in her voice, the flicker in her eyes are powerful communicators, often conveying truths or deceptions that words alone cannot. Our brains are hardwired to process these emotional signals, often subconsciously, influencing our trust and our judgment before a single coherent sentence is even uttered. This initial emotional impression becomes a filter through which all subsequent information about her disappearance and her story will be processed, a psychological anchor point for credibility, or indeed for doubt. For you, dear listener, as you engage with stories and even with real-life interactions, a practical application emerges. Always pay close attention to the emotional state of someone delivering crucial information, especially after a significant event. Ask yourself, does their outward demeanor align with the gravity of their message? Are there subtle contradictions between their words and their body language? Is their emotion raw and unfeigned, or does it feel somewhat performative? Observing these emotional nuances can provide invaluable insight, helping you to discern truth from fabrication, sincerity from manipulation, and to understand the unspoken layers of a narrative. It's about looking beyond the surface, becoming a keen observer of human behavior. Moving deeper into Aline's shocking story, we arrive at the revelation of her secret meeting. This is the very kernel of her narrative, the explosive detail that transforms her disappearance from a mere mystery into a profound conspiracy. Aline reveals that during her absence, she was not simply lost or kidnapped and held captive in isolation. Instead, she was compelled to attend a clandestine rendezvous, a secret meeting with an individual, or perhaps individuals, whose identity and motives are utterly central to the Grell mystery. Where did this meeting take place? Was it in a dimly lit, forgotten corner of the city, a secluded rural hideaway, or perhaps within the very walls of a place previously thought safe and innocent? When exactly did it occur in the timeline of her disappearance? And most importantly, what transpired during this harsh encounter? Was she threatened, coerced, or perhaps even offered a deal? Did she witness something horrifying, or was she forced to participate in an act against her will? The secrecy surrounding this meeting is not accidental. It implies a deliberate attempt to conceal actions, to manipulate events from the shadows, and to exert control over Aline herself. This meeting isn't just a plot point. It's a dramatic engine that propels the mystery forward, connecting disparate threads and introducing new suspects or motives previously unimaginable. Consider, as a storytelling example, the classic trope of a spy thriller, where the protagonist, having disappeared, later reveals a secret encounter with a shadowy informant in an obscure cafe, delivering crucial intelligence that changes the entire trajectory of the mission. Think of scenes in historical narratives where rival factions meet in secret to forge alliances or betrayals, such as the clandestine meetings during the American Revolution that shape future alliances, or even in personal dramas, where a character reveals a secret conversation with a long-lost relative, unearthing a family secret that rewrites their personal history. The power of such a revelation lies in its unexpectedness and its potential to completely redefine the stakes. From a psychological perspective, the existence of a secret meeting profoundly deepens the intrigue and validates the psychological concept of hidden agendas. People typically resort to secret meetings when their intentions or actions cannot withstand public scrutiny, or when the stakes are so high that any public knowledge would jeopardize their goals. This secrecy itself implies illicit activity, manipulation, or a desperate attempt to control information. For Eileen, being part of such a meeting, whether voluntarily or under duress, places her squarely in the heart of the conspiracy. It shifts her role from merely a missing person to a key witness, or even a reluctant participant, in events far grander and more sinister than initially suspected. The very act of a secret meeting taps into our innate human curiosity about forbidden knowledge and hidden truths, making us question who truly holds the power and what dark forces are at play behind the scenes. As a practical application for you, dear listener, consider how often in real life, seemingly small, discrete interactions can be the linchpin of larger events. When you encounter situations where secrecy is maintained around conversations or encounters, ask yourself, what is being protected by this secrecy? Who benefits from this information remaining hidden? What truths might be too inconvenient, too dangerous, or too scandalous to be brought into the light? Understanding the implications of secrecy, even in everyday scenarios, can help you decode complex human dynamics and identify potential underlying motives that are not immediately apparent. Finally, we arrive at the crucial task of evaluating Lady Eileen's credibility. Having observed her emotional state and heard the shocking details of her secret meeting, the overriding question for the characters, and for us, the listeners, becomes, can she be believed? Is her story an unvarnished truth, the terrified account of a victim, or is it a carefully constructed fabrication designed to mislead, protect someone, or even to obscure her own complexity? We must scrutinize her narrative for consistency. Do the details of her story align with established facts, or do they contradict previously known evidence or witness accounts? Are there continuing gaps in her memory, or does she provide an abundance of detail in some areas while remaining vague in others? How do other characters react to her account? Do the seasoned detectives immediately sense a lie, or are they swayed by her apparent distress? The very nature of mystery depends on the unreliable narrator, or at least the potentially unreliable one, and Eileen's credibility becomes a fulcrum upon which the entire investigation now balances. If she is believed, the focus of the mystery shifts dramatically. If she is doubted, then her return adds yet another layer of suspicion and confusion to an already tangled web. Think of classic courtroom dramas, for example, where a witness's entire testimony is dismantled or upheld based on a meticulous evaluation of their credibility. The character of Kisser Search in The Usual Suspects provides a masterclass in manipulating credibility, constructing an elaborate fiction so convincing that the audience believes it right alongside the characters, only for the rug to be pulled out from under them in the final moments. Or consider tales where characters fabricate stories of abduction or trauma, like some real-world hoaxes, forcing the public to question the very nature of truth and deception. From a psychological standpoint, Assessing Anne's credibility is a complex dance involving cognitive biases and emotional reasoning. Characters might be prone to confirmation bias, seeking out evidence that supports their initial impression of her victim or deceiver. Empathy might make it difficult for some to question her harrowing account, while cynicism might lead others to immediately suspect ulterior motives. Furthermore, the psychological impact of trauma itself can affect memory and coherence, meaning that even a truthful account might appear inconsistent. Our own human tendency to seek closure and resolution also plays a role. We want to believe a story that provides answers, even if those answers are unsettling. This evaluation of her credibility forces everyone, including us, to become amateur psychologists, weighing emotional cues against logical inconsistencies, seeking out modulations both stated and hidden, and ultimately deciding where to place our trust in this evolving narrative. For you, in your own life, the practical application here is profound. Cultivate critical thinking skills when presented with significance, life-altering information. Don't just accept the narrative at face value, especially if it seems too convenient or too dramatic. Ask probing questions. What is the speaker's motive? Are there any inconsistencies in their story? Is there corroborating evidence, or does the account rely solely on their testimony? How do their words align with their actions or their emotional presentation? Developing this keen discernment is vital, not just for solving fictional mysteries, but for navigating the complexities of truth and deception in the real world. It empowers you to look beyond the surface, to question assumptions, and to demand evidence before accepting any narrative as absolute truth. So, as we conclude our deep dive into Chapter 11, Lady Ellen's return marks a monumental shift in the Grell mystery. Her reappearance, her deeply conflicted emotional state, the shocking revelation of her secret meeting, and the subsequent challenge to her credibility have collectively detonated a new bomb in the already chaotic investigation. The comfortable theories are shattered, the list of suspects possibly expanded, and the motivations behind their original crime perhaps entirely recontextualized. What seemed like a straightforward search for a missing person has now morphed into something far more insidious, a conspiracy perhaps far grander than anyone initially conceived. Ellen is no longer merely a victim. She is a catalyst, a potential witness, or even unsettlingly, an accomplice. Her story has not provided neat answers, but rather a cascade of new questions, deeper uncertainties, and a thrilling sense of danger that now permeates every corner of the Grell affair. As we prepare to turn the page to the next chapter, we do so with a heightened sense of anticipation, knowing that the very foundations of the mystery have been irrevocably shaken, and that the path to truth will undoubtedly be even more treacherous than we could have ever imagined. Chapter 12: The Blackmail Plot. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 12 of the Grell Mystery, a pivotal moment where the shadows lurking beneath the surface of seemingly respectable lives begin to coalesce into a sinister form. This chapter, entitled The Blackmail Plot, plunges us at first into a chilling discovery that irrevocably alters our understanding of the tragic events at the heart of our story. We are about to unearth the unsettling truth that Grell, the very man whose murder we seek to solve, was not merely a victim of violence, but a tortured soul caught in the insidious grip of extortion. Imagine the weight of such a secret, slowly eroding one's peace of mind. consuming every waking thought with dread. What would it feel like to know your darkest fear, your most guarded vulnerability, could be weaponized against you at any moment, threatening to unravel your entire existence? This revelation casts a stark, new light on Grell himself, transforming him from a simple casualty into a figure of quiet torment, lending a tragic depth to his demise that we hadn't perceived before. It forces us to reconsider every interaction, every cryptic word, every odd behavior we might have overlooked, now seen through the lens of a desperate man trying to protect a devastating secret. Our journey through this labyrinthine plot begins with the initial, shocking discovery of incriminating evidence. Our diligent investigator, in their relentless pursuit of truth, stumbled upon a series of hidden letters. These weren't openly displayed notes, nor were they casually discarded messages. They were meticulously concealed, tucked away in a secret compartment behind a loose panel in Grell's study desk, almost missed during an exhaustive search. The paper, slightly yellowed with age, bore a distinct impression of urgent, almost frantic handling, and the handwriting, though disguised in some instances, screamed of desperation and malice. It was the kind of fun that sends a draws through an investigator's spirit, the definitive proof that something far more complex and insidious was at play than a simple crime of passion or opportunity. Consider that real-world storytelling example. Think of the moment in Agatha Christie's and then there were none when the characters realize General MacArthur is carrying a letter from his wife's lover, a letter that reveals his deep-seated guilt and shame, driving him to madness. Or perhaps the discovery of an old, locked diary in a forgotten attic chest, his brittle pages holding the key to a long buried family secret, much like in Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca. These hidden documents are not just pieces of paper. They are conduits to the past, windows into the victim's private agony. Psychologically, why does finding such tangible, secreted evidence resonate so deeply with us? It speaks to our innate human fascination with secrets, with forbidden knowledge, and the thrill of uncovering hidden truths. It provides a concrete, undeniable anchor to what might otherwise be vague suspicions, transforming conjecture into fact. For the protagonists, it offers a sense of vindication, confirming their intuition that there was more to Grell's life than met the eye, validating their painstaking efforts. For us, the audience, it creates a palpable sense of tension and anticipation, as we know this discovery is a turning point. Practically speaking, for any aspiring investigator or keen observer, this highlights the absolute necessity of thoroughness, of looking beyond the obvious. It means considering the victim's psychological state. Where would you hide something so personally devastating, so potentially ruinous, that it must be kept secret at all costs, yet accessible enough for your own fearful review? It demands a systematic, almost archaeological approach to the scene, leaving no stone unturned, no crevice unexamined. With the letters in hand, the next critical step was to identify the blackmailer. The correspondence itself, while veiled in threats and demands, contains subtle clues, specific turns of phrase, shared knowledge of Grell's past, and even thinly disguised references to the events that only a select few would be privy to. It wasn't an immediate name etched onto the page, but rather a slow, painstaking process of piecing together fragments, like an intricate puzzle. The investigator meticulously analyzed the phrasing, the cadence, the implications within each chilling sentence. It was a harrowing task, each word a step closer to identifying the individual who has systematically terrorized Grell, chipping away at his dignity and peace. The identity, once revealed through careful deduction, was, as it so often is in such twisted tales, startlingly close to Grell's inner circle, a person whose outward demeanor belied their malevolent intentions. As a storytelling example, consider the reveal of Professor Moriarty in the Sherlock Holmes canon, a master criminal, hidden in plain sight, pulling strings from the shadows, his true nature only exposed through Holmes's unparalleled deductive reasoning. The shocking revelation of the perpetrator in a classic whodunit, often someone least suspected, a trusted friend or even a family member, who has been quietly orchestrating malice psychologically. This identification of the blackmailer is crucial because it speaks to the profound betrayal inherent in such a crime. Blackmail preys on trust, or at least on proximity, and the discovery of the blackmailer's identity forces a complete reevaluation of characters previously perceived as innocuous or even supportive. It unmasks the duplicity that can exist beneath a veneer of normalcy, challenging our perceptions of human nature. We witness the blackmailer's psychological profile emerge, driven by greed, power, or perhaps a twisted sense of revenge, devoid of empathy, expertly exploiting another's vulnerabilities. Conversely, it illuminates the victim's anguish, the shame and fear that allow the extortion to persist. For practical application, this phase demands rigorous deductive reasoning. It involves cross-referencing information from the letters with known facts about Grell's associates, examining handwriting samples if available, analyzing the specific nuances of language for unique identifiers, and building a psychological profile of the suspect based purely on the textual evidence of their threats and demands. Who would know these specific secrets? Who had the means and motive? Finally, the most chilling connection of all began to emerge. The undeniable link between this elaborate blackmail plot and the murder weapon itself, the dagger. The letters contained oblique, yet unmistakably direct, references to the dagger, hinting at its significance not merely as an object, but as a symbol, or perhaps even an instrument, within the extortion scheme. One particular letter spoke of the price of silence, delivered by the blade of truth, while another darkly mentioned the sharpness of your past, forever poised. It wasn't just a random murder weapon. It was intrinsically tied to the very secret Grell was trying to protect, the very instrument of his terror. The dagger, a distinct family heirloom with a known history, became a tangible nexus connecting the blackmailer's threats to Grell's ultimate demise. It suggested that the dagger was either the subject of the blackmail, a hidden truth about its origin or previous use, or that it was the specific object the blackmailer demanded, or perhaps even a symbolic warning, escalating the threat to a deadly crescendo. Consider the real-world narrative power of an object like the Maltese Falcon, a statuette whose immense value and mysterious past drive an entire criminal underworld, leading to betrayal and murder. Or the curse ring in The Lord of the Rings, an artifact of immense power that corrupts and influences everyone it touches, becoming the focal point of an epic struggle. Psychologically, the connection of the blackmail to the dagger elevates the stakes dramatically. It transforms the crime from a mere act of violence into the inevitable, tragic combination of prolonged psychological torment, blackmail, and chat. Frequently escalates, pushing both parties to desperate extremes. The dagger here is more than just a weapon. It is a physical manifestation of Grell's terror, the symbol of his breaking point, or perhaps the ultimate demand of his tormentor. It highlights the devastating psychological pressure Grell must have endured, a pressure that eventually erupted in fatal confrontation. For practical application, this requires the investigator to meticulously trace the history and provenance of the dagger. Who owned it? When? Where was it kept? What stories or secrets were attached to it? How did the blackmailer know of its existence or significance? This crucial step involves correlating the physical evidence of the murder weapon with the textual evidence of the blackmail, creating a unified narrative of motive, means, and opportunity. In summary, dear listeners, Chapter 12 has peeled back a crucial layer of the Grell mystery, revealing that our victim was not merely murdered, but driven to his death by a cunning and relentless blackmailer. We witnessed the dramatic discovery of hidden letters, meticulously uncovered from the secret refuge. We've seen how careful deduction led to the identification of the blackmailer, a shocking betrayal from within Grell's trusted circle. And most importantly, we connected the insidious thread of his extortion plot directly to the murder weapon, the dagger, transforming it from a mere implement of death into a powerful symbol of Grell's torment and ultimate demise. This profound revelation provides not just a motive, but a deep, tragic context for Grell's death, imbuing the entire investigation with a newfound urgency and clarity. The hunt for justice now pivots from merely finding a killer to masking the architect of Grell's prolonged agony. With these two laid bare, what fresh dangers await our determined investigator as they confront the blackmailer and unravel the full, horrifying scope of their malicious plan. We delve deeper into these treacherous waters in our next chapter. Chapter 13, The Second Victim. Welcome back, listeners, to the Grell mystery. We now arrive at Chapter 13, a turning point in our unfolding narrative, aptly titled The Second Victim. Until now, the murder of Elias Grell, while perplexing and sinister, felt like a singular, isolated event, a dark stain on an otherwise orderly existence that Foyle was tasked to meticulously unravel. But what happens when the very fabric of a carefully constructed investigation begins to fray, not through a lack of evidence, but through its brutal and intentional obliteration? What happens when a crucial piece of the puzzle, a living, breathing testament to the truth, is silenced forever, just as it was about to speak? This, my friends, is the chilling core concept of our current chapter. A witness, poised to deliver a breakthrough, found that before they can ever testify. This development is a narrative earthquake, an event designed to utterly shatter any sense of linear progression. It transforms the murder mystery from a delicate puzzle into a frantic race against an unseen, merciless adversary. It shifts the entire emotional landscape of the story, injecting a desperate urgency that wasn't present before. We, as observers, are no longer just solving a past crime. We are now experiencing the very real and present danger posed by a killer who is actively working to cover their tracks, silencing anyone who might expose them. Let's delve deeper into this escalation, starting with the chilling details of the secondary crime scene. Imagine Detective Foyle, weary but driven after a night spent poring over every last detail of Grell's life, receiving a frantic early morning call. It's not about a breakthrough in his initial investigation, but about a new horror. This time, the scene isn't in Outland. It's summer, study of Elias Grell. No, this scene is starkly, brutally different. A cramped, forgotten tenement apartment on the city's east side, permeated by the stale scent of forgotten lives cold, damp air, and the matted tale of something far more recent and terrible. The victim, Mrs. Agnes Finch, the cleaning woman, the very person Foy had scheduled to interview that very morning, the woman who had potentially seen something vital, something that had tragically sealed her fate. The room, like Grell's grand estate, is meager, but the violence inflicted is equally profound, perhaps even more so for its raw, unadorned brutality. The stark contrast between the two locations, the privileged manor and that impoverished dwelling in Midden-Latley, speaks volumes, doesn't it? In the realm of storytelling, think of the profound impact of transitioning from the grand, gothic opulence of a saint in a classic detective novel, perhaps at a crisis Hercule Poirot investigating a murder in a country estate, to a sudden, critical discovery in a run-down urban alleyway, much like arraignment Chandler mystery with Philip Marlowe. The change in environment itself becomes a character, hinting at new layers of the truth and expanding the world of the story. Psychologically speaking, this immediate shift in setting, combined with the new victim's identity, shocks us as an audience. It powerfully reinforces the killer's adaptability, their reach, and their utterly ruthless determination. It tells us that this isn't a crime confined to one social stratum or one particular place. The threat is pervasive, capable of striking anywhere anytime. For an investigator like Foyle, the practical application of this contrast is crucial. He must immediately broaden his scope, looking beyond the immediate confines of Grell's world. His new crime scene, despite its differences, must hold the key to understanding the killer's evolving pattern, or perhaps a deviation from it, offering fresh clues that the first scene might have masked. Now, let's consider the critical link between these two murders. While the locations and the victim's social standing couldn't be more disparate, Foyle's initial observations would undoubtedly reveal an alarming thread connecting them. Perhaps it's the precise method of entry, or a unique item left behind, or even a similar, showing meticulousness in the way the scene was left. Most tellingly, is the fact that Agnes Finch was a witness, a person directly connected to Grell's environment, who was poised to speak. This isn't a random act of violence. It is a direct continuation, a calculated escalation designed to thwart justice. The common denominator isn't just death, it's targeted silence. Think of fictional examples like the relentless pursuit of witnesses in The Silence of the Lambs, where the killer actively eliminates anyone who could provide information, demonstrating a clear, terrifying objective beyond these initial murders. From a psychological standpoint, this direct link between the victims, particularly when one is clearly a witness to the first crime, creates a profound sense of escalating dread within the narrative. It confirms for us, the audience, that we are dealing with a predator who is not merely reactive, but proactive, strategically eliminating obstacles. It sharpens our focus on the killer's motive, suggesting a desperate need to protect a secret so damning that it warrants further bloodshed. For Foyle, the practical application of this undeniable link is paramount. He can no longer view Grell's murder as an isolated incident. He must now identify the specific common thread that unites these two seemingly disparate victims, not just their connection to Grell, But what exactly about that connection makes them targets? He must begin to look for patterns in the killer's selection criteria, identifying other potential witnesses who might now be in mortal danger. And what about the stakes for our protagonist, Detective Foyle? With a second victim, especially a witness, the pressure on him intensifies immeasurably. His professional reputation, his very competence, is now on the line. The killer is not just elusive. They are one step ahead, demonstrating a terrifying awareness of Foyle's investigation. What if there are other witnesses, others Foyle has already spoken to, or plans to speak to? Are they now walking targets? The personal cost for Foyle could also be immense, not just the public scrutiny, but the knowing guilt of failing to protect someone who was, in essence, under his investigative protection. We've seen this raise the stakes in countless thrillers. Consider the detective in a police procedure realizing that the killer is not just aware of their investigation but is actively taunting them, perhaps even placing people close to the detective in immediate peril. This psychological pressure cooker humanizes Foyle, making this trouble profoundly more relatable and his eventual triumph, or indeed, his failure, far more impactful. We invest more deeply in his journey as we see him grapple with these moral and professional burdens. The practical application for Foyle is immediate and profound. He can no longer afford to be merely reactive. He must become predictive. He needs to reassess his entire strategy, perhaps relying more on his gut instincts, taking bigger risks, or developing unconventional tactics to anticipate the killer's next move. He must immediately identify and secure any other potential witnesses before they too become statistics in this escalating war. So, as we close this chapter, the discovery of a second victim, Agnes Finch, a pivotal witness, has not merely added another layer of complexity to the Grell mystery. It has fundamentally reshaped it. It has transformed a singular investigation into a desperate, high-stakes hunt for cunning and ruthless killer who will stop at nothing to conceal the truth. The clock is ticking, not just for justice, but for the lives of anyone who might hold a piece of this deadly puzzle. Join us next time as Detective Foyle resists against time and a relentless adversary, navigating a world where secrets are paid for in blood, and every shadow could conceal a killer. Chapter 14: Footprints in the Fog. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 14: Footprints in the Fog. This chapter plunges us directly into the heart of this investigation, moving beyond the confines of intellectual deduction to the gritty, tangible world of physical evidence. We are no longer merely hypothesizing in drawing rooms. We are on the streets, tracing the very steps of a killer through the treacherous labyrinths of Victorian London. Our core concept today, and indeed the driving force of this chapter, is the profound art and science of following a physical trail left by the killer. Imagine the scene, the chilling aftermath of a discovery, this initial shock giving way to a steely resolve. But where does one begin? When the air is thick with dread and the city's ceaseless pulse seems to mock your urgency, a symbol, unassuming impression in the earth, a disturbed patch of ground, can be your compass. It is this primal, almost instinctive hunger that defines our pursuit. How do you track a phantom, a perpetrator shrouded in secrecy? You look for their earthly tether, their connection to the ground beneath their feet. Every skull, every misplaced pebble, every disturbed leaf tells a silent story, a narrative waiting to be deciphered. It's a painstaking process, requiring a keen mind and an unwavering focus, but it is often the most direct path to the truth. One of the most crucial elements in this pursuit is a meticulous analysis of mud pattern. It sounds deceptively simple, doesn't it? Just mud. But what secrets cannot truly hold? It's far more than just a squishy brown substance. We are talking about the texture, the depth of the impression, the unique consistency that speaks volumes about the ground itself and the force applied to it. With the mud disturbed lightly, suggesting a cautious tread, or deeply, hinting a hurried escape, perhaps even a struggle. Are there subtle drag marks beside the footprint, suggesting a heavy burden was carried, or a body moved? Consider the surrounding debris, fragments of leaves, perhaps industrial soot, or even the flat of unique colored clay specific to a particular district. Allow me to start telling the example. Picture a seasoned Scotland Yard inspector kneeling in a dimly lit alley, his face illuminated by the flickering glow of a lantern. He doesn't just see a boot print. He observes the minute splash patterns around its edges, indicating a hasty departure, a sudden jolt, or perhaps a nervous tremor in the killer's step. He knows how the clay beneath the surface is a specific reddish hue, a distinctive geological signature of the east and ducts, narrowing down the perpetrator's possible origin or destination. This isn't just a footprint. It's a transient echo of a momentous event, revealing the killer's state of mind, their physical condition, and even their geographical context in that crucial moment. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly? Because it humanizes the abstract terror of a killer. It grounds them, quite literally, in our shared reality. No longer an unseen boogeyman, the killer leaves behind a physical signature, a tangible link to their presence. For the detective, it transforms the investigation from a cerebral puzzle into a visual chase, empowering them with a sense of direct engagement. For us, the observers, it builds an almost unbearable suspense. We feel we are right there with the detective, leaning in, straining to see the details, piecing together the narrative thread by thread. It elevates the mundane, transforming a common substance like mud into a vital, eloquent witness. Practically speaking, how would one approach this? Our fictional detective, or indeed any keen observer, would first secure the area, preventing further disturbance. Then they would get down low, using a strong light source, perhaps a handheld gas lamp, to cast revealing shadows that highlight the contours and minute details of the impression. They might use a measuring tape to gauge depth, a small brush to gently clear away superficial debris, and a photographic plate to record its evidence before it degrades. They would compare the mud's consistency to the surrounding ground, considering the recent weather. Was it dry, or had it rained recently, affecting the impression's clarity? Every variable is a potential clue, a piece of the puzzle to be carefully considered. Moving beyond the mere presence of mud, our next crucial step is to match the unique characteristics of the footwear to a potential suspect. A footprint isn't just about size. It's a detailed portrait of the shoe itself, and by extension, the person who wore it. We are looking for distinguishing features, a specific pattern of hobnails, a worn-down heel suggesting a particular date or posture, a unique repair mark from a cobbler, or even a subtle imperfection in the boot's manufacture. The type of shoe itself can be highly indicative. Was it a sturdy workman's boot, a finer gentleman's dress shoe, or perhaps a more common, everyday walking boot. Each has a story of social standing, profession, and daily habits. Consider the classic example from detective fiction, where a keen-eyed investigator identifies a unique diamond-shaped pattern on a sole, leading them to a particular manufacturer or, even better, to a specific suspect known to own such footwear. Or perhaps the wear pattern of the sole is markedly uneven, revealing a slightly important old injury that would translate into a distinctive imprint. Imagine the thrill of discovering a small, almost imperceptible nick on the heel of a print, and then later, finding that very same imperfection on a boot confiscated from a suspect's residence. It's that undeniable, physical link that transforms suspicion into tangible evidence, creating a moment of revelation that can send shivers down one's spine. From a psychological perspective, this matching process is incredibly potent. It's the moment the abstract begins to coalesce into the concrete. It shifts the investigation from a general hunt to a targeted pursuit, giving the detective a specific face, or at least a specific pair of shoes, to pursue. For the audience, this is a aha moment, the satisfying click as disparate pieces of information snap into place. It makes the killer feel not just closer, but known, stripped of some of their anonymity, and therefore more vulnerable. This level of detail emphasizes the individuality of the perpetrator, even through something as mundane as their footwear. In practical terms, how would this be done? The detective would create casts of the footprints using plaster of Paris, ensuring every minute detail is preserved. These casts would then be painstakingly compared against samples of footwear from known suspects, or even against catalogs of paired shoes to identify specific models. Experts in shoemaking might be consulted to identify unique characteristics or repair techniques. The detective would analyze the angle of the print, the depth, and the distribution of weight to infer the wearer's gait, even their approximate height and weight. It's an exhaustive process of comparison and elimination, where patience and an almost obsessive attention to detail are paramount. Finally, having deciphered the clues left on the ground, the true challenge of navigating the dangerous London Dalles begins. Following footprints isn't a linear stroll down a well-lit street. It's a treacherous journey through a labyrinth of shadows, a world of narrow, winding passages, sudden turns, and often dead-end courts. The dense, choking fog of Victorian London, a character in itself, further compounds the difficulty, reducing visibility to mere feet, distorting sounds, and turning familiar landmarks into eerie, indistinct shapes. The pursuit is not just physical. It's a sensory immersion into the city's underbelly, fraught with unseen powers. Envision a scene where our intrepid detective, lantern held high, follows a faint trail of prints into a particularly notorious alleyway. Every brick seems to loom out of the fog, every unseen corner a potential ambush. The air hangs heavy with the stench of coal smoke, damp earth, and decaying refuse. The only sounds are the distant clatter of a hansom cab and the unnerving drip of condensation from unseen eaves. Perhaps the killer, intimately familiar with these hidden pathways, has chosen a route specifically designed to confuse or deter pursuit, using the city's own architecture as an accomplice. The chase isn't merely about finding the killer. It's about surviving the journey through their chosen domain psychologically. Navigating these dangerous alleys elevates the stakes dramatically. It transforms the intellectual pursuit into physical and emotional ordeal, testing the detective's courage and resolve. The environment itself becomes an antagonist, a silent partner to the killer, amplifying the sense of isolation and vulnerability. For us, the audience, it builds an incredible tension, immersing us completely in the chilling atmosphere. We feel the cold, the damp, the fear of the unknown lurking just beyond the lantern's glow. It highlights the cunning of the killer, their intimate knowledge of the city's hidden veins, making them a more formidable and terrifying adversary. The alleys become more than just a setting. They are an active element in the drama, breathing danger into every shadow practically. How would one navigate such a perilous path? Beyond relying on the footprints, the detective would need to employ all their senses, listening intently for any sound, however faint, discerning subtle changes in air currents, relying on memory or maps of the local area to anticipate the layout of the labyrinth. They would move cautiously, always aware of their surroundings, checking potential hiding places, and constantly scanning for signs of a recent passage that might not be a footprint, a disturbed cobweb, a freshly broken twig, a lingering scent. It requires stealth, a deep understanding of urban geography, and an unwavering commitment to the chase, even when our instinct screams for caution. In summary, Chapter 14, Footprints in the Fog, is a powerful exploration of how tangible clues, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, can serve as invaluable guides in the most perplexing of mysteries, from the subtle nuances of mold patterns to the distinguishing characteristics of footwear, and finally to the dangerous, atmospheric journey through London's hidden alleys. Every detail is a breadcrumb leading us closer to the truth. These physical traces are the silent witnesses, waiting for a perceptive mind to coax their story out of the shadows. As our detective presses onward, each step deeper into the fog-shrouded city brings us closer to a confrontation, and closer to unmasking the elusive perpetrator behind the Grell mystery. The chase has begun in earnest, and the city itself holds its breath. Chapter 15, The Secret Safe. Welcome back, dear listeners, to Chapter 15 of the Grell mystery. We stand now at the precipice of a pivotal moment, a turning point that promises to unravel the very fabric of the enigma surrounding our central figure, Mr. Grell. Today, we embark on a thrilling journey into the heart of his most guarded secrets, cracking Grell's personal vault. This isn't merely about finding a strong box. It's about peering into the very soul of a man who meticulously cultivated an image, a man who, we suspect, harbored truths too dangerous to expose. A personal vault, after all, is the ultimate sanctuary for one's deepest fears, darkest intentions, or perhaps crucial evidence. What kind of individual chooses to keep their most profound revelations under lock and key, hidden from the world? It suggests a profound need for control, a fear of vulnerability, or perhaps a desperate attempt to protect a legacy, however tender. Our mission, should we choose to accept it, is to unearth these buried truths and bring them into the light. Our first, and perhaps most intricate, challenge is to locate the hidden wall safe. How does one even begin to find something designed specifically not to be found? It's a masterful game of hide and seek played across time and intention. Think of a classic real-world example. The unassuming bookcase in an old study, a slight warping in the wood, a faint difference in the paint finish behind a large portrait, or even a section of wall that sounds just a fraction off when lightly tapped. These aren't grand revelations, but minuscule discrepancies that only the keenest observer might notice. Psychologically, the act of hiding something like a safe speaks volumes about the owner's paranoia or prudence, and conversely, this act of searching for it demands a heightened state of awareness, a Sherlockian deduction that relies less on brute force and more on subtle perception. It's about understanding the psychology of concealment. Where would you hide something so vital if you wanted it to remain undiscovered, yet accessible to yourself? Would it be in plain sight, hoping familiarity breeds blindness, or would it be in an obscure, often overlooked corner? To achieve this, a practical application for listeners would be to cultivate what we call active observation. Don't just look, see. Pay attention to anomalies, to patterns broken, to things that just don't quite fit within their surroundings. Run your hands along surfaces, listen to echoes, notice shifts in texture or temperature. The world is full of subtle clues if you only train yourself to perceive them. Once the hidden sanctuary is located, our next hurdle is to bypass the security mechanism. This is where the true battle of intellect begins, a silent duel between Grell's foresight and our determination. It's rarely about brute force, but rather about understanding the creator's mind, the specific logic embedded within the log. Consider the captivating scene from countless heist films where a master safecracker meticulously listens to the tumblers falling into place, feeling for the minuscule vibrations, deducing the perfect combination not through guesswork, but through an intricate understanding of mechanical engineering and acute auditory perception. Or perhaps it's a far simpler log, one that requires a specific, foreboding key, hidden somewhere else within a gross, meticulously organized, or perhaps deliberately disorganized estate. The psychological drama here is immense. The tension, the focus, the agonizing slowness of the process, each like a potential breakthrough or a frustrating setback. It's a testament to patience and problem solving under pressure. For us, the practical application lies in methodical experimentation and pattern recognition. Don't rush. Approach the mechanism not as an impenetrable barrier, but as a puzzle waiting to be solved. It is a combination law. Consider this significant to Grell. If it's a key, retrace steps. Think about what else Grell values or kept close. Every security measure, no matter how sophisticated, has a potential vulnerability if you understand its design. And then, the moment of truth, to reveal the explosive documents inside. What secrets has Grell so fiercely guarded? The contents of such a safe are rarely mundane. They are the narrative anchors, the plot twists that redefine everything we thought we knew. Picture the discovery of a meticulously kept ledger detailing illicit transactions, perhaps a hidden lost will and testament that rewrites inheritances, or a series of incriminating photographs that expose a scandalous affair or a dark conspiracy. These aren't just papers. They are catalysts, instruments of profound change. The psychological impact of this revelation is profound, both for the discovered and for the unraveling story. It's a moment of vindication, a shock, of understanding, as years of speculation condense into undeniable proof. It shifts power dynamics entirely, transforming the hunter into the holder of ultimate leverage. For our listeners, The practical application here is to not just read or observe, but to analyze the weight and implications of what is found. How does this new information reshape your understanding of Grell? What new questions does it raise? What actions does it demand? Every piece of evidence, every document, carries a story within itself, and understanding its context is as crucial as merely uncovering it. So, we have done it from the subtle art of observation to the intense battle of wits, culminating in the unveiling of Grell's deepest secrets. The wall safe has been located, its defenses breached, and its contents laid bare. What we have found within those meticulously guarded confines is nothing short of breathtaking. Documents that will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the very foundations of the Grell mystery. The implications are enormous, threatening to reshape our entire understanding of the man and his legacy. As we close this pivotal chapter, we are left with a new map, a clearer direction, but also a cascade of fresh questions. What are the immediate consequences of these explosive revelations? How will they impact the characters we've come to know? And most importantly, what steps must we take next to navigate this newly unveiled landscape of truth and deception? Join us in the next chapter as we grapple with the fallout, the consequences, and the thrilling pursuit of justice in the wake of Grell's final shocking secrets. Chapter 16, The American Detective. Welcome back, dear listener, to the labyrinthine corridors of the Grell mystery. In our previous chapter, we left our dedicated investigators groveling with a particularly perplexing set of enigmas. It was seemingly more impenetrable than the last. But as any seasoned detective knows, just when you think you have a handle on the situation, the world has a way of introducing a new variable, a fresh challenge, an unexpected complication that redefines everything. And so it is, as we open chapter 16 titled The American Detective. Our core concept for this chapter, the very heart of its dramatic tension, centers on the arrival of a Pinkerton agent, a figure from across the Atlantic, whose presence is poised to complicate matters considerably. Think of it, just as our established characters, with their local knowledge and familiar methodologies, are making slow but steady progress. A formidable outsider steps onto the scene. This isn't just another witness or a red herring. This is a professional, a rival, whose very existence threatens to disrupt the delicate balance of the investigation. What does this mean for our existing heroes? Will they find an ally or an adversary? The arrival of an external force, especially one with a reputation as formidable as a Pinkerton's, immediately injects a potent dose of uncertainty and intrigue into the narrative, shifting the power dynamics and forcing everyone to reevaluate their positions. Let's delve deeper into the key points that emerge from this pivotal arrival, starting with the introduction of this rival detective. Imagine, if you will, the seasoned, methodical British constabulary, perhaps a touch set in their ways, suddenly confronted by a sharp-suited, direct-speaking American. We're not talking about a mere bystander, but a Pinkerton agent, perhaps a man named Silas Croft, known for his relentless pursuit of justice, or perhaps, depending on your perspective, for his uncompromising tactics. He might carry a different kind of weapon, certainly a different accent, and an entirely different approach to police work, honed in the rugged, fast-paced landscape of late 19th century America. He isn't beholden to local customs or hierarchies. Its magic comes from a private agency, perhaps hired by a wealthy American family with a vested interest in the Grell affair. A classic storytelling example can be found in the dynamic between Sherlock Holmes and Inspector Lestrade, amplified to a new degree, where Lestrade is not just a less brilliant counterpart, but a genuinely competent, perhaps even ruthless, peer from a different school of thought, or consider the lone marshal from one territory crossing into another, immediately challenging the established order psychologically. This matters immensely because it introduces a direct challenge to our protagonists' competence and control. We, as human beings, are naturally curious about how individuals react when their authority is questioned or their expertise is matched. It creates immediate professional rivalry, subtle suspicion, and perhaps a grudging respect that can evolve over time. For the listener, it provides a fascinating new character to analyze, to either root for against, and as an element of unpredictability to the story's progression. From a practical application standpoint for those interested in crafting narratives, understanding how to introduce such a character smoothly, while instantly establishing their impact and the shift they create, is paramount. How does this new player shake up the established hierarchy and the status quo? This brings us directly to our second key point, the sharing of jurisdictional tensions. The very presence of an American detective, especially one from a private agency like Pinkerton's, on foreign soil, presumably British soil, given the context of the Grell mystery, instantly ignites a palpable sense of territoriality. Who holds the ultimate authority? Whose methods are superior? The discipline, often procedural approach of the local authorities might clash sharply with the moderate, perhaps less bureaucratic, methods of the Pinkerton agent. There would be an inherent defensiveness from the local constabulary, a need to protect their turf and assert their professional pride, mingled perhaps with the forced politeness born of international courtesy. Think of any international spy thriller, where intelligence agencies from different nations are forced to collaborate on a common threat but constantly vie for control, each suspecting the other's motives and methods. Or even simpler, the friction between a small-town sheriff and an arriving federal agent. Psychologically, this territorial instinct is deeply ingrained in us. We value our autonomy, our expertise, and our established ways of doing things. When an external entity arrives with an intent to assist or even take over in a way that feels like an encroachment, it triggers a powerful defensive reaction. It highlights themes of nationalism, professional identity, and the fascinating friction that arises when different cultural approaches to problem-solving collide. For the listener, these tensions add a rich layer of realism and character depth, revealing how individuals respond when their professional identity is challenged. For practical application, one might observe how different groups or cultures interact in the real world when confronted with a common goal but differing methodologies. In storytelling, it's about crafting believable conflict that naturally arises from established power structures and cultural nuances, rather than manufactured drama. Yet, despite these simmering tensions, the ultimate objective remains to solve the Grell mystery. This leads us to our third crucial point, the pulling of clues together. Regardless of their individual pride, differing allegiances, or professional friction, the sheer complexity and urgency of the case will inevitably necessitate some form of cooperation. What new information, what fresh perspective, does a Pinkerton agent bring to the table? Perhaps he has unearthed a lead through his own channels that the local police entirely missed, or perhaps he possesses a unique insight into the criminal underworld that transcends national borders. This collaboration, however reluctant it may be, inevitably changes the trajectory of this investigation. A vivid storytelling example would be two rival scientists, initially competing fiercely, who are eventually forced to combine their disparate research data to unlock a monumental discovery, or, in a larger vein, two strong personalities in a game show who must reluctantly team up for specific, high-stakes challenge. Psychologically, this speaks to the enemy of my enemy is my friend trope. When a greater threat or more complex puzzle looms, individuals often set aside personal biases and rivalries for the common good. It taps into our innate problem-solving drive and champions the efficiency that can arise from diverse perspectives. More importantly, it allows for significant character development, as characters learn to set aside their pride and embrace the power of collective intellect. For the listener, observing this uneasy alliance and the breakthroughs it potentially brings is incredibly satisfying, as it demonstrates how diverse skill sets and fragmented pieces of information can converge to form a complete and compelling picture. For practical application, consider how collaboration, even under duress, can be a potent catalyst for breakthroughs in any field. How does bringing disparate pieces of information together truly illuminate the whole? So, as Chapter 16 of the Grell mystery unfolds, we are not merely introducing a new character, we are fundamentally shifting the dynamic of the entire investigation. The Pinkerton agent's arrival brings with it a fascinating blend of professional rivalry, jurisdictional friction, and the tantalizing possibility of accelerated progress. How will our established detectives adapt to this new, formidable presence? Can two strong personalities, operating under different mandates and methods, truly work together for the greater good? These are the compelling questions that will drive the narrative forward, promising unexpected twists and a deeper exploration of human nature under pressure as we move closer to unraveling the truth behind the Grell mystery. Get ready, for the game just got a lot more interesting. Chapter 17: A Desperate Escape. Welcome back, dear listener, to the Grell mystery. In this gripping installment, Chapter 17: A Desperate Escape, we plunge into the heart-pounding climax of our investigation. A prime suspect attempts to flee the country. Can you feel the urgent stakes? This desperate attempt to evade justice creates immediate, palpable tension. A true race against time, isn't it? This core concept is a masterful narrative device that instantly elevates the drama, making us wonder if our heroes can truly prevent a catastrophic escape. Our journey through this chapter begins with the exhilarating rush to the train station. Imagine the classic thriller scene, perhaps akin to a frantic pursuit through bustling European terminals in films like Alfred Hitchcock's Nost, but Northwest, where every single second before departure is critical psychologically. This plays powerfully on our innate human fear of missed opportunities and the irreversible. We feel that urgency, don't we? To effectively convey this in your own storytelling, dear listener, immerse your audience in vivid sensory details. Describe the hiss of steam, the conductor's urgent whistle, the protagonist's pounding heart, and their single-minded focus amidst the swirling chaos. Truly show the speed. Don't just tell us they were fast. Next, We are propelled into the adrenaline fuels for chase itself. Picture the dynamic, street-level pursuit common in classic detective narratives, where a cunning criminal bolts through crowded city thoroughfares, forcing our protagonist to navigate a maze of pedestrians and obstacles with lightning speed. This physical struggle is incredibly visceral, a primal test of endurance and wit. It allows the audience to truly feel the characters' raw exertion and mental strain. To heighten the drama for you listeners, focus on specific sensory details, the screech of shoes on pavement, the gasp for breath, the challenging obstacles like dodging parked cars or scaling a fence. How does the very environment become an active character in this high-stakes pursuit? Finally, we reach the pivotal moment, the capture of the fleeing suspect. Envision a dramatic tackle in a crowded carriage, or perhaps the suspect cornered in a grimy, dead-end alley after a breathless struggle, the last strands of their freedom slipping away. This moment delivers a powerful sense of catharsis, satisfying our deep-seated desire for resolution and justice, for the immediate threat to be contained. What an emotional release when crafting such a scene. Dear listener, consider the immediate aftermath, the suspect's defiance or resignation, the pursuer's triumphant relief mixed with lingering adrenaline. What new questions does this capture inevitably raise for the ongoing Grell mystery? So, we've navigated the desperate rush, the breathless pursuit, and the climatic apprehension. This sequence, far from being just action, serves to deepen our understanding of the character's resolve and elevate the true stakes of the Grell mystery. The capture, while a significant resolution to this intense chapter, merely opens the door to a new, perhaps even more intriguing phase of the investigation. Join us next time as we uncover what secrets this apprehended suspect might finally reveal. Chapter 18: The Forged Will. Welcome back, listeners, to another intriguing chapter in the Grell mystery. Today, we delve into Chapter 18, The Forged Will, a pivotal moment where the true financial motive behind Grell's demise begins to unravel with shocking clarity. Our focus narrows dramatically on uncovering a financial motive tied directly to Grell's vast estate, a motive so potent it could drive someone to the most extreme acts. The sudden appearance of a new will, seemingly drafted in Grell's final days, drastically alters the distribution of his substantial wealth, pointing an undeniable finger towards someone who stands to gain immensely from this audacious deception, who stood to inherit, and perhaps more importantly, who stood to lose everything if this new document proved legitimate. Our investigation begins by meticulously examining the purported final will, specifically zeroing in on the signature. Can you picture a forensic document examiner hunched over a microscope, the harsh glare illuminating every fiber of the paper, every swirl of ink? They compare the supposed signature against countless genuine examples of Grell's handwriting, searching for the telltale signs of artifice. Perhaps they note a slight hesitation in the upstroke of a D, a pressure point inconsistent with Grell's known grip, or even minute differences in exaggeration that suggest a different handwriting speed. This isn't merely a casual glance. It's a scientific deconstruction of a written identity. Psychologically, a forged signature is more than just a legal falsification. It's an act of profound betrayal, an attempt to erase Grell's true intentions and impose a fabricated reality. It speaks volumes about the perpetrator's desperation and their contempt for truth. For us, the practical application is clear. We must compile and exhaust the dossier of Grell's authentic signatures from various periods, providing our chosen certified handwriting expert with irrefutable benchmarks. Their findings will either confirm our suspicions or guide us in a different direction. Next, we embark on the critical task of tracing the beneficiary of this suspiciously convenient new will. Who is this individual or entity that has suddenly come into such unexpected fortune? Imagine unearthing a distant, long-forgotten relative, or perhaps a previously unknown business associate, whose name now features prominently in Grell's final wishes. We probe into their background, their financial situation before the will's appearance, and any previous interactions they might have had with Grell. Was there a secret deal, a hidden debt, or a long-held grudge that could have fueled such a drastic change psychologically? Understanding the beneficiary's character and past can reveal a compelling narrative. Were they driven by pure avarice, a sense of overdue entitlement, or perhaps coerced into participating in a scheme? Their sudden wealth can illuminate the darkest corners of their psyche, making them a focal point of our inquiry, practically. This involves comprehensive background checks, delving into their financial records, the social connections, and any digital footprint that could reveal a clandestine relationship or a premeditated plan. Finally, armed with our findings, we must confront the legal team responsible for drafting and verifying this contentious document. Envision a tense meeting in a summer apartment office. We presented evidence of the forgery, the inconsistencies, and the startling implications for their professional integrity. Were they complicit in this deception, or were they themselves unwitting victims of a sophisticated fraud? Their reactions, the nervous shifts in their seats, the evasive answers, the sudden defensiveness speak volumes. Psychologically, this confrontation tests their professional ethics and moral compass. Their responses, whether genuine shock or carefully constructed denial, will provide invaluable insights into the depth of the conspiracy. Our practical steps here are precise. We prepare a list of incisive questions, demanding full transparency regarding the will's drafting, the witnessing process, and the chain of custody for all related documents. We will demand accountability and pursue every legal avenue to uncover the truth. The undeniable presence of a forged will, the suspicious beneficiary, and the questions surrounding the legal professionals involved collectively paint a damning picture. This isn't merely a matter of inheritance. It's a meticulously planned act of fraud, pointing directly to a calculating mind willing to commit grave injustices for vast sums. This discovery irrevocably links the financial motive to Grell's mysterious depths, transforming our investigation from a search for a killer to the unraveling of a complex, avaricious plot. Our journey continues, as we now connect these financial threads to the broader tapestry of the Grell mystery in our next chapter. Chapter 19: The Secret Identity. Welcome back to the Grell mystery. Chapter 19, titled The Secret Identity, plunges us into an astonishing revelation that shakes the very foundations of our understanding. What is the victim we've been investigating? The very person whose tragic demise has driven our entire inquiry wasn't who they claimed to be at all. This chapter delivers a core concept so profound, so utterly unexpected, that it redefines everything we thought we knew about the case, setting off a cascade of new questions and possibilities. Our journey into this profound deception begins with a meticulous comparison of all photographs. Imagine a detective, a seasoned professional whose gaze misses nothing, holding up a faded sepia tone image, perhaps from decades past, against a contemporary snapshot of the deceased. The subtle nuances, a slight difference in the earlobe's curve, a unique pattern in an iris that just doesn't quite match, or even a forgotten scar that's conspicuously absent or present suddenly. These minute discrepancies ring out, confirming a profound misidentification. Storytelling throughout history often uses this precise moment of visual revelation, much like a character discovering a long-lost family album, only to realize the face staring back from the past doesn't quite align with the person they believe to be in the cassette. Psychologically, this comparison creates a potent cognitive dissonance within us, challenging our deeply ingrained preconceived notions and forcing a complete mental recalibration. For us, the listeners, it's a start, compelling reminder to question surface appearances and scrutinize every single detail, no matter how insignificant it might initially seem. Then comes the bombshell, the revelation of an imposter twist. This isn't merely a simple case of mistaken identity. It's a meticulously crafted deception, a life stolen and worn like a costume. Why would someone go to such extraordinary lengths to assume another's identity, enduring such a perilous and exhaustive charade for so long? Was it for immense financial gain, to escape a dark, inescapable past, or perhaps for darker, more intricate and deeply personal motive that we can barely fathom? Think of literary examples such as the talented Mr. Ripley, where identity theft becomes an intricate and deadly art form, or consider the numerous real-world cases of individuals who vanish without a trace, only to resurface years later with entirely new names and fabricated lives. This twist delves deep into our innate human fears of betrayal and the profound fragility of personal identity, making us ponder the elaborate masks people wear, both literally and figuratively. It practically urges us to consider the hidden layers of human motivation, reminding us that reality can be far more intricate, layered, and complex than it initially seems on the surface. Consequently, this shocking and undeniable truth precipitates a complete and irreversible shift in the entire investigation paradigm. The original motive we had so carefully constructed, our painstakingly assembled list of suspects, even the very timeline of the events we thought we understood, all of it becomes instantly obsolete. The pressing question changes dramatically from who murdered the victim to the far more complex and tantalizing query, who murdered the imposter, and crucially, what happened to the real person whose identity was so cruelly stolen. This dramatic narrative pivot is often a hallmark in gripping thrillers, where the detective suddenly realizes they've been pursuing the wrong premise, perhaps even the wrong crime entirely. Psychologically, it ignites a desperate, exhilarating urgency, demanding not only intellectual agility but also emotional resilience from everyone involved in this investigation, and indeed, from us, the audience. For you, the listener, it profoundly emphasizes the vital importance of adaptability, of being willing to discard old theories and enthusiastically embrace new evidence, no matter how unsettling or paradigm-shifting it may prove to be. So, as we conclude this pivotal and utterly transformative chapter, we understand that the Grell mystery has evolved far beyond a straightforward murder. It has transformed into a convoluted, labyrinthine web of stolen lies, deeply hidden pasts, and profound deception, setting the stage for an even more intricate, breathtaking, and ultimately satisfying unraveling of the truth that lies beneath. This is truly just the beginning of a much deeper mystery. Chapter 20, Evaluating the Evidence. Welcome back, dear listeners, to the Grell mystery. We now arrive at Chapter 20, a pivotal moment of re-evaluation, a chapter where the pieces, once scattered and seemingly disparate, begin to coalesce into a terrifyingly clear picture. Detective Foyle, our steadfast protagonist, stands at the precipice of understanding, armed with a crucial new piece of information, a twist that irrevocably alters the landscape of the investigation. This is where the true brilliance of Foyle's mind is put to the test, where he meticulously pieces together a new timeline, fundamentally reshaped by this surprising revelation. Our journey through this chapter begins with Foyle's methodical approach to revisiting every single prior clue, imagining, perhaps late into the night, the only sound in the precinct being the rustle of his notes and the rhythmic taking of a grandfather plot in the corner. He is not merely scanning his previous findings. He is actively re-engaging with them, holding each detail up against the bright, sometimes harsh, light of this new twist. For instance, in many of classic detective story, like Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot novels, the detective will often arrange all the key pieces of evidence on a table, perhaps index cards representing alibis, motives, or physical clues. Then, a new piece of information, say, a previously unnoticed inconsistency in a seemingly airtight alibi, forces him to physically rearrange those cards, creating entirely new connections and discarding old ones. This isn't just a physical act. It's a profound mental exercise. From a psychological perspective, this process of reviewing our prior clues after a significant twist is absolutely vital. Our brains are remarkably adept at forming patterns, even with incomplete or misleading information. We often create a coherent narrative early on, and then, due to a phenomenon known as confirmation bias, we tend to interpret subsequent information in a way that supports our existing belief system. The introduction of a truly impactful twist, however, shatters that initial framework. It forces a cognitive restructuring, demanding that the detective, and by extension, us, break free from the comfort of our preconceived notions. It's an exercise in intellectual humility, acknowledging that our initial assessment, while perhaps logical at the time, was ultimately flawed. It challenges us to move beyond superficial observations and delve into the deeper, often uncomfortable truths. So, how can we, as listeners, apply this deep dive into re-evaluation in our own lives? When faced with a complex problem or surprising turn of events in a personal or professional situation, resist the urge to immediately jump to a new conclusion. Instead, take a step back. Cautiously revisit all that information you thought you knew. Create your own clue board, even if it's just a mental one. List every piece of data, every observation, every statement. Then, with a new, crucial insight in mind, systematically go through each item. Ask yourself, how does this new piece of information change my understanding of this specific detail? What assumptions was I making that are now rendered obsolete? What did I dismiss too readily that now seems significant? This isn't about second-guessing yourself indefinitely, but about ensuring that your updated understanding is built on a truly robust and re-examined foundation. Following this meticulous re-examination, Foyle's next critical step is to discard the false leads. With the new timeline firmly establishing certain impossibilities, various suspects' motives, and theories that once seemed plausible are now definitively eliminated. Consider, for example, the moment in a thrilling legal drama when a key piece of forensic evidence, previously thought to implicate one suspect, is reanalyzed and found to have been planted, thereby exonerating that individual entirely. Or perhaps an alibi, once ironclad, is revealed to have a hidden loophole, instantly shifting the focus away from the person who provided it and onto the person who stood to gain from its deception. This systematic pruning of incorrect paths is not just efficient, it's essential for clarity. Psychologically speaking, the ability to discard false links is a profound demonstration of intellectual flexibility and emotional resilience. It means overcoming the sunk cost fallacy, which is our natural human tendency to continue investing in an idea, a project, or even a belief system, simply because of the time, effort, or emotional energy we've already poured into it, even when new evidence suggests it's futile or wrong. For Foyle, letting go of a theory he might have meticulously built over weeks or months requires a certain detachment, a commitment to truth over pride. This act of intellectual demolition, of tearing down an incorrect mental model, clears vital mental space. It allows the detective to focus energy, resources, and cognitive power on the pathways that are genuinely promising, reducing the noise and amplifying the signal. It's a powerful act of mental spring cleaning. For us, the practical application of discarding false leads is equally liberating. In a problem-solving endeavor, whether it's planning a complex project, navigating a difficult personal relationship, or even trying to understand a perplexing news story, we often cling to initial hypotheses far longer than we should. The lesson from Foyle is to regularly ask yourself, what do I now know is no longer true, or which of my previous assumptions has been unequivocally disproven by new evidence? Be willing to kill your darlings. As writers often say, abandon ideas, strategies, or even relationships, no matter how much you've invested in them, if new, undeniable evidence clearly indicates they are incorrect or detrimental. This doesn't mean being flighty. It means being adaptable and committed to progress, not just to consistency. And finally, dear listeners, we arrive at the exhilarating and often chilling climax of this revelation. Foyle pinpoints the true mastermind. This is the moment when all the re-examined clues, filtered through the new timeline and stripped of all false leads, converge. The identity of the culprit, once obscured by misdirection and clever planning, now stands starkly revealed. Think of the climactic scene in a classic mystery where the detective, after laying out all the pieces, points an unwavering finger at a seemingly innocuous character who was always just on the periphery, the quiet librarian, the loyal assistant, the seemingly harmless benefactor. It's often a detail previously overlooked, like a specific brand of pipe tobacco found at the scene matching a brand only the mastermind smoked, or a unique tone of phrase in a note that only they would use, that provides that final, undeniable link. This isn't a guess. It's an inevitability derived from rigorous deduction psychologically. Identifying the true mastermind brings an immense sense of resolution and, often, a deep satisfaction. Our brains are wired to seek closure, to complete puzzles, and to understand cause and effect. The eureka moment experienced by Foyle, and by extension us, activates reward pathways in the brain. It signifies the successful synthesis of disparate information into a coherent, actionable conclusion. More profoundly, it speaks to our innate human desire for justice and order. Even in fiction, the identification of the villain restores a sense of balance, even if momentarily. It also highlights the power of intuition working in concert with rigorous logic, that subtle, subconscious nudge that sometimes guides us toward the correct conclusion after all the facts have been rationally processed. So, how do we apply this ultimate step of pinpointing the mastermind in our own daily lives? When faced with a perplexing situation, especially one involving human behavior or complex systems, once you revisit your clues and discarded false leads, look for the central nexus of influence or causality. Ask it, who truly benefits from this outcome, now that I have all the information? Or who had the means, motive, and opportunity when viewed through this new, accurate lens? This isn't about paranoia, but about strategic thinking. It involves synthesizing all available data, connecting dots that previously seemed unrelated, and challenging your initial assumptions about who holds power or who is truly driving the narrative in a given scenario. It's about understanding the entire ecosystem of a problem, not just its isolated, superficial components. It's about seeing the puppet master, not just the puppets. As file connects these final, chilling dots, the identity of the true mastermind behind the Grell mystery becomes orphanly clear. The air thickens with anticipation, for while the puzzle may be solved, the confrontation, dear listeners, still awaits. The intellectual triumph of this chapter now gives way to the perilous journey ahead, where revelations must transform into confrontations and justice, unwavering and fierce, demands its due. Join us next time as we delve into the dramatic unfolding of chapter 21, where the truth, finally unveiled, sets the stage for a reckoning that will forever change the lives of all involved. Chapter 21, Setting the Trap. Welcome back, dear listeners, to another gripping chapter of the Grell mystery. We've spent considerable time piecing together clues, sifting through alibis, and analyzing motives, haven't we? But now, as we arrive at chapter 21, aptly titled Setting the Trap, our focus shifts dramatically from passive investigation to active confrontation. This isn't just about understanding what happened. It's about forcing the truth into the light, about orchestrating a scenario where our elusive killer is compelled to reveal a hand. We are moving beyond mere speculation and into the thrilling, high-stakes world of a carefully planned sting operation. The core concept here, as the title suggests, is organizing a precise, calculated sting operation to finally ensnare our murderer. Think of it, the hunt has been long, often frustrating, but now, the prey will be lured to us. How do we achieve this? It involves a complex dance of strategy, psychology, and unyielding patience. We're not just waiting for the killer to slip up. We're creating the very conditions for that slip. This phase of the investigation requires a complete understanding of the killer's likely reactions, their vulnerabilities, and their core motivations. Are they driven by greed, by fear, or by something far more sinister and personal? Every detail we've uncovered until now will inform the blueprint of this elaborate snare. Our first crucial step, then, is to meticulously formulate the plan. This is far more than a casual brainstorming session. It's an intricate process of strategic design. What is the irresistible bait that will draw our killer out of the shadows? Where is the ideal location for this confrontation? a place that offers both concealment for us and a plausible reason for the killer's presence. Who will be involved in this delicate operation, and what precise role will each person play? Most importantly, what are the contingencies? What if the killer doesn't take the bait? What if they anticipate our moves? Every potential outcome, every possible twist must be considered and planned for. Imagine the legendary chess masters mapping out not just the next move, but 20 moves ahead, anticipating every counter strategy. That's the level of detail required here psychologically. This meticulous planning isn't just about efficiency. It's about control. It instills confidence in us, the hunters, reducing the chaotic variables that often plague such high-stakes endeavors. It preys on the killer's potential overconfidence, their belief in their own cleverness. For you, the listener, applying this principle means never approaching a significant challenge. Be it a career negotiation or a complex personal project, without a thoroughly thought-out strategy, complete with fallback positions. Once the plan is meticulously formulated, the next step is to skillfully plant false information. This is the bait itself, the irresistible lure designed to pique the killer's interest and compel them to act. It cannot be obviously false. It must feel tantalizingly real, something that aligns with their own motives or vulnerabilities. Perhaps it's a fabricated lead about a newly discovered crucial piece of evidence, or a rumor about a hidden treasure connected to the murder, or even a stage opportunity that appeals directly to their specific criminal inclinations. Consider a scene in a classic thriller where the protagonist accidentally leaves a coded message in plain sight, knowing it will be intercepted and misinterpreted by the antagonist, leading them directly into a trap. This false information acts as a psychological tripwire. It preys on the killer's deepest fears, the fear of being exposed, the fear of losing their ill-gotten gains, other strongest desires, be it avarice or a twisted need for dominance. It forces them to disrupt their established pattern of evasion, drawing them out of their comfort zone. In your own life, have you ever subtly introduced a hypothetical scenario into a conversation to gauge someone's reaction, to understand their true feelings or intentions without directly asking? That's a subtle form of planting information to elicit a response. Finally, with a plan in motion and the bait set, comes the most challenging phase: wait in the shadows. This demands an extraordinary level of patience, discipline, and unwavering vigilance. It's about maintaining absolute invisibility while remaining utterly aware, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The killer must believe they are unobserved, that their actions are happening in complete secrecy, allowing them to make the crucial mistake we've been waiting for. Picture the classic detailed noir scene: a lone figure, silhouetted against a dimly lit window, or perhaps hidden in the back seat of a parked car, binoculars trained on the seemingly deserted alleyway, every nerve alert. The tension in these moments is palpable, isn't it, psychologically? This waiting game is an ultimate test of self-control. It demands the ability to resist impulsive action and to trust the carefully laid plan. For the killer, their perceived freedom and anonymity embolden them, making them careless, leading them directly into the waiting arms of justice. For you, the listener, consider the wisdom of strategic observation. How often do we rush to speak or act without fully appreciating the nuances of a situation? Sometimes The most powerful move is simply to observe, to listen, to let events unfold just enough to reveal their true nature before making your decisive move. So, as we conclude this chapter, remember these three vital pillars: the meticulous formulation of a plan, the strategic planting of false information, and the disciplined act of waiting in the shadows. This isn't merely about catching a killer. It's about the culmination of a dummy, turning passive investigation into decisive, proactive engagement. The stage is set, the bait is laid, and the unseen observers are poised. What will unfold when the trap is finally sprung? Join us in the next chapter as we witness the thrilling climax of the Grell mystery. Chapter 22: The Confrontation. Welcome back, dear listener, as we delve into the heart-pounding 22nd chapter of the Grell mystery, aptly titled The Confrontation. After chapters of meticulous investigation, countless clues, and a slow, steady unraveling of a complex web of deceit, we finally arrive at the pivotal moment. This, my friends, is where the hero, armed with truth and courage, stands face to face with the architect of the darkness they've been pursuing. It is the dramatic showdown with the murderer, the moment where all threats converge and justice hangs precariously in the balance. Think about it for a moment. Isn't this the scene we've all been waiting for? The combination of suspense, the ultimate test of wits, the resolution of conflict that defines the very essence of a gripping mystery. This confrontation isn't merely a conversation. It's a battle of wills, a moral crucible, and often the most emotionally charged sequence in the entire narrative. It's where the abstract concept of evil takes on a human form, and the hero's convictions are put to their ultimate test. Our journey through this crucial chapter will focus on three indispensable elements that elevate a simple meeting into an unforgettable dramatic confrontation. First, we'll explore the ingenious strategy of spurring the trap. Then, we'll dissect the often chilling necessity of listening to the villain's monologue. And finally, we'll witness the heroic effort required to prevent the final, tragic act. Let us begin with the art of springing the trap. After days, perhaps weeks, of relentless pursuit, gathering every fragment of evidence, identifying the motive, and understanding the methodology, the detective cannot simply burst through a door and declare an arrest. No, the truly master of a confrontation involves a carefully orchestrated scenario designed not just to apprehend, but to expose and undeniably demonstrate the murderer's guilt. It's about creating an undeniable situation, a moment of undeniable truth. Consider, for instance, the classic detective fiction trope, where the brilliant sleuth, having pieced together the puzzle, gathers all the suspects in a single room. Peter Hercule Poirot, perhaps, dramatically revealing the inconsistencies in each person's alibi, slowly but surely cornering the culprit until their facade crumbles. Or imagine Batman, luring a supervillain into a meticulously designed environment where their own pride or specific modus operandi becomes their downfall. In these instances, the hero isn't just reacting. They are proactively constructing the scene of revelation, using the killer's own patterns against them. It's a chess match played on a very human board. From a psychological perspective, why is this act of springing the trap so incredibly satisfying and crucial to the narrative? Well, it speaks to our innate human desire for order to be restored from chaos, for intelligence to triumph over cunning. It shows us a protagonist who isn't just lucky, but genuinely brilliant and perceptive, capable of foresight and intricate planning. This strategic maneuver builds immense tension, because as an audience, we are acutely aware that the trap could fail, the murderer could escape, or the hero's carefully laid plans could unravel spectacularly. It allows us to admire the protagonist's intellect and feel a deep sense of accomplishment alongside them when the plan comes to fruition. It validates the entire investigative journey, affirming that the pursuit of truth, however arduous, can ultimately prevail through cleverness and perseverance. For us, as listeners and indeed as individuals, navigating our own complexities, the practical application lies in the power of preparation and strategic thinking. When facing a significant challenge or a difficult conversation in your own life, do you rush in blindly, or do you take the time to understand all the angles, anticipate reactions, and set the stage for a more favorable outcome? It's about building a solid case, metaphorically speaking, before presenting your argument, ensuring you have considered every potential counterpoint and vulnerability. It's about not just reacting, but proactively shaping the environment for success, recognizing that a well-laid plan can dramatically alter the trajectory of an unfolding event. Moving on, our second crucial element in the confrontation is the villain's monologue. The classic, often derided, but undeniably effective trope. Picture this: the trap has been sprung. The murderer is cornered, and rather than immediately surrender, they launch into a detailed explanation of their motives, their methods, their twisted justifications. They might confess their resentment, recount the perceived wrongs that fuel their actions, or even boast about their cleverness in avoiding detection until this very moment. It's a torrent of exposition, a window into the darker recesses of the human psyche. Think of countless James Bond films, where the villain, having finally captured our hero, feels compelled to outline their entire grandiose, world-dominating scheme before delivering the collateral. Or consider a gritty crime drama where a serial killer, once caught, provides chilling details about their thought process, revealing the horrifying internal logic that the investigators struggle to comprehend. These moments, while often lengthy, are rarely mere filler. They are revelations, psychologically. Why does this matter so profoundly to both the story and to us, the audience? The villain's monologue provides essential closure, peeling back the layers to reveal the why behind the atrocious acts. It transforms the abstract concept of evil into something tangible, allowing us to understand the perpetrator's warped perspective, however repugnant it may be. This isn't about sympathizing with the villain, but about understanding the human capacity for darkness, the twisted pathways of logic, and the profound impact of past traumas or perceived injustices. For the protagonist, this monologue can be the critical window of opportunity, a chance to gather last-minute information, to gauge the murderer's psychological state, or to bide their time, waiting for an opening to escape or gain the upper hand. It deepens the narrative by providing context and complexity, preventing the antagonist from being a one-dimensional caricature. It allows us to witness the complete unraveling of their carefully constructed world. In our own lives, and as insightful observers of human nature, the practical application of this listening phase is incredibly potent. How often do we truly listen to someone else, even when we vehemently disagree with their viewpoint? The villain's monologue, in a way, is a masterclass in letting someone fully express a perspective, however misguided or dangerous, before formulating your counter-argument or decisive action. It highlights the importance of active listening, of understanding the roots of conflict or challenge in behavior, which can often be found in the narrative an individual tells themselves. For our characters, it's about absorbing every word, looking for the cracks in the reasoning, or the subtle admission that might seal their fate beyond any doubt. Finally, we arrive at the third critical phase of the confrontation, preventing the final tragedy. The monologue ends. The murderer's composure shatters, and often, in a desperate, final surge of defiance or fear, they make one last attempt to escape, to harm the protagonist, or even to commit another act of violence against an innocent bystander. This is the moment where the stakes escalate one last time, where the hero's courage and quick thinking are tested to their absolute limits. Imagine the climactic struggle in a spy thriller, where the hero disarms a ticking bomb with mere seconds to spare, or the desperate hand-to-hand combat atop a skyscraper as the villain tries to drag the hero to their depths. Think of Sherlock Holmes preventing Moriarty from pushing him off the rising buttholes. These are the moments where the intellectual battle gives way to raw, physical, and emotional struggle. The danger is palpable, the tension almost unbearable, and the hero must act with unwavering resolve to ensure that no more lives are lost, and that justice, once delivered, is irrevocably sealed psychologically. This final prevention is an enormous catharsis for the audience. It confirms the triumph of good over evil, of order over chaos, and provides a powerful, definitive resolution to the immediate strife. It showcases the protagonist's profound commitment to protecting others, their willingness to put their own life on the line, and their ultimate victory not just in solving the mystery, but in actively safeguarding the innocent. It's the definitive moment where all lingering doubts are erased, and the path towards resolution becomes clear, satisfying our innate need for just conclusion. For us, the practical application here is multifaceted. It's about recognizing the critical juncture where passive observation must transition into decisive action. It's about having the courage to intervene when intervention is necessary, to be prepared for contingencies, and to act swiftly to prevent harm, both for ourselves and for those around us. This isn't about blind heroism, but about being attuned to escalating risks and having the presence of mind to respond effectively under pressure. For our characters, it's the final, heroic act that defines their journey, solidifying their place as the true champion of justice in the Grell mystery. As we conclude our deep dive into Chapter 22, The Confrontation, remember these three vital stages: the ingenious strategy of springing the trap, the chilling necessity of listening to the villain's monologue, and the heroic act of preventing a final tragedy. These elements combine to create a climax that is not only thrilling but deeply satisfying, providing emotional release and intellectual closure for us, the eager listeners. The confrontation isn't just about catching a criminal. It's about the definitive triumph of truth and courage. Now, with the murderer apprehended and the immediate danger averted, what remains? The aftermath, of course, the painstaking process of recovery, the reflection of the journey, and the subtle, yet profound, shifts in the lives of those touched by the mystery. Stay with us as we move into the next chapter, where we will explore the echoes of this dramatic showdown and begin to understand the true cost and ultimate reward of unraveling the Grell mystery. Chapter 23, The Confession. Welcome back. Dear listener, to chapter 23 of the Grell mystery, aptly titled The Confession. This is the pivotal moment we've all been waiting for, isn't it? The grand unveiling, imagined, if you will, the tension in the air as all the disparate threads of our intricate tale begin to converge, weaving together into a cohesive, albeit tragic tapestry. This chapter is a deep dive into the mind of the perpetrator, a rare and profound opportunity to understand not just what happened, but why and how. It's where the killer, stepping out of the shadows, lays bare the meticulous, almost excruciatingly detailed plot that led to realize Thorne's untimely demise. The core concept here is immensely powerful, the killer explaining the intricate details of the plot. Why is it so compelling? Because it transforms the antagonist from a faceless villain into a fully realized character, often one driven by very human, if distorted, motivations. It's the moment where the mystery truly unravels, and every puzzling anomaly, every red herring, every seemingly impossible event suddenly finds its place within a chillingly logical framework. It's akin to watching a master craftsman dismantle a complex machine, piece by piece, revealing the ingenious mechanics hidden within. Let's begin by exploring the most fundamental question, the very bedrock of any crime, the motive. Why did Arthur Finch, Elias Thorne's seemingly loyal, law-sovereign personal assistant, commit such a heinous act? We learn that Arthur's loyalty was a facade, a carefully constructed illusion maintained over decades of simmering resentment. His motive wasn't born of a single moment of rage, but rather a slow, corrosive accumulation of psychological torment and financial manipulation at Thorne's hands. Elias Thorne, a man of immense wealth and influence, had a cruel streak, a penchant for exploiting those around him, particularly Arthur. He had systematically undermined Arthur's self-worth, controlled his finances through dubious loans and investments, and ultimately was on the verge of exposing a minor, youthful indiscretion of Arthur's daughter, threatening to ruin her burgeoning career and reputation. Can you truly grasp the desperation that would drive a man to such an extreme? To murder, simply to protect his family from the insidious venom of a mother's malice. It's a profound exploration of how seemingly small injustices can compound into an unbearable burden. Think of it this way. In storytelling, understanding the motive is like understanding the heart of a character. Without it, their actions seem arbitrary, robotic even. Consider the classic example of Jane Austen in Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Its initial crime, stealing a loaf of bread, seems minor, yet it sets off a chain of events that defines his entire life. His later actions, his relentless pursuit of redemption and protection of Cosette, are entirely comprehensible because we understand the foundational motive of compassion and survival. Psychologically, why does motive matter so much to us as an audience? Because it taps into our innate human need for understanding. We crave causality. We want to believe that actions, especially our extreme ones, have a reason, even if that reason is warped or twisted. It allows us to explore the darker facets of human nature and ponder questions of morality, justice, and the breaking point of the human spirit. For you, the listener, understanding motive in a story can be a powerful lens through which to view real-world events. It encourages us to look beyond the surface, to consider the underlying pressures and experiences that might drive individuals to make certain choices. It cultivates empathy. even for those whose actions weaken them, and fosters a deeper, more nuanced, critical thinking about the complex tapestry of human behavior. Next, we delve into the genius, or perhaps more accurately, the horrifying ingenuity of the locked-room trick. Elias Thorne was found in his study. The heavy oak door locked from this inside. The robust windows latched securely. An impossible crime, wasn't it? Arthur Finch reveals that the key to this impossibility lay not in some fantastic magic, but in a meticulously overlooked detail of this antique window latch. It wasn't just a simple bolt. It incorporated a spring-loaded mechanism designed to secure the window from both sides, but with a very subtle, almost imperceptible design flaw. Arthur had exploited this flaw for months, painstakingly modifying a thin, almost invisible fishing line, coated in a special wax to reduce friction and sound. He threaded this line through a tiny, pre-drilled hole in the window frame, camouflaged perfectly by the natural grain of the wood. On the night of the murder, after striking Thorne down, Arthur simply exited through the open window. For the garden outside, using a pre-positioned, slender stick with a small hook, he gently snagged the tiny loop of fishing line he had left dangling from the window latch's inner mechanism. A subtle tug, and the spring-loaded latch clicked shut with a soft, convincing thud. He then retracted the fishing line, leaving no trace, and closed the window from the outside, ensuring it appeared securely fastened from within. It was a masterpiece of misdirection, a testament to the fact that the most incredible deceptions often rely on the simplest, most overlooked elements. Consider one of the most famous literary locked-room puzzles. Edgar Allan Poe's The Murderers in the Rue Morgue. The seemingly impossible murder in a sealed apartment is ultimately explained by the killer being an orangutan, escaping through a cleverly concealed, spring-loaded window latch that defied initial observation. The shock and release come from the mundane nature of the solution, which was hidden in plain sight psychologically. Locked-room mysteries are profoundly captivating because they challenge our perception of reality and possibility. They speak to our fundamental desire for order and logic, forcing us to confront something that appears to defy balls. The satisfaction comes from witnessing the impossible become possible and understanding the elegant mechanism behind it. For us, the listeners, the practical application here is invaluable. It teaches us to question assumptions, to examine details often dismissed as trivial, and to think creatively beyond the obvious solutions. It's a powerful lesson in observation and critical analysis, skills that extend far beyond the pages of a mystery novel and into every aspect of our lives. How often do we overlook the simplest explanations because we are too focused on the spectacular? Finally, Arthur's confession elegantly resolves all the lingering mysteries that had plagued our investigation, those curious anomalies that seem to defy explanation. Remember the faint scent of lilies, out of place in Thorne's study. Arthur reveals that he used a specific, concentrated lily of the valley essence on his gloves the night of the murder. Why? Not as a signature, but as a deliberate red herring, knowing Thorne detested lilies and hoping it would mislead investigators towards a romantic rival or an estranged relative with a penchant for the flower. And the missing desk ornament, the distinctive silver bird. That was the very instrument Arthur used to trigger the spring-loaded window latch from the outside, its unique shape perfectly suited for the task. After securing the window, he simply tossed it into the deep, overgrown pond in the garden, a small splash lost in the night, the faint scratching sound reported by a servant earlier that night. That wasn't a rodent, but Arthur meticulously drew in the tiny, camouflaged hole for his fishing line, the sound muffled by a cloth he had placed over the drill bit. Every seemingly irrelevant detail, every oddity, was a deliberate part of his meticulously constructed facade. Think of a complex tapestry with threads of various colors and textures. Individually, they might seem random, but when viewed as a whole, they form a coherent, beautiful image. In storytelling, resolving lingering mysteries is akin to showing the complete tapestry. All the seemingly loose threads, the red herrings, and the curious observations are finally woven into their proper places. Take, for instance, the many seemingly random prophecies and visions in a fantasy sober like The Lord of the Rings. Many details seem obscure until they are fulfilled, often in unexpected ways, later in the narrative psychologically. Providing closure to these mysteries is crucial for audience satisfaction. It fulfills our cognitive need for completeness and coherence. We want to believe that the world of the stories is internally logical, that every piece fits, even if we couldn't see it at first. It validates our investment in the narrative and reinforces the intelligence and the craftsmanship of the author. For you, the listener, this teaches a valuable lesson: patience and trust in the narrative. It encourages you to look for connections, to understand that even the smallest, most seemingly insignificant detail might hold crucial information. It sharpens your ability to synthesize information and to appreciate the intricate design behind a well-crafted plot, both in fiction and in understanding complex situations in the real world. So there we have it, the confession of Arthur Finch, a chilling yet compelling explanation that peels back the layers of deception and reveals the naked truths. From the depths of his motive, born of decades of abuse and culminating in a desperate act of protection, to the brilliant simplicity of his love-strewn solution, and the clever resolution of every lingering enigma, this chapter is a masterclass in the art of the mystery. It reminds us that truth is often stranger and far more intricate than fiction. As we move forward, we will now grapple with the aftermath of this devastating revelation, exploring the consequences not just for Arthur Finch, but for everyone whose lives were irrevocably touched by the Grell mystery. Join me in our next chapter as we delve into the reckoning.
Thank you for listening to tonight's story on Stories of Crime. If you enjoyed this crime audiobook, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss another mystery, investigation, or chilling true crime tale. Leave a comment below and tell us what case you'd like to hear next. Until next time, stay curious, stay cautious, and remember, some stories never truly end.